Just had to untangle my headset as I went to put it on. Hello, hello, hello. How we doing? Welcome to the OSC Championship. It's another 6 best of 5s today. As we work through OSC Championships 13 Championship Bracket. We're going to be mostly in the lower bracket today, but we will be delving into the upper bracket a bit further on for the last couple series. So we're going to get that set up and ready to go. So I'll just run you guys through the schedule today. So we're going to start the day off with Forjumi versus Sebastes. Then for game number 2, we're going to have Nikaract versus GG Machine. Then we have Rebellion versus Mana. And then we have Lemon versus Trigger, Geralt versus Kira, and Creator versus Shin. Definitely getting quite exciting towards the end. Liking a lot of those matches further down the line, to be honest. So that should be kind of fun. Looking forward to it. And yeah, we're pretty much ready up to go. Like I say, just gonna have some good matches. So the first 4 matches are lower bracket. Mostly lower bracket round 2. Lemon Trigger's lower bracket round 1. This first Jumi Sebastes is lower bracket round 2. So is Nikaract GG Machine. So is Rebellion Mana. Then Lemon Trigger is lower bracket round 1, and then it's upper bracket round 2 for Creator Shin and Geralt versus QS. So we'll obviously bring up the bracket at certain points and all that kind of stuff as well, though. So yeah, I don't think there's anything else for us to do currently. I don't think there's anything else left for us to do apart from just get started, to be honest. So, in that event, that probably means we should get started. That'd be a pretty good way to go about things, wouldn't it? That'd probably make a lot of sense. All right, let's do exactly that then, guys. Let's get this ready to rumble and jump into Sebastes versus Jumi to start off this day. Alrighty, let's get this one underway. As we see these two PvPers. Jumi dropping down here from the upper bracket, if I'm not mistaken. And Sebastes came in with a win over the over Cham, which was actually maybe a bit of a surprise to some. But we believed in Sebastes. We knew he's been playing well lately, so maybe not overly surprising. Still cool to see him. What's up, Cranky Ducklings? Thank you so much for the raid, and welcome everybody. You're just in time to join us for the very beginning of today's OSC Championship action. In the bottom right-hand side, we're going to start things off with our yellow Protoss player. This is going to be Sebastes. And in the top left-hand side, our red Protoss player is going to be Jumi. You know, I think Jumi said he wasn't ready, but they started and they were just yapping on. Bit of fun. Alright, all good. Let's get this one partying through. Let's see what's going to happen on the day, guys. Again, hello everybody. How are we all doing? How are we all feeling? So good to see you all. Thanks for joining us and thanks for being here. As we get the couple of simulators in the gateway coming through, and we get ourselves ready to go into some action. I just need to fix the health bars. Give me 1 second. Someday I'll just remember to fix the health bars after I make my YouTube thumbnail. I've got no idea what's happening in the in-game chat, so we'll just let them yap on. But yes, obviously some OSC Championship action today, and excited to be here and casting some games for you guys. Pretty chill day, 6 best of 5s, gonna be some fun matches. I think we're in for a good little time, and excited to see, like I say, how it all works out and how it all goes. This is going to be seeing the probe moving up in toward the main base, second gateway, and the cybercore building from both players just at the moment. So again, a lot of that underway. And we do have our couple of probies going to start nibbling up at each other for a few moments. Getting underway there just for now. So a little bit of damage being dealt to start things off. And obviously mostly players just scouting and getting information and gathering what is in general actually happening over the course of these early minutes of the game. So a lot of information gathering being done. You see those couple of probes just going to get moved around a little bit as well. And yeah, we continue through with exactly that for the next few moments as the Nexus will be wanting to come down, but we're playing some blockages here on both sides of the map, so neither player so far is allowed to really do too much in that regard just yet, but we do have units out, and they will start to pick their way through the pylon and so on. to actually force the cancels and then free the way to expand. And are we going to expand on the other side of the map from Jumi? We are going to indeed. So both players with an expansion early on in this one. And that's always going to make for some fun PvP, right? A little bit of expanding from both and all of that coming through. I'm into it, I'm into it. Excited to see what we continue with here then as next as the Twilight Council continue to come by, the probe just pulling back and returns some resources as well. And you see the pylon over the far left-hand side, so Jimmy may still put some aggression on the map. I mean, obviously you've expanded, but there is no doubt that this is currently intending to be somewhat aggressive based on the current sighting of things. We have our Twilight Council and Forge both coming up, but most importantly, like I say, what are we doing over here? Dark Shrine. That obviously is kind of what makes the most sense when you've got the Twilight Council coming up already. There's not really going to be anything else to proxy apart from a Dark Shrine or Gateway, perhaps. Maybe you wanted to go like heavier Gateway pressure. It's kind of early for that though, because if you imagine, you know, Jimmy would get Blink and then attack. I mean, Blink would only just be starting now, so a forward Gateway here early on would be, like I say, a little bit of a shocker, a little bit of a surprise. And hence, we're not going to go into that. And like I say, the Dark Shrine does make a lot more sense. Jimmy going to DT it up in the early stages of game number 1 here. A couple of Adepts, the Sentries, and the Stalkers all make their way down across the map. And as they move across over in this direction, we do just have the Robo Facility and so coming online from Sebastes. So he's going Blink, and he's going to be very safe by getting the Robo quickly. So he's not going to leave himself open to an attack here, basically. He's not going to be vulnerable. Again, blinking the +1 coming through. The couple of Adepts under fire straight away. It's going to be dealing some damage to them, as we do see a few probes beginning to go down right off the bat as well. So we get a little bit more done there. The Adepts will go shading, and 6 workers going down already. So pretty serious amount of workers to drop early on, as Sebastes is going to be losing a lot of workers off just this initial shove in. 2 Adepts, Stalker and Sender. I mean, we do get the recall off on a few units as well. Bring them back home. In the end, this Dark Shrine got all cancelled up, and Jimmy never committed through to it. So he's now just going into late Blink, but nice that he is able to get forward and actually get something out of this already. So he is able to kind of come through, put himself into kind of like an aggressive spot. It is scary that his opponent is going to have Blink and he is not. Like, that's definitely going to make these next few moments of the game a little bit terrifying and something that we've got to be kind of cautious of. You can see Sebastes already showing up over here and just going to get into position. The pylon already starting to take some damage and taking a few shots for the moment as we get a kill on that. Now we're looking for a cancel on the Nexus. Sentry and Stalker combining. Gonna get a new kill on the pylon that comes in there again. Gets another probe. We do have force fields to delay the push forward from your opponent if needed. Again, still no Blink here for the next few moments from Jumi. So, yeah, he's working on that. As just going to be seeing the Stalkers coming over. Going to be able to get ourselves 1 Stalker at the very least already. We're losing a couple probes overall, but I still feel like we're kind of okay here. As Jimmy is going to get chased down. I mean, he's getting blinked on, so maybe he actually just loses control of this game. Maybe Winter Madness ends kind of soon. He blinks a few Stalkers in from the high ground. That's definitely going to help you out. So a little bit of the Stalker Sentry coming back around. We throw a few more shots in for a little bit. Just going to see a couple more of those probes dropping as well. Bunch of workers down in the kill tab already here as well. It's going to be seeing a couple of probes moving back over. And again, +1 attack. Prism on the way. Couple extra gates and probes all continuing out as the Stalkers will come in and engage once again. 7 probes going down in recent history. There's a lot of damage being added up and a lot of damage that's coming through at the moment. So again, a lot of that being added on here over time as our Stalkers are going to regather, and we're going to reset and get settled into the next phase of this, which for the moment is going to be some Stalkers that are going to shoot down a hallucination. Knock away at that straight away. And a few more Stalkers going to warp in here as well, just bringing those up, and Seb just going to keep the pressure up. He's down an attack upgrade for another 45 seconds or so if he's chrono boosting, so he doesn't have the attack upgrade advantage, but he does have an army supply lead, 7 army supply, 29 to the 22. So he's got a little bit more, but he is worse, and the Stalkers getting underneath the Prism obviously means no more reinforcements, so that's just going to put an end to this pretty much. He did blink forward here to do that as Jumi, which means these Stalkers can't blink back as quickly, so you do lose a few just to the fact you can't blink back and your opponent will. But worth it to get rid of the Prism, because overall you're going to keep reinforcing this and your opponent just can't. And if that's the case, well, that's going to be kind of all you need to know about it as the Stalkers continue to retreat away. +2 attack, charge on the way over. You see the extra gateways, the probes, and the observer building up as well. A lot of these units are going to retreat back up the left-hand side. So the Stalkers of Seb returning back to the top left. Again, the Nexus, the Charge, and the Zealot production continue to come through as our Stalker Immortal army gathers up for a few moments. And it does look as though Jumi is going to be okay here. Like, he's still down on army supply, but at this point, I'm pretty confident he's just going to be alright, to be honest. Maybe that's some misplaced trust, but I don't really think so. I really do think he's going to be just fine here. Like, don't get me wrong, like, he's still behind an army supply, but ahead on the +2. Army kind of teching up as well now. Like, yes, his opponent's going to have an Immortal or so over him initially, but he's catching up on that too. So, just a lot of the things are evening out, and like I say, there is advantages from Jumi as well. Look at the worker count, those are dead even, so there's no advantage or disadvantage there right now, so that's a big deal too. Keeps you in a very comfortable spot. And let's just see everything else still gathering. Stalker, Immortal, Zealot. Just out the front there, the couple of probes over on the far right side starting to get to mining as well. It's just bringing all of that through too. And yeah, +2 attack, Immortal, the Zealots and the Nexus all coming online. Those pylons coming in as well. Just for the moment. A few more Zealots, +2 attack upgrade. Well, Stalker moves over to the left-hand side. Few more units warping in again. It's still just going to push up toward this third base. It's going to come straight over here. Just going to have ourselves on the right side. A couple of Zealots are going to get through. They're going to go straight after some probes. Stalkers and Mortals starting to fight. We are just going to continue to chase through this. Continue to hunt down a bunch of those units. We see the extra few units coming in as well. So again, getting a lot of that production straight underway here. Both workers go down, but Jumi's winning the army fight. He's going to keep on chasing again. That +2 putting in work, and his tech units putting in work as well. Continue to chase these Stalkers and believing that he has a chance to just get a little bit more done already. Just trying to get as much done as possible during that one. You're going to see those Stalkers retreating away over to that right side. The rest of the Stalker Immortal Force Archon as well continue to gather up too, and just getting set back into play. As we are going to continue to see these units continue to press on forward and put some further pressure in. Stalker's still taking some damage. The Stalker Immortal Archon continues to press up and into position. And Jumi continuing to advance his way towards the base of Sebastes. So Jumi pushing himself forward here on Winter Madness and starting to look more and more comfortable about the positioning of this here in this opening game. These Stalkers moving about. Just going to be seeing a couple of units going to start charging forward again. Going to be seeing the blink around, and there are a few more Zealots getting warped in as well, so bringing those straight through. Dark Shrine, Zealot, Stalker all producing here from Sebastes, so a lot of that on the way. Just going to be seeing this army though fighting right now. Jumi is dropping his supply, terrified for the prison, but we do not target it initially. We do still get it down before we lose, before we get the warp in. I mean, Jumi just has so much supply. Now he's going to start killing probes. He's going to take away the worker advantage of his opponent. And honestly, right now, that's kind of the only advantage of the opponent as well. So this is 100% taking a turn into a much better state of the game. As we just have a couple more Stalkers going down. This Nexus falling, and Jumi is looking good to clarify game number 1 as being his in this best of 5 PvP. Kind of felt wild as well, like you go for the Dark Shrine, you have to cancel it. Like the game plan definitely doesn't go the way you kind of set it to be in the first moments or when you first brought this out, right? So in that regard, yeah, a little bit crazy. 22 dead probes really is very sizable as the Nexus. Probes on the +3 coming up. Dark Shrine continuing to pump out some DTs now as Seb tries to get back in this game from a 30 supply deficit, but we do have an observer. Now, it's only one observer. We do have cannons in the bases. Well, we're going to start building some of them up. So we're on our way to basically rectifying the one thing that's really looking to maybe go wrong for you if you're not careful. So, yeah, it really is looking better and better here for Jumi, who is going to take away his opponent's ways back into the game and is going to keep pressing himself into advantages. The +3 attack upgrade, something Seb can't afford right now with the lacking economy. Obviously, losing your third base and all those probes along with it means you're really on the dribs and drabs of this army at this stage. Like, you're not going to have a lot of reinforcements compared to Jumi. And again, look at the army. Zealot Stalker versus Immortals and Archons and just all of those juicy tech units that do so much damage and provide so much value in every single engagement. Yeah, this is going to be a tough one to work out from. Robobay is on its way up from Jumi as well. Don't really think we need to add on disruptors, to be honest, but I mean, he just, you know, he can if he wants to. There ain't nothing stopping the guy, you know. He can do as he wishes. So yeah, he can do as he wishes. I mean, I just don't think it's necessary. I think at this point, Immortal Archon just gets the job done. I don't think disruptors give you anything. I mean, they're nice to get if you can get to them, and I suppose in this case you are just going to get to them, so then why not? So I suppose, you know, with that logic in mind, then yeah, sure, I guess we send it a little bit. Zeldstalker Archon coming through, a couple of those units getting pushed back. It's getting chased away. I'm just going to be seeing a couple of units pushing in. Guardian Shield popping up, 3 Stalkers coming over. The Zealot is going to get picked away. I'm just going to see a few more Zealots warping in underneath that prism. We keep on pressuring through. The couple of Zealots going to get grabbed, and we continue to shove on forward. Jumping onto this Nexus right here. So the Nexus is going to go down. I mean, again, this is just Jumi asking Seb to come and fight his army, and Seb's like, I don't want to. And Jumi's like, well, then you lose. But, I mean, you kind of have to. You don't want to, but you have to, right? You know, you can't just say, I don't want it, but it just doesn't work like that, unfortunately. GG's, and Jumi will take the opening game against Sebastes and puts himself into a 1-0 lead. Unfortunately, guys, for map number 2, we do not have the replay because Death Aura got bugged out. It's part of the OSC extended map pool, and so it got bugged out, and so before we realized this, I guess this match got played, and hence basically it doesn't create replay files. So even though the game gets played, it doesn't save a replay file for some reason. This happened in one of our previous series a couple weeks ago. I think it was Max Pack Solar? Who didn't? No, it wasn't Max Packs. Oh, it was Max Pack Solar, and it wasn't OSC, but it wasn't OSC Championship. It was OSC mid-season playoffs. Yes, so it was Max Pack Solar. We lost a map as well. So unfortunately, we do not have the map 2 replay. So Jumi wins map 2, and we will go into map 3 with Jumi at a 2-0 lead. Unfortunately, like I say, we can't really stop StarCraft 2 from breaking on us, guys. Like, there's no reason these maps should happen. Just give me 1 second, and I'll just explain this to the other casters in the lobby. Make sure they know what's up as well. Cool. Can I do a dramatic reenactment of the game? Absolutely. Oh my god, double gateway expands and Dark Templar killed everything. In fact, it was definitely a DT game because you didn't see it. That's how good the DTs were. That's how good the DTs were. The DT's so good the entire game was invisible. So yeah, there you go. Bam, Jumi 2-0, Sebastes in a whole lot of trouble as we get ready to jump into what will be map 3. Like I say, apologies for the slightly awkward way of things, but can't really do anything else to fix it or anything, guys, so it is what it is. They have since taken the map out of the map pool, but again, this bug was not realized until a little bit too late, so jump into this game number 3, sorry, as in the top right, looking to then stay alive in the bracket will be our yellow Protoss player, Sebastes. He's down 0-2. He's up against Jumi, our blue Protoss player in the bottom left, looking to make a run. Winner of this plays Nikaract or GG Machine, which is our next series up, so we'll learn a little bit more about who is playing who next round the lower bracket as the day moves along, and so that's very exciting as well. As we get ourselves into this game 3 of the series. So, a 2-0 lead for Jumi. Again, like I say, puts himself in a pretty good position. And we saw in that last game, just a very solid way of kind of getting set up and everything. Put himself in a good army. Sebastes just going to say, damn, I'm 0-2 down, and I'm just going to throw down the gateways. So we are going to see multiple gates coming down. You use this worker pathway to get in. And if you don't check this as Jumi, if you don't check it as Jumi, then uh-oh. You know, you're in trouble. So this is absolutely terrifying because if you, like I say, you're just a no scout away from just dying in this game. What I like is that this probe shows up as well, because this makes this probe look like it shows up at a fairly normal time. It just came in from the back path. So, yeah, now we're going to realize we're in some trouble, perhaps, because this probe sees nothing on the other side. The probe comes down to try and figure out what we're dealing with, and the 3 gateways are going to be sighted. And Sebastes putting his tournament life on the line with triple gateways of Zealots. Chrono boosting out as we speak, and away we go. A couple probes nibbling up at the other probe here in return. And the Cyber Cores coming through, bringing all of that up and online as we go. So Cybercore coming through, the couple of Zealots will be building. The extra gateway going to come up as well. We do just see the couple of Adepts in the battery coming in. As yeah, the Zealots are going to shoot. A couple of probes will go down. 3, 4 workers going down pretty quickly, so it's going to be seeing a bunch of damage being dealt. 6 workers going down. Now the Zealots going to go onto that pylon again. That's going to depower the gateways. I mean, that's pretty damning. These 3 Zealots are going to kill so many workers, plus the fact that you've depowered the gates. So close to getting the Adepts out. I guess if we repower these, the Adepts pop out, and then this does become interesting still. Jimmy's going to be working off of a terrible economy, but playable, I suppose. And a couple of Zealots are going to try, and I mean, at this point we can put the Zealots back onto the pylon, and obviously we will deny any more Adepts coming out. There's going to be 2 Adepts only for the moment. That's still pretty good against the Zealots. We're now starting to build a Stalker. One more probe that gets found. The Adepts threaten a shade, but will not actually get anywhere. I mean, realistically, if you need to, as Seb, you could just full wall against the Adepts, maybe. So if they did come across the map, you have an option there. The Stalker just trying to put some pressure on. We only had 1 Stalker, and we're supply blocked right now, so Stalker number 3 is blocked from producing due to the supply block currently. That ain't pretty, as a couple of Adepts keep putting the damage onto the Zealot. We come back around this side. Another Stalker popping out. And Adepts still firing. A couple of Stalkers coming through, still putting some pressure on here. Just for a moment or so, the Stalker going to keep on chrono boosting, and it's going to be seeing the Adept coming about here as well for a couple of moments. Just going to get rid of the pylon or so there. Just going to get a little knock on that, and where do we go next? These few Stalkers still gathering together. A couple of Zealots going to come through after that pylon early as well, so just trying to find a little more right now. We'll knock this down. Again, these gates staying unpowered. At this point, we've just got so many Stalkers. It's kind of difficult to imagine that this is not going favorably at this point for the Sebastes, who just seems to have so much in comparison to the opponent, and GG gets called. Well, Jumi. I'm not sure what the I'm not sure what this is here, but they say it back to each other. No idea on that one, but there you go. GG's, and that will wrap us up on a game number 3. So again, it goes 2-1 now in favor of it goes 2-1 now in favor of Jumi. Yes. Trying to get this right in my own head. It's so weird how much your brain just like pre-formulates the situation based on like your expectation, right? Like my expectation is that we obviously have like, you know, a set amount of games, and like if we haven't casted a game, like it's so hard to make my brain accept that actually it has happened. So yeah. Fun one. Alright, we'll kick off on this next one. Just a couple of moments, guys. Get this on the way through. And bring us into our game number 4. So this is now 2-1. Still in favor of Jumi. We're just waiting on some ads, actually. So we'll just give it 1 second. And we'll kick this into play. Thank you for your patience, my friends. Appreciate y'all. Hope we're all having a good time and a good day so far. Good to see you guys. Games got so hate they start to insult each other. I think they're good friends. I imagine there's just like... I actually think it's just a profanity filter. Probably on something weird, and so they're just saying something back to each other, and it's just blocked on our side, so... Yeah. Yeah. Alright, we are just taking a moment then, and we'll get into Ruby Rock. Like I said, just giving the ads a few moments to play out. Is Phoenix vs. Phoenix in the current meta? I mean... You know it never really leaves. I mean, Yes, if you play Stargate versus Stargate, it's just Stargate openings. Stargate openings are not as common anymore because there's just more variety in the matchup, and you can kind of get away with a lot more things. So you just see the Phoenix versus Phoenix less. But it's always going to be a thing, because anytime you go Stargate versus Stargate, which is not an impossibility, anytime that happens, it's going to be the go-to kind of style. Now, what's very interesting about Stargate vs. Stargate is that it happens the most when both players want to expand, but what also happens is that both players... yeah, it's kind of weird, but what also happens is that happens the most is, like, a lot of the time when both players are, like, Stargate early players, they know that about each other, and so then they play into that with each other, so you actually see it maybe less than you should do overall. Jimmy, please, let's not do the sponsorships while we're playing the game. Yay. But yeah, it's interesting because, like I say, you definitely see it less than we used to, but yeah, I swear you are a random word generator. It has been a bit of a random day in terms of what the guys are saying to each other, I'm not gonna lie. Like I say, good friends, yapping on early, having some fun. How you guys all doing in the chat? How's everyone feeling? I see that gateway, Cybercore coming through for a couple moments. The probe on the way up, pylons on the way through. A lot of this into play just for now. That gateway going to pop out as well, just for the moment. You're good? How's my morning? My morning's good. Yeah, just enjoying chilling with some games. Players being BM in a match. Like I said, I don't think they're being BM, they're just having some fun with each other. Just having some fun with each other. They're good friends. There's a proxy here from Jumi. He's going to throw that down on the bottom side of the map. It's going to be a Stargate, so we get that straight underway. Next is coming up from both players, but it is going to be faster from Seb as Jumi is going to have the hallucination entering his base, so we're going to realize here from Sebastes that there's something kind of missing. If you get the full scout off, you should be able to piece together that there's no tech here when maybe there should be, or at least there should be something to kind of show you where the gas is going. Obviously the gas is just not anywhere right now, so figuring that out is a couple of adepts. It's going to hit the pylon, get some damage done, and trying to break their way through here. Again, this Oracle going to pop out in the next couple of moments as well. So it's going to bring that up, get that into play. Set this into action as we just have the little bit of a move forward. Just going to see that Oracle coming straight across and moving into this main base. So coming straight over here. In position. Adepts going to get through the front, but the two Sword and the two Sunnies to fight the Oracle. Now it's a really good force field to block these Adepts in as well, so they're not going to be able to get out of here. So you are going to end up in a little bit of a tricksy spot, actually, and just going to leave you without a real option at this point, as it's going to keep you in a little bit of a weird place, as Jimmy gets a couple workers, but considering he's expanding later, this is not quite the damage I think he was really looking for. A couple more force fields as I pick those Adepts off. They both do go down. One Oracle already dead, and the second one now trying to poke in. I think it's fair to say that this was a disaster from a bit of a disaster from Jimmy, who announces his Dark Shrine coming down. Oh, it is Dark Shrine, so after not so hot of an opening, he's going to go into very delayed blink to his opponent, but will have the Dark Templars coming up at the moment, and we'll have those DTs making their way straight through. As right now, there's no detection in play from his opponent, so right now DTs are actually a great call. We'll see if they end up delivering on that. As Seb is that, I mean, this Dark Shrine's very close, and there's just no Robo yet, right? So even if you start building a Robo now, it's already late, so we are in trouble. These DTs are very likely to do damage. And Seb wants to go across the map. He's going to build the Robo now. So what? You've got this Dark Shrine, 13 seconds from finishing. Robo Facility going to be 40 seconds from finishing. So you've got half a minute plus the Observer build time. But the Robo is in a very exposed position. Like, that's where the DTs are just going to run straight to. Yeah, 2 DTs warp in. They're going to be a slow warp in, but they're pretty close. And like I say, if you just run straight at this Robo Facility, I think there's a very good chance you just kill it off. There's a very good chance to just kill it off because the battery's not going to be ready either. DTs, they could go after the pylon as well. The pylon depowers it first, and then they just go. Oh, I don't even think that matters. I honestly just think we swing out the Robo. I think that's also just absolutely fine. And we're going to start chrono boosting, but there's just no way anything comes out. At the same time, Jumi is dying across the map, but he will have the DTs to play defense. So yes, sorry, I didn't show this, but I actually think this is more important. The Robo dying is much more important, as we're going to try and build another Robo in the main and full wall off. I mean, that is likely to actually maybe get us where we need to be. Stays more to buy some time. The defense from Jumi is coming along back on the other side of the map. Army supply is similar. He's down 20 workers, though, so he still needs more damage. Robo is going to be up soon, but we have got DTs. They got into the main, so we're going to try and go for a force field as the sentry warps in. 2 more swipes. No, he does. No. He didn't see where the... I guess he thought the DTs were here, but the DTs were here. And, That's going to do it as GG gets called and Sebastes is going to tap out. Oh! I mean, I don't think it makes much difference. Honestly, like, even if you force field the right side, I think the Robo is going to go down anyway because you don't have another... I mean, maybe you keep it alive. I mean, I guess you keep it alive. I mean, the problem is it's not like you have any pressure across the map anymore, but you are up like 17 workers, so I guess you're still in the, you still have that kind of position. Alright, well, that was just a wild and wacky PvP to start the day, I'm not going to lie. That was definitely on the adventurous side of life through the game chat and also just how the games went, so some fun stuff there. We're going to go TVZ next. It's more lower bracket action as we head into Nikaract versus GG Machine. So, Nikaract versus GG Machine coming up next. We'll get this going in a couple of moments, and yeah, so the winner of this will play Jumi, but that will not be today, but just letting you guys know that that is already kind of where things are at, and what these guys are playing for is that chance to play lower bracket round 3 against Jumi, and then the winner of that plays the loser of Creator and Shin, which obviously is our last series today, so eventually we'll actually have a really good idea of what this lower bracket is looking like by the end of the day, in terms of where everyone's at and where everything is going and so on, so that's actually kind of cool, being able to kind of see so much of what's going to be playing out, so I like that a lot. I like that a lot. Alright, yeah, we'll get into Nikaract versus GG Machine, but we'll just take a moment or two, guys. Take a couple seconds and we'll kick this off into action. About 30 seconds or so. Well, about a minute maybe in series. Take some time, we can go. What's up, Mag Hello? How you doing? Hello. Good to see you guys again. Thank you for being here today and joining us for some StarCraft 2. Decided to bring you guys some games and work through all of this. Should be a good one. And as we continue through, again, just getting set up for Tourmaline here in a couple of moments, with GG Machine and Nikaract being our opening players of this next matchup. So, yeah, we'll get that on the way momentarily. It's ready to start. Very soon. When I say very soon, I think about now is okay. Perfect. Let's do this then, guys. Just gonna keep it rolling here. Watching the OSC Championship brought to you by Louder Legends, and actually a bunch of support going into this season of the OSC Championship as well. You can find out more via !OSC in the chat as well, guys, so you can check that out. And appreciate you guys big time as we jump into this next game on Tourmaline. In the bottom left-hand side, our Red Terran player to kick off this next best of 5. We're going to start with the Red Terran Nikaract in the bottom left corner. And in the top right, we're going to have ourselves the Blue Zerg player. This is going to be GG Machine. And he has been kind of on a bit of a roll lately, to be honest. It's been actually very fun to watch him playing. Been enjoying kind of keeping track of his games and seeing how it all works out and stuff for him. So, yeah, it's actually been fun to see GG Machine. Excited to see what he does in the ZVT today. He was a fun one to watch in the qualifying process for this, in the Challenger bracket. So, yeah, very excited to see how GG Machine sets up and goes against Nikaract, who I think is a difficult opponent, but maybe someone you can challenge as GG Machine. Maybe someone you can kind of push a little bit. Take a map, like, I definitely favor Nikaract in this series, but maybe I favor Nikaract, but then, yeah, I favor him, but then I think we get a map at least as GG Machine. I think that's a fair guesstimate of how we go about this. See how it plays out, though. It's the best part. We actually get to watch the game instead of me just guessing. What's up, Phila J? Thank you so much for the 2 month resub on the Prime. Go Nikaract. Hell yes. Love to see you guys having the support. Appreciate it. Thank you so much. As we get ourselves the command center building into the orbital command, Reaper is already on its way out, so getting settled for the first few moments. Again, hatch gas pool coming up, the drone's on the way, orbital and the Reaper coming by, command center coming online as well, just bringing that straight through. As a couple of SCVs will come about, just going to see this Overlord moving over for a couple moments as well, so just stepping over here, getting this on the go, seeing where things head early on. Yes, we'll follow the SCV Scout, which will just come to the front. We'll patrol or watch for maybe like a drone leaving, and if it does leave, it may try and go and block the... it may go try and block whichever base you want to take then as the Zerg player early. And if the drone doesn't move soon, then you're just not going to get third base down quickly because the Reaper's going to be here. So then you're kind of committing to 2 bases, but there's not more gas mining, so it's not a fast lair or anything. So I'm not actually 100% sure what our plan is at this point then from GG Machine. Okay, he just sends a drone out now, but the SCV's there, and now this drone is going to get killed, actually. So Nikaract is going to find himself the initial denial on a drone. The drone now going to the left side, going to take that base instead. And that's obviously the base you want them to take as the Terran. I imagine because we're going to go here for our own third base. We could go here, that's kind of the common location perhaps. But then if you go here, you can then push from third to third very easily across a single low ground pathway. So it's a pretty good pushing direction. So yeah, it's interesting because I actually think this base is more commonly taken. But then I do think, like I say, in this game you probably want to expand toward your opponent. So keeping that in mind as a unlikely possibility. Ling speed still building up. We got a couple drones, the Queen and the Lings all building through still. The Reaper and a couple of Hellions will begin to move out also, heading across to the top side of the map. Reaper and 2 Hellions gather up, a couple Queens going to be there, Banshee Hellion, Marine and the Cloaking continue to come by. Already seen a little grenade going down, Creep going to get busted through. And here we just have the Lings and the Queens and the Overlords all building by for a moment or so here. And a lot of that's set into play. There's going to be a bit of that Banshee play coming up as well. Stimpack and the Cloaking coming through 2, Reaper and the Hellions gathering together. Just going to push forward for a little bit. Again, the Queens are going to be right there. Just going to be having the couple of Queens going to be there to, again, fight against these Hellions a little. A couple of Hellions start to go down. Drones start to get dropped. Zerglings jumping onto said Hellions, and the drones trying to be there to help us along the way as well at this point in time. 5 workers currently going down. So 5 workers dropping, a couple of Hellions coming back over. And again, Lair, Bane's Nest. All of that coming through for a couple of moments as well. Banshee and the Marine coming about. Cloak and the Stim coming by. 3 Spore Crawlers still coming online. We do have the lair building. Drone's going to transfer over from the third base toward the natural, but they're lining up for these Hellions, which will help to get a couple of additional kills and speed things along here. So, going through for a bit more damage. 9 workers going down. It's pretty serious damage overall here from Nikaract, who already had like I say, a pretty decent start to this game already before this as well. So those things definitely getting pretty nicely set. Let's just have Banshee gonna rack away at the hatchery, doing some damage right off the bat, finding some damage. And the two together will now try and get a cancel on this fourth base to just keep you in an even better position here overall. So really trying to keep things going as well as possible right now. And yeah, continue to push this damage out for a little bit as the Queens show up. One Banshee will go down. So we're going to see one Banshee falling. The second Banshee still going to try and make a play to get rid of this hatchery. Obviously, it's still generating HP as it builds, though. So you are getting health back onto it. The Overseer is here. The Banshee tries to kite away from the Queens. Eventually, the Overseer gets there for detection. And the Banshee does have to back away. I mean, it's super low. We do end up losing the Banshee, actually. So that's kind of costly. Yeah, we end up losing the Banshee, but I feel like we kind of made our point. Like, this hatch was low. I guess we could transfuse it back up. You kind of need to do that, right? Expend some of that Queen energy. Otherwise, you just don't have the health to sustain against any sort of Terran unit showing up and just tapping it. You know, right now a Terran can send a couple Marines and it would have fallen over, so better to just get that healed up, get that back on track, even if it's going to take away some of your Queen energy at this early point of the setup. Medevac coming over. Quick chip is spreading through, and his Marines still stemming forward, going after the rest of this group spread. Just having the Link Queen together, gathering back up. Going to see the Marines pulling back over in this direction for a few moments then. Infestation Pit, Bane Speed, melee upgrades, all that goodness on the way through just for now. So again, we bring a lot of that into play as the Marine Tank Army continues to head toward the upper right-hand side. And again, these Marines getting ready to go to battle. Things are going to turn back the other direction. And yeah, melee upgrades, Bane Speed, melee, Blings, drones all coming through. The Marines are going to stim up and get toward these Queens. The Banes trying to get forward as well. A couple of those get knocked down early. Well, we bring more than just a couple of Marines. This hatchery goes down no matter what because we just don't have enough to defend it. In the middle of the map, that hatchery could be a target next. We're not easily going to get there as Nikaract. I spent so much time talking about Nikaract's third base. He's never going to build one in this game, so he's going to be 2 base in this and just shoving. That's why he has so much stuff right now with the 1-1 to 0-0 as well. This is well timed out to be very, very powerful. And that is exactly what we're seeing right now. Is a bit of Bling Bane. Going to try and move through. 8 drones already going down. Get a few of those Marines caught in a fungal growth, but that's not enough to stop this. And we just need to kind of work our way around the corner. It's weird because I actually feel as though the reinforcements right now would be better coming from, this left-hand side. But obviously the main army's over on the right, so things need to kind of collect together. We're actually going to bring a few units in from the left, so it's just Terran on every single direction you look at. There's nowhere that's safe. The Banes are mostly moving from left to right. The Marines coming in from left to right will also see success because the Banes aren't over there. Some of the Banes started to go in that direction, but then there's Marines over here too. We didn't even siege this tank because honestly we just did not need to, and Nikaract is going to come pounding through base after base of GG Machine. The Baneling Nest is next on the target list, and it is going to be GG to give Nikaract the opening game. Nikaract representing Ladder Legends, who of course powering this championship bracket and the OSC this season. So thank you so much, Ladder Legends. We'll hear more from them in a little while. Just thought it was worth mentioning as that guy takes a map to open up this series. And we will momentarily head into our game 2 between Nikaract and GG Machine. So let's get this hosted up and ready to go. Ba-da-bum, ba-ba-bum. I hope everyone is doing great today. Thanks so much for joining us early. Obviously just getting going with these games, so we've got lots to go. We've got this series, then 4 more best of 5s afterwards. There's a couple PvPs after this, but the end of the day is definitely worth sticking around for because we've got some really fun matches in those later ones. I think Creator Shin is actually a really good series. I think that's really kind of out there in terms of how things can go. And then I also think the Creator Shin is a lot of fun. I also think Q and Geralt could be interesting too. I think Q is a favorite there, but maybe Geralt can come up with something fun. I actually think Lemon Trigger is actually a very interesting match too. Mana Rebellion, I think it's maybe a bit one-sided, but I think Lemon Trigger could also be awesome. I'm on a bit of a Trigger hype train, as he's a WardiTV Monday champion now. You know, it doesn't take much to win my heart, but that's all it takes, as in the top left side. We do have the red Terran player. This is going to be Nikaract. And he is up against the blue Zerg in the bottom right corner of Ruby Rock. This is GG Machine. Game 2 of our BO5. And following an Overlord across early because no one's doing anything too crazy to begin with, so everything looking pretty normal. Well, at least the first few moments here. Catch Castle Pool, whole building. Like I say, everything looking very normal for the first few moments. No one going to do anything super crazy just yet. Maxing the SCV. Finishing up, we'll get an idea of where Nikaract wants to take this in the next few moments as well. Let's just get that set up also. Get that all underway. And get this set into play. We'll replace the Overlord follow with the SCV follow. Still no Reaper out just yet, but that will be following the SCV. As once again, maybe this SCV tries to block a base and make things difficult for GG Machine early on. Definitely a possibility as set up over here. Yeah, just STV poking down toward the front. Drone coming out the front as well. A couple of queens and lings all in the way. The Reaper is going to begin to move across the map. So away we go. And in position and figuring out what we want to do next. Ling's gonna step through. Reaper gonna be potentially taking some damage. We step away. Again, Ling's be coming up. Queens and the drones coming through as well. The Zerglings keep taking some damage. The Queen is gonna be there. Command Center Factory and the Reactor all building as well. Reaper just gonna shoot, and the few Zerglings take some damage again, getting pushed back. Queen is going to be there to hit the Reaper in return as well. So again, we push that back the other direction. A hatchery down onto the third base. And that Reaper just moving through already. Just trying to get in for as much damage as plausible early. Already you see triple command center this game from Nikaract. So already turning away heavily from what we did in the previous one with that 2 base commitment. So stepping away from that, like I say, very early on. Moving into something a little different this time. Starport, Tech Lab, and the refinery all coming online. The command center built into that third, like I said. A couple more Hellions coming through too. Zergling's going to take a chance to come running across. The little grenade is going to bop the Lings up in the sky for a second. Then we just see the rest of this army being chased. The Ling's going to get there. Reaper goes down. The Hellions are going to come through the front as well. Right down to the bottom. Queensling's Overlords building. And the Orbital Command setting up over here. A couple of these Hellions coming on through. And we just see the Hellions right now making their way down toward a third base. Gonna get Creep Team straight away, which is nice, and there's not much defense for this third. The extra Evo Chamber there is not going to come in time either, so we got a couple of drones. Nikaract are going to end up pulling away. But should already be fairly content with how that started out, as now these Hellions come back around into the center. Banshee Marine, Cloaking and Stim, all of that continues through. Just got the Queens there. Going to be able to keep the Hellions away once more. So again, we keep that back, push that away. We've seen the Baneling Nest coming through. The lair halfway done. Drones in the Overlord building as we speak. So again, a lot of that coming through just for the moment. Hellions trying to fight, and we do see the Evolution Chamber already taking damage there. The Cloaking stepping around. Again, the Bane Nest, Evo Chambers all coming through. The couple of barracks and the engineering bays building as we go. And yeah, the couple of Lings going to transfer from the third to the other bases at this point as well. Well, scan comes down. Hellions will take some more damage. Gonna try and dive through there. One drone goes down immediately. And those evolution chambers just finishing up. The extractor's already coming online. 1-1 upgrades and stim pack building into play. Marines and the barracks coming through. The SCVs as well. Creep tumors are plenty on the map. A bunch of creep all over the place right now. Is 7 extra drones coming through too. And she is going to get a drone. That queen just pulling away. These queens on the other side showing up. We nearly get a queen, but OSC is here, so we can't really stick around any longer. It's time to make haste and disappear. And that's what we'll start to do. It's just going to be seeing a couple banshees poking once more. And again, we'll get a bit more creep just towards the tail end of this banshee harassment. So a little bit more creep spread going down, a little bit more clearance being made. And you see 1-1 upgrades, combat shield, the medevacs all coming by as well. Infestation pit dropping to the main base, and again, it's these Hellions going to come swinging back over through the bottom and just going to threaten once again to kind of push on through here. A few drones going down. We get a few of the Hellions, and obviously the Banshees are back in the main base as well. If you're watching the mini-map, that's where that initial damage came from. Hellions get cleaned up. Banshees are still good. They're going to go hide in the corner even, so they're just going to sit over there and just wait for yet another opportunity to show themselves and to bring themselves into play, into action, and into a very fun position here at this point of the game. So this couple of Banshees going to go chilling out for a couple of moments. We do see the upgrades continue through. 1-1 and combat shield done very shortly. It's melee upgrades on the way from GG Machine, but man, Nikaract is just continuing with the pressure right now. Showing up again and again and again and again. Looking to try and get as much done as possible in these upcoming moments. Tank gets rid of the droney. Marines are going to stim down. Just going to see a couple creep tumors, and that Overlord is going to be exposed as well, so it's going to go down immediately. Marines continue to step across and just going to be heading straight down the right side. Hatchery in some trouble. The Lings and the drones maybe in trouble as well if we're not careful. A lot more being done there then, as we do see this 12 worker kill count rising. A few slow Banes are going to start to approach at the front, and they're going to run in, forcing the lift off of these Marines. Again, 14 workers being killed, Marines and a tank still coming through. A lot of that still coming up and online as we go. Things really do start to look pretty cozy here, as Nikaract does so much damage early and is just pushing himself into a better and better and better phase of this game at this current point in time. A lot of Marines down the bottom side as well, so they're just going to set up. That's going to go that hatchery, so that's going to get cleaned out also here. And again, we just see the Marines pushing through, getting a couple more kills as we go. So the Marines still gathering up. The rest of these Lings and Banes moving around also. Again, trying to see just where else things are happening at. Marines going to get back onto this hatchery. Another 10 drones have gone down. This hatchery full. This hatchery over here is being harassed. So again, we just have disastrous scenarios continuing to kind of play through, in all honesty. Like, this does not look fun in the grand scheme of things right now. And Bane gathers back together, and we do see again 2 upgrades on the way through. The Ultra Cavern coming up. A lot of that is continuing by into play for the moment. And again, you got the Marines and the Medevacs up to the top. They're going to go pulling out of there for a couple seconds. They're going to try and retreat away. It's going to be seeing the 2 upgrades from both players continuing through. At this stage, Nikaract just needs to continue pushing. He does not need to do anything special even at this point, as boring as that is to kind of say. He just needs to keep the pressure moving out, and he really is going to be looking good in this game. And then a 2-0 lead in this best-of-5 elimination series, so going to be able to start feeling really good about that as well. Marines, tanks, all gathering. We just see the Ultras coming up, the 2-2 melee upgrades, the Titan Plane coming through. Marines and the tanks will continue to push forward. Hatchery in some trouble. The Zerglings on the top side are going to be able to run straight in over here, and they're just going to run straight forward and able to get after these depots. Two upgrades are going to be coming about. Just going to be seeing the supply of Nikaract staying strong. I mean, Ultras are going to pop, but we have so much supply here. I don't think Ultras will make quite the difference. In a closer game, maybe some ultras popping could change things. We force a lift up, to be fair, on this army, which is one thing, but then we drop in the main base. I was going to say GG, as in this series he's been made to be a GG machine, being made to say it twice in 2 games. Not ideal. I guess usually he's meant to be the GG machine putting them out on the map from the other guys, but today it's backfiring and going the other way, as Nikaract has looked very solid in these first 2 games so far. Like, just really straight up, very good stuff. Not really a lot to kind of pick at here. Going to be going into game 3, which will be Old Republic in a moment or two, but it's been Nikaract here, there, and everywhere so far, so it really has been solid affairs from him up until this point right now. So, next map coming through in a couple moments. Boom, 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 boom. How long do we need? 30 seconds or so. Kick this off, guys. Game number 3. Nikaract in a 2-0 lead. Looking very solid, like I said, just able to start getting harassing damage done early. And then just obviously from harassing damage done early, the next drop starts to put work in. That allows the next opening. That allows a base to go down. That allows just more and more opportunity to just keep flooding through. And that really is the issue for GG Machine. It's just kind of controlling the early stages of this game and not letting it get away from you. So far, it's absolutely rocketing away from you at every possible opportunity. So we need to try and figure that out and fix that, really, because right now this early game is not really doing what you need it to. Let's jump in game as we have game 3. In the bottom left-hand side, absolutely looking like the favorite right here. In the red, our Terran is going to be Nikaract. Will he take the 3-0 sweep and eliminate his opponent GG Machine from the series, or will GG Machine bring one back and put up a bit of a fight? I said, like, you know, I think Nikaract's my favorite, but I actually thought there'd be a map win on the side of GG Machine, and right now it does not look like that'll be the case. Straight up and honestly, like, it does not look like that kind of a game at the moment. So it's definitely a definitely not pretty. See if we can recover. It's been fun watching GG Machine. If this does turn out being his last game of the event, it's been genuinely fun watching him. Watching him in the Challenger bracket was a ton of fun at the start of this month, so he's been a really fun player to follow along. But as you guys will see in general over the next few days, this tournament is only going to get tougher. Every round we move through this lower bracket, you have better and better players who are being dropped down from the higher rounds of the upper bracket, and yeah, it's going to get tougher and tougher. And so some of our some of the cool players we followed from the Challenger brackets are going to start getting some of the guys that were just top of the OSC rankings this year. Bring the orbital coming through. We'll be seeing a hatch gas pool on the way. Little drones on the way about. Yeah, orbital settling down. Command center building. Bring this into play for the moment. SCV and go into the upper right hand side, so it's going to move straight in over here. It's just going to get in position right away. Does make a nibble at the SCV, so a little bit of damage immediately, and just go back and forth with each other for a few moments. There's the extractor coming down, again a couple queens in that link speed all building through. Factory, reactor, command center, building into place for the moment. The drone will keep nibbling. Put that hatchery into play. I'm just going to try and come down the low ground here. So again, we are having this denial on the third base at first, just to try and be as annoying as possible. Now the Reaper knows where to go to, and the drone is going to get jumped on by said Reaper. I mean, now at least we get the hatchery down on the top side, so we get it into play, and that is going to give GG Machine the economy setup he was trying to establish here over the last few moments. Well, the Hellions on the way. With how it's been going so far, GG Machine needs to be very ready to make sure these Hellions do not get too much done as the Reaper hops into the main base. Hellions come across. Reaper is just going to get chased away. We have a fourth hatchery coming down as well, so double expanding very quickly to 4 bases here. Don't really need to go to 4 bases this fast, but GG Machine's just going to send it. Again, this big map in Old Republic. He wants to get set to play. Now, it is going to be a triple command center already from Nikaract. I think that's worth pointing out because we have seen him playing the 2 base already in that game number 1, so just knowing already that he's kind of looking towards a little bit more of a macro base setup this time from the very start. Should be some good info for us here as we watch through the rest of this. The orbital still coming by. Again, a couple of Marines, the SCVs and still coming through as well. We are going to see the Hellions and the Reaper in the middle of the map. Going to be moving across as well. It's just for the moment coming over there. Queen in position, trying to hold this out. And yeah, Stimpack coming through also for the moment. Hellions back around at the top, and it's going to be Stimpack, Starport building through for the moment here. The few Marines coming up as well, so bring a lot of this into play right now. A lot of settling down. Hellion back to the middle of the map here. The hatchery setting up as well. Stimpack, Marines, Medivacs continue to build out for the moment as well. We're going to have Stim in a moment or so, and the first Medivac's popping. There's 2-on-1 follow-up to the triple CC. One of those builds which allows you to kind of get on the map and do some damage. Obviously, this is not as fast as a typical 2-on-1 because the triple command center is here, but it is going to allow us to kind of still get on the map with the Medivacs and Marines. It's basically just a double Medivac Marine drop. But yeah, it comes off the 2 barracks setup initially, then you'll go 3, 4, and 5 barracks after this to set up onto the 3 base economy, and then beyond that you choose 4th base and 8 racks. Now, this is kind of the way that this will go, is we just have the Bane Nest coming up. No, you know what? Eventually the upgrades will be in the lead here from GG Machine, but for now at least, it's going to be equal 0-0 upgrades each. Just Marines to fight this, or just Lings to fight these Marines, and the Hellions are going to be there as well to help against these things, but this is not going as well as I thought. But Nikaract is going to have a little bit of a better trade there right off the bat. Lots of Lings coming through on a good drone count from GG Machine as well. Feels like he's reading this well. And defending with just Ling Queen means that he's really just being able to prep at the right drone count, make sure he's got the right amount of stuff here where available so far. That is going to be very solid, as that is going to be a complete cleanup on this army. 1 Medivac gets away, but only the 1 Medivac is, yeah, disaster for Nikaract. Continue to try and stick around there and just not finding a whole lot of value out the back of that at all. Kind of a weird little situation that plays out overall. As you see again, there's melee upgrades coming through and the Bane's morphing. But a good position from GG Machine here in this game. He shuts down Nikaract's initial attack. He's well on his way to all of the tech that should help him through to a very comfortable state of this game on the next part of this. And those aspects already are going to be very, very positive here as the Ling Bane gathers in the center, joining up for the moment just for now. Alright, that Ling Bane coming through. Medivacs and the Marines are going to come across. We are going to be seeing the rest of this continuing. And again, 2-2 upgrades. This is the 1-1 upgrades currently. React isn't still coming by. That command center is still coming up. We actually get a little catch over here. Force the Marines back into the Medivacs, and GG Machine just shoves this away. Makes a push on that. Chase this out of there for the moment. We'll take that opportunity to work through a set of rocks, so just going to come, open up the map more, gives you more of a chance to kind of move around everywhere and give you more access pathways and so on. The Hydra's coming up as well, we're just playing this Ling Bane Hydra style. And generally, at this point, with such good creep control, you probably have a chance to kind of start being aggressive with the Lingbane Hydra as well, I would imagine, these next few moments. So I gotta think that that's kind of on the board here as a possibility in terms of how things might play out in the near future. Medevac's joined together. Again, the Hydras, the Lings all coming through. 2-2 melee upgrade is going to be a part of this for now. The Lings continue to gather about right there, and again, think where they want to go to overall as the Marines step up. The Lingbane's going to chase over for a few moments as well. And the Medevacs once more just get forced to live. There's just nothing going on right here that really is benefiting Nikaract at all. Like, he is not winning a single drop position. Now we're going to see Banes actually start rolling into some of these Marines already, so GG Machine says, I've got you lifted in the sky on a bunch of your units. He's just going to run up this ramp, and I mean, the defense is already kind of broken down. The few Marines showing up on the right side are heavily overstimmed right from the very get-go, so that's not ideal. A lot of Ling Hydra continue to come through, and yeah, like I say, these Marines are already low HP. They're just going to absolutely melt away. What we've got, a couple of Widow Mines about to build up from the main base. That's not going to be a defense. And Nikaract says GG. As GG Machine gets himself one of those machinery GGs out of his opponent. And, yeah, wow. This is a series which is kind of fascinating, right? Because it's really just a tale of one way or the other. Like, there's not really much in between right now. It's like either one guy absolutely wrecks the other guy. Well, it's basically that. It goes one way or the other. It's just a tale of reckoning. There's not much kind of back and forth, to be honest. As this game was just very, very... just very dominant from GG Machine. Good first defense. Maybe an overcommitment from Nikaract and sticking around a bit too long, allowing GG Machine to get even more value out from that than was maybe initially expected. So, yeah. Hey, what's up, Ruger? Thank you so much for the 20-month resub on the Prime. Appreciate you. Thank you for priming us up. Thank you for supporting today. Thank you very much indeed. If you are enjoying the stream, guys, and sitting on a Prime sub, do consider dropping it. It helps me to keep on doing the StarCraft casting and the daily action. So I appreciate you guys. All right, let's get this ready to go. Game number 4. Do I mainly stream in the daytime? Is it not better to stream when people finish work and Americans are awake? I typically stream at this time because this is the time when most tournaments happen, because this is the time which is the crossover for Koreans and Europeans to play each other, basically, because it's later, it's evening time for Koreans and it's daytime for Europeans. So it's a good crossover time for us to have the tournaments. So my schedule is mostly based on that, but honestly, a lot of people watch at work, and a lot of Americans watch at work as they wake up and stuff as well. So actually, this time zone right now is actually a pretty solid time zone. I don't really disagree. I think later, like, my EU evening time is also pretty decent as well for streaming in, but usually the tournaments aren't as good then. Or if you do tournaments, then it usually is limited more to like European players and stuff like that, you know. So yeah. Hey, what's up, Black Bear? Thank you so much for the 3-month resub. Appreciate you. Born chat, I'm one of those Americans. Yeah, it is interesting. Obviously, like, I've just naturally adopted to streaming at this time, but it is mostly just based around the well, actually, to be fair, sometimes I stream in the evening and I'm always surprised how much love we get in the evenings, but I think that's a good stream time too, is the reality of it. It's just, like I say, there's not as many tournaments going on there, so... That's me, morning routine, pre-work start, and I watch both when I work from home and go to the office. Yeah. No, that's, I think the real power is that a lot of people watch while they work, actually. I think that's the real power of this overall, you know? Where not a lot of people recognize the amount of people that watch during work hours and stuff, so... Look at me, making a living out of you guys slacking off work. Literally working right now, yep. No, I know. Yeah, it's a very real thing. It's a very real thing. Go and tell your boss. I'll do my best. I'll do my best. Try not to let him know what's going on. Alright, following this SCV, there is in fact a Reaper showing up as well. Just dying. I'll actually let you guys know a little secret. I actually also watch StarCraft while I work. I know. Crazy. Crazy business. If we're just going to turn away, we do have our Zergling speed and a couple of drones already coming through. The hatchery building on the left-hand side here from GG Machine as well, so we get that on the go. And as the command center drops down on this natural, the overlord will continue to come through as well, so just getting that all on the go for the moment. I have the best job ever. No, because the problem is in my job I actually am obligated to read the Twitch and YouTube chats as well. Whereas for you guys, if the Twitch and YouTube chats start to become a little bit, rioty, you guys just turn the chat off, You guys can close, like, I have to, I'm meant to interact with that, never mind just, reading it. So, yeah. It really downgrades the experience. I'm joking. I like you guys, really. I like you guys, really. 40 slacking off watching SCG while working. When there was a lot more kind of, I guess not bigger events, but some of the times there would be, like, some things going on and we would have to cast at the same time. I can't really think of what, to be honest, but, like, there was times when I actually had another StarCraft stream up on my other monitor while I was casting. And, like, we're casting one tournament, but, like, I'm genuinely kind of interested in what's happening in the other one. Like, this was a thing. This definitely happened a few times in the past, to be honest. I can't think what kind of tournaments it would be. Like, I can't think why I would be streaming over big tournaments, but I guess that's also just, like, the way things were back then. Like, sometimes you just had to. Yeah, I would have the screen, because the thing is, my chat would also be talking about the games on the other stream, so I'm like, man, I really want to see what's going on. So I'd be like, yeah, guys, some Hellions, blah, blah, blah. Oh! And I'm like, oh my god, that was a sick Balin connection. I was like, what are you watching? TVP? I'm like, oh, yeah, my bad. I mean, good StarCraft. Sometimes you just want to watch it, These Hellions, you get in for 10 drones. So once again, early damage being found here on the side of the Terran. 10 workers going down from Nikaract is going to be, from GG Machine is obviously going to put him in a pretty damning position early on. That's a lot of eco damage to take straight away. Oh, do you want to watch me work while I do SC2? You'll open up a Zoom. Nice. This is what we really need. I can watch you guys work while I do my job. Yes. There we go. That's the actual dream. Some that don't allow streaming on Twitch? Yeah, maybe it was. I really can't think. Like, I just knew that this was a thing. Maybe, you know what it might be? It might be like, for example, when like GSL was on, but I still wanted to stream, and there was going to be like the 1 or 2 hour overlap. So it's like GSL was still on and finishing, but like I was starting. It was probably something along those lines, honestly. And maybe in like big qualifiers as well, when there was some really cool matches, we'd be like casting one, but I'd be like watching another as well. In part, so I could tell you guys what was going on in the other, but also because they were cool matches. Yeah, I guess we don't really have those like big qualifiers anymore, man. Like, when was the last time we had a big qualifier for something? EWC had qualifiers, I suppose. But then the final part of it was just there was just like we used to have big qualifiers where everyone played at once. There was loads of matches at a time. It just doesn't really happen anymore. Those are some of the greatest days of StarCraft, like IEM or qualifiers or DreamHack qualifiers and stuff, where it's just like 6-7 hours of just top StarCraft. Everyone was playing. It was no server rule. It was no like server preference or anything, or like it was just for everyone, right? And we just had so many players. Yeah, those were some good fun days. Do we only have OSC today? Yes, but it's 6 best of 5, so it's a lengthy single tournament stream. One on upgrades, combat shield coming through. Let's just have these units of Nikaract still pushing up to the front here. Boy, who dominate the first couple games of this on an aggressive push right now. He's down 18 workers, army supply reasonable. He has Stim, but he doesn't have anything else, so there's not like an upgrade lead or anything here as these Marines are going to be pulling back. The Lings coming through. The Queens are going to be right there as well. We're just going to have ourselves the Marines continuing to come through, and we just have them holding out down on the low ground. Again, 1-1 upgrades, combat shield coming by. Have ourselves everything else settling into play, and we've got more of that Marine tank army continuing across the map as we speak right now. So that is coming straight over as the melee upgrades continue through. Got a few Banelings morphing in. The Marines are going to be here as well, so just going to get those joined up together with everything else, and then just going to see those Lings continue to crash on in for a couple of moments. The Lings crashing through. The Marine tank has to back away. And again, the melee upgrades continue to come by for a couple more moments as well, so got this all on the go. Some of those Marines got underneath the Overlord, now jumping onto this hatchery. So we deny this right side base, but we're already expanding to the gold in the bottom left. We have a fully functioning fourth base to the left-hand side too, so don't get me wrong, Nikaract is not, doing a bad thing by knocking these bases down, but he's not putting himself into like killer, amazing position or anything right now. Let's have the 2-2 upgrades coming about. A lot of Hydras on the way, infestation pit building, additional hatcheries coming through, and the army of Nikaract continues to retreat away to the bottom right side. A few more of those Marines and Medivacs come back to the top. The Marines will stim once again. A couple of the Zerglings going down once more. The Banes are still going to chase over. The Medivacs will load up those Marines. We got the Lings going to come running through. 5 SCVs or so just going to get picked off as well, so a bit more damage being done already. In the bottom left corner, a hatchery onto the gold will set up. The hatchery in the center coming through as well, so again, we continue to get that going just for now. Lingbane Hydra to the watchtower. GG Machine. Again, solid economy, army supply decent. On his way to the lurker den, so we're getting that kind of next phase of the game set up as well. So we are kind of moving into those lurkers, which might make things a little tougher for Nikaract, who's still just building 2 tanks at a time and a lot of bio. Nothing, in the sights of kind of moving away from that just yet, as the Lingbane Hydra starts to connect on through. The Marines keep pulling back. A few of those Banes getting to connect in on the Marines. A bunch of damage being done there. And now the rest of this army continues to chase forward for the moment, so heading straight down this bottom right side. Again, the Hive and the Lurker then continue to come up as well. Just going to see a few more Zerglings getting picked away at here. And yeah, on the upper right side, just the Medivacs loading up. Once again, Link Hydra coming through. And the Lurkers start to morph. I mean, it always feels like such a better phase of the game, right, when you have Lurkers now available. It feels so much better overall now as the Bio Army gathers up. And it's going to come over to this left-hand side, knocking the Zergling down as we go. A little bit of that Bio tank coming through. And yeah, the Seismic Spine's coming up. A few melee upgrades on the way in. The Zerglings all producing through. The Marine Marauder tank building as well. You see a little bit of a fight breaking out here. A lot of units actually in the upper right from Nikaract. Not over here to maybe help with this. Some better target firing. Could have seen a couple more Lurkers dead. These Marines are going to stem through, saying, if your units are down there, they're not over here defending, and that is true for the moment, but we're going to trade a couple transfusions, and that buys a bit more time. The Queens still end up going down, but it means that, you have to spend more time killing the Queens instead of turning onto the drones already. It's still not a bad fight at all for Nikaract, who gets rid of a bunch of extra units. He got rid of some Hydras now, he's getting rid of a bunch of Lings. That's just still going to get drones at the end of this as well. He turns around for one more Hydralist. This was a great little move. Those Marines getting some extreme value. Now a push into the center, and this forward hatchery may be going down. I'm not overly concerned about that from GG Machine, because he does still have the bottom left base. Like, this gold is available to use. Not that that's a super easy base to hang on to, and that might just become a target here for Nikaract in the near future. As he stims up this left-hand side, there's another hatchery going down. And okay, we're going to put GG Machine down to a 3-base scenario. Like I say, unless he actually starts mining from this bottom left base, then yeah, this is becoming like a 3-base situation. So becoming a bit of a factor. The 3-3 upgrades still building on the engineering base. The bio continues to settle down. Another overload going down. We will find this hatchery too, so never mind. This gold will go down also. Attack on the other side. Lings are going to try and fight this little bit of bio that's here, and the Lings run straight in. No adrenal glands for them, but they will have +3 melee started. Adrenal glands should be something we start to build sooner rather than later. It's only going to help out. There's this Bio Armor on the left side. I mean, we're still up against Ling Bane Hydra, and there's a bit of Bane Hydra involved in this. The main thing is that the Lurkers are all gone, but this is also a fight that Nikaract was maybe not quite ready for. These units were low HP. The Medivacs had not done much healing because they're out of energy, and he was not pre-sieged or split or anything. So on creep, a fight that is not quite as beneficial for Nikaract as he would have liked, as he just, like I say, was not quite paying attention to the fact that that fight was about to happen. That said, he still put GG Machine down to 3 bases, a 4th now rebuilding on the 12 o'clock. And Nikaract kind of, feeling back to lick his wounds a little bit, trying to recuperate from those previous engagements a little himself. Supply-wise, this is still a very even game. Work count is still 79 to 73. The biggest issue there from GG Machine is that he needs somewhere to send those workers. Right now, we've got Oversaturating on the natural, 3rd. Long-distance mining on this base just started up as well, so we are desperate to put those workers to use if we actually throw the income tab up. There we go. It is going to turn into Nikaract's favor because we just don't have enough places to put the drones on effectively right now, and that's a cancelled 4th base here as well, so we're going to cancel the 4th. The Zerglings are going to try and attempt to come running through on this. The Ling's looking for the wraparound, and will force the bio units to lift off. I'm just not sure where we're going to go here now as GG Machine. Like, is this just a case of, like, we're going to just rebuild into the Lurkers eventually? Right now, we're just kind of spamming Ling Bane Hydra, and I get it. We're trying to survive. He actually does have a group of Lurkers back up over here. Yeah, I mean, I guess that just has to be the play. In fairness, we're still not exactly teched up as Nikaract. He's dealt with this entire game so far with just bio units, right? He cleaned the first 11 Lurkers of this game out with just bio tank. So he's not actually being forced to use kind of ghosts also. I mean, he's going to add some ghosts in now, so that tech is coming online. He's going to shoot stim into these Lurkers. He's going to get 1, he's going to get 2. I do not love that continued stim in. There's a lot of Ling Bane there as well that's going to deal damage. That was a nice play for Nikaract. Take the first Lurker, maybe take the second, but then get the hell out of there. That was just a lot of damage dealt, as just didn't need to be that much. This medevac trying to load up and take a few units into this base. We got a few drones. Correct. Running into a little bit of a brick wall there. The problem is he's the guy that put that brick wall up. Like, he did not need to be running into. Well, okay, he didn't put the brick wall up. The brick wall was built by GG Machine. But there's, like, there's openings everywhere around. He chose to run into the wall more than anything else, which does not really make a lot of sense. And like I say, just didn't need to dive so heavily into those Lurkers. So he just thought he had a moment where he could just jump on them and clean them out before anything else happens. And that was a not the case kind of scenario. Bio going to be there, just going to help push the Hydra Ling Bane back away once more, back up through the center of the map. It's going to get chased out of there as the Nidus network coming through. Ling Bane, Adrenal Glands, all building up as well currently. Couple drones going down. Everything else joined in. The CC just going to load across. Drop into the forward base here as well for a couple of moments to just get that set up as well for a moment or two. Where are we going to go? Banes, Infestors, the Burrow coming online. It's going to see that +2 missiles coming up as well. Ghost tanks, the vehicle weapon upgrade continue to come by. So again, a lot of that still coming into play just for the moment. So we got a lot of that coming up. Bio Ghost Army still collecting together as well. Burrow coming through, a couple more Infestors coming out from GG Machine. I like the Infestors. Something that could be kind of interesting to put to use here sooner rather than later, and I'm sure we'll see them very shortly. You see a little bit of a move out, and a couple of these crypt tumors begin to drop. I see a lunge forward from these Hydras. We've got an Infestor. It's going to land a massive fungal. It's going to go onto all of this bio. Oh no. I mean, that was a massive fungal. Then units from the bottom side as well. Nikaract getting surrounded. He will lose everything here, apart from medevacs, and even then, some of the medevacs go down too. So the only thing we're really preserving is medevacs, but like I say, even that part of this is not exactly going beautifully as we actually dive forward here. This siege tank goes down, next one goes down. The couple ghosts out here not going to be great. SCVs pulled into this. GG Machine surely gets so much damage done. I mean, the medevacs are healing the SCVs, and somehow, some way, we're not doing much. I think that would have gone a bit better for GG Machine if he targeted the medevacs sooner. He ends up losing everything. There's such a kind of tear you apart kind of fight, because I felt like that was great for GG Machine. Maybe could have been better if he hits the medevacs. At the same time, he loses everything, so both players get completely reset. In a game where GG Machine was struggling for bases and money for a long time, he is now operational into this far left base again, that upper right base, and now this central base. And if that all stays up, and Nikaract does not manage to deny any of these, then that's going to be a problem for our Terran, who is going to keep expanding himself, but generally is only in this game because he's denied so much of that economy already. So either he needs to start taking some better fights, because right now 4k resources lost in the Terran favor is not a lot in the grand scheme of things in a TVZ. So he either needs to start taking some better fights, or he needs to start re-denying those bases, because those bases are going to give the Zerg the economy to stay in this game as long as GG Machine needs to. And like I say, right now the supplies might not be super beneficial to him, but I think the overall scenario of this game is definitely trending in GG Machine's favor. And like I said, it's just because I do think in these later stages, he's getting set up on a lot of bases, and if we keep fighting like this as Nikaract, it's just not going to work. And like I say, Nikaract, if he just takes a better fight, bam, this entire scenario I'm talking about, this entire issue is just going to, disappear and fly off like it was never really a thing in the first place. So there is still kind of that aspect to this as well. Let's get a couple missile turrets down. Factories coming up, ghosts are on the way, plus 2 vehicle weapons coming up too. Io in the bottom left, going to get rid of the gold base, and again the Zerglings keep running across also. Professor's coming by, the drone's coming in, Medivacs will do some lifting and some leaving as we get rid of that gold base attempt. I mean, that's just not being allowed to mine, and we really need to make sure a gold base doesn't mine, because anytime a gold base mines, the income is going to be through the roof, considering we're playing kind of on the lower end of eco skill, at least we were for a while. We're still on a lot of individual workers, so it's not the work count that's the issue, it's actually just the, the bases we've had to mine from has been kind of the issue, if any, over the course and over the grand scheme of this. So, yeah. Man, what a wild time. I was just going to see this bio coming through, a couple of creep tumors getting cleaned out for a moment or so. Just going to be, again, a little bit of work done in that upper right-hand side as well, so yeah, picking away at that. The ghosts, the tanks, the halberds, and the missile turrets continue to come through here. The drone and +3 missile upgrade coming up as well. Going to be seeing the couple of medevacs there. Going to get abducted in. That's just 20 supply deleted from the game. GG Machine is actually maxed out with a bank, and you're kind of seeing the effects of this, guys, right? Like, you're seeing the effects of this situation, which is that we are going to be just starting to take all the bases. We're just going to start taking a lot of the map control here right now. And that is definitely becoming a factor in these later stages now that GG Machine, like I say, is going to have a bank. Has already been taking good fights in this game, and if he can find some more of those good fights right now, he's going to be in a dream scenario to see him through to the end state. Once again, we deny the bottom left, but it comes at the cost of a bunch of bio units. At this stage, the bottom left's not even that important compared to the fact we just have so many other bases coming online. Like, yes, you don't really want him to be on a gold base, but at this point, like, let's face it, there's other bases for him to mine from. It's not like our Zerg is going to be poor. Correct. It's going to get jumped on in the bottom left-hand side. That planetary fortress goes down. No response to this. A fungal growth just comes down over here. We're going to crash in. A bunch of ghosts in the front line die immediately. Well, Ling's going down. The Hydra's coming up. +3 missiles still coming through as well. The Hydra's going to get rid of a factory there as well, so getting rid of even some production. It's a lot of ghosts and a lot of sniping availability, but it's not like Nikaract's done a good job of protecting his ghosts in these fights so far, so I'm not going to sit back and believe in those ghosts being the be-all and end-all toward the tail end of this game either. Tanks getting rid of some of the creep spread in the center. So we get rid of some of that creep. And again, the upgrade's still coming through, +3 missiles, the Titan's playing. And Kana's playing, getting some ultras might be a big thing as well, making this army something a bit stronger overall. You do run into this army supply lead, favoring the Terran player going into this. Blinding Clouds are good. The Bane's trying to find the distance to get toward this army. A lot of snipes start coming through, but maybe a bit too late. Nikaract getting wiped out and also losing out on more workers in the 6 o'clock once again. This is just an orbital here to try and replace into some additional economy, but it's just not quite going to be enough. I think that overall is going to be an issue as well, as now we rebuild into the ultras, and that's the big issue, is that we also had that Zerg bank account ready to utilize, whereas Nikaract did not have the same sort of rebuild available. So this next wave looks as though GG Machine is going to be very powerful, considering he's going to have ultras on his side, plus the additional Infestus he's rebuilding too. I mean, this is starting to look very good here for GG Machine. Like a true proper supply lead for him, for maybe even like the first time in the game. Like, I feel like so often before when I've kind of enjoyed it for GG Machine, I've been like, oh, well, actually, he's still not exactly like on a supply lead. It's just kind of even. That's why I said there was a bit of like a here and there kind of feeling about some of the fights, because it felt like he cleaned out so much, but he's also losing so much too. This time around, he's going to run in. The Blue Flame Hellbat's making work, at least off the Zerglings, but the Ultras are going to go chomping. There's a couple of ghosts, but their snipes alone are not going to change things here, and that is going to be GG for GG Machine from 0-2 down to 2-2. And this was our first game where I really felt like there was a real contest between these guys. You know, games 1 and 2, Nikaract just swept the floor. GG Machine, you know, replied with big kind of plays in that game 3. And then game 4, a bit more of a back and forth tussle, a bit more of a back and forth affair between these guys to get it done. Alrighty, guys, let's go into a game number 5 then between Nikaract and GG Machine. I'll run a couple of ads here and there as we get this set up, and we'll go into a game 5 on White Rabbit. It was an interesting moment in this game where I felt like after all of the chaos, GG Machine just got to rebuild, Nikaract had to sit back, and that really felt like where this game just took that kind of changing moment, right? Very cool. Good game. Great game, actually. Like I say, we'll head into a game number 5 right now on White Rabbit. Let's get this on the way. Let's get this started up. Let's get this moving. Game 5 of the series. Who will advance and stay alive to play Jumi in the OSC Championship, and who will be eliminated, because this is a lower bracket matchup. In the top right side was in a 2-0 lead, and now at 2-2, we have the Red Terran player Nikaract looking to try and avoid a disaster. Up against that blue Zerg in the bottom left, GG Machine. I gotta say, if you told me that the game that GG Machine won in this series was going to be a game that was won through kind of the longer macro, kind of back and forth scenario, I wouldn't have really believed it. I thought maybe if he wins a game, he gets a bit cheesier, or he kind of, you know, sees some success early, shuts Nikaract down a little bit or so, perhaps, etc., etc., right? So, I was kind of more so thinking in that kind of area, but funnily enough, that's not how it all went down. Let's see our hatchery. Chilling out here, a few drones return some resources. Take a few moments as the racks and the gas coming through, the SCV in production, an overlord of GG Machine already going across toward the upper right hand side as well, so overlord towards the top. Gonna move out, get in a position, get this ready to go. Game 5 of our series. Like I say, winner of this plays Jumi in the next round of the lower bracket. And after this, we do have a couple PvPs coming up, guys, with Mana vs. Rebellion and also Trigger vs. Lemon, before we get into, in my eyes, some of the real highlights of the day, with Geralt vs. Cure, and Creator vs. Shin at the end of the day as well, should also be looking pretty fun. We'll be moving Reaper, journeying. Let's follow the Reaper, I guess, as we've already had the SCV doing what it's been doing in previous games, just watching on the mini-map in terms of what it's up to, but the idea just being that it's just going to try and keep the third base from coming down and trying to be an annoyance on that. There was a drone over here, but the SCV gets there in time to actually play the denial, so we will not get this expansion down. He does block the extractor, though, and that means the drone is dead. That's going to be another nice kill from Nikaract. He's gotten away with that a couple of times in this series, so able to really take advantage just early, slowing that drone down, getting some damage done, put himself into a bit of a better spot as the Reaper pulls back away. From the bottom up to the center a little bit. Gonna come moving through. The Queen is on the way through that. Link speed, Queen, drone, hatchery. All of that building up. The reactor and the barracks coming up as well. Orbital command also coming through just for the moment. SCV producing by for now. Continues to move a little bit. A couple Lings will take some damage. Have our Zergling speed coming by. Yeah, the Queen's just coming about. Hatcher on the way. 8 drones in production. Wait to see where the builds are going to take us over these next few moments. All those Hellions gathered together. Well, Zerglings get chased away, so again, just going to get pushed back there for a moment or two. The Queens join up. And yeah, the Ling speed continues to come by for a moment or so. Two Hellions on the Reaper then just gather in the middle for a few moments. So again, we set up over here. Let's see the stim continue to build by for moments. Like I say, nothing too crazy just yet. Just having ourselves the Cobain nest, the Overlords, the drones building by momentarily. Getting this on the way. A couple of Lings actually going to move through the center there and going to get across because the Hellions were just poised a bit to the right side instead. They're going to run into the reinforcing Hellions though, so not going to be able to make much happen. There's also a good chunk of Marines at the front too. Look at the build from Nikaract, by the way. Second barracks hidden in the back, so if there was an Overlord scout, it'd be hard to spot this. And this is basically a 2-1-1, but we're building an armory. And because we built a bunch of these Hellions already, so it's kind of like a delayed 2-1-1, but it's going to be with Hellions, and then we morph them into Hellbats. And then you have the firepower of the Marines behind the tankiness of the Hellions to try and combine for a very successful force real early in this game. So we're going to start moving toward that as the Medivacs boost through the center. The few Hellions pulling over to the left. Again, the drones, the Overlords coming up, the Lao on the way, Evo Chambers building. Hellions morph into Hellbats, combat shield still producing through. Let's stem forward, that Queen already taking some damage. We've seen this Queen getting chased all the way down. Marines, Hellbats pushing forward. One Queen going down already. A couple of Lings going down too. Damage being done. Second Queen going down. A couple of Banes going to get picked up. Just going to stand here. The Queen going to go down as well. It's good damage, especially if we start getting a bunch of these drones with these Hellbats. We get one more Queen. I like that, lifting the Marines away from the drone surround to just kind of limit what we get out of this. And the Hellbats are still here and picking up some work. 8 workers killed. Actually going to decide to lift and leave as Nikaract, which might not be a bad choice, let's face it. The Lings are here and getting into better numbers. And those units were kind of, lacking. There was not reinforcements on the way anymore, so... There is actually a good little group of units over here, so there is actually going to be a squadron to kind of work with. Interested to see what exactly this can do as the Medivacs will be able to join with them, and maybe that's why we just prioritize getting these units back, because we know we have a reinforcement wave coming. As Nikaract takes him down, gets him to a good position early and looks for more damage now, diving toward this third base. You can see both players are going to start their 1-1 upgrades around the same time. We're a long way off Baneling speed, and this fourth hatchery likely in some trouble. You can see the drones just evacuating as we want to just give this up. And the problem is if you just want to give this up, I mean, that's fine. But it means that, if you see that give up happening, you can chase for a few drones and then easily still have the time to come over here and deny this base. So Nikaract does exactly that, kills a few of the drones off, and then just comes back along to play the denial and continue on by. Marines and the tanks, the Medivacs gathering up once again. Taking just a moment or two. Everything joining in, little scan coming out over this far left-hand side, trying to see what's up as well here for a moment or so. And that underway. And yeah, melee upgrades, things all coming through. The Zerglings here going to run up to put a bit of pressure on, and the Marines are going to show up in good numbers very quickly just to say no. And make sure the Zerglings do not get to commit through into this place, so nothing to come of that. As again, those melee upgrades coming online, putting this into place. And the 1-1 upgrades coming alongside this as well. Just have some decent creep kind of out the front now, trying to double expand into a 4th and 5th base as we just want to try and get just one of these guaranteed to actually come online. The issue right now is if neither of these come online, that's not exactly going to be right for us in the long term, so... we gotta try and figure that part out a little bit as we do see the Marines coming through. This hatchery gonna get jumped on. going down already, and just going to be seeing the 1-1 upgrade still coming about. The Marines still coming through, tank on the way. Lings just run across. Again, the medevacs will load up once again. The Marines going to pull back through. A couple more banelings already morphing into play for the moment. The 2-2 upgrades coming about, and then 1-1 melee upgrades coming by as well here from GG Machine. Big push down the right side from Nikaract right now, so he's going to come across here straight away. Some Lings get through on the other side, though. They run by for 8 SCVs, and it's kind of the break GG Machine needs. Some actual damage to the opponent. A way to slow Nikaract down, perhaps, a little. This bottom side base going to go down. We just denied the left side base as well. This drop is going to load him back away. Going to deny this base. What a flurry of base denials, as GG Machine is going to get held back on the 3 bases for even longer still. The only benefit is that we just killed 12 SCVs, and Nikaract is not exactly booming on economy. Another Ling counterattack here, and these SCVs might be in some trouble, so Nikaract may still not really take as much of an advantage here as he would have originally thought he would have, considering all the damage and denials he's been making. He is having genuine issues in terms of just moving through to the next phase of the game, which should be complete dominance. He's on only 38 SCVs, and right now his army supply is good, but if you do not end the game with this current army supply, the 38 SCVs are going to come back to haunt you. Like, that is not enough economy to keep this going and to keep us in a reasonable position at all as time ticks on by. And just coming up, the Overlord's coming through. Zerglings continue to produce. The Marine tank medevac force will come back over to the top. Big shove through the center. This is Nikaract just sending it right here. He's close to 2-2, but not there just yet. That's a lot of Lings once again counterattacking. Third base is completely open. And it's Nikaract. The thing is Nikaract not pushing from the third, so running by onto the third is very easily done. And that's kind of what you're seeing right there, just that kind of being taken advantage of. Marine showing up. These Lings on the other side, going to try and run through. There's some Banes there as well, so we really can try and make this a good effort of a breakthrough. And the Banes crash into a lot of the Marines. Some Marines survive on the left side. The base goes down, so we do succeed in our main #1 goal of this situation, which is to get rid of that base. Now more Marines, more tanks continue to come over. So Nikaract is not done just yet, going to keep on pushing. He does now for the moment have 2-2 to 1-1, so those upgrades something that should be able to help him continue to be aggressive as we keep on trying to deny bases. This left side base goes down, and just as this base finishes, GG Machine loses the left side. So just as he was about to actually be a 4-base Zerg for a few moments, not even, still 3 bases. Maybe this base gets to finish though, and maybe then we're kind of a 4-base Zerg, although we don't have that many drones, still only 53 in the game. But again, that's kind of fine against the 46 SCVs, as once more, it's another run by, same position, same base. I think it's time we build a bunker and leave a few Marines there, Nikaract, man. Like, we are at the point where we're just seeing so freaking much damage coming through from that same run by position. And it's only happening because you're letting it happen, right? It's only happening because it has the chance to happen in the first place. As you do see Hydra Bane going to come smashing through. Some of the units in the front, tanks going to definitely help to hold this army's position, though, and not be kind of shifted too heavily from that. Scan coming down. Zerglings on the left side going to come pulling back. The Marines, a few of them peeling down to the bottom. A couple of those Queens in some trouble. Some more Banes going to roll up. Marines continue to trade well at the moment. The Zerglings continue to run over. We're not going to be seeing the lift up on a bunch of those units as the Marines pull back and away. And you see the Hydras continue to give chase onto those medevacs as we speak. Vesta coming up. Ling Bane, Hydra coming through. The Hive is going to be building as well. The rest of this bio army swinging around to the bottom side. On the top is going to be a group of Zerglings that already come running through also. A bunch of SCVs start going down. 10 workers being dropped right off the bat here, so you're not going to see. Again, just, I mean, that is the position. I mean, how many workers we killed this game? 45 now? So that's the one reason you're kind of still staying in this is GG Machine with that counter damage being done. We dropped one fungal here that was not bad at the front, but it just wasn't enough overall either, so we'll continue to push down. Nikaract breaking into this base. Funnily enough, the supply is still favoring GG Machine. He's up 20 workers, down in army supply. Upgrades have leveled out at 2-2 apiece. And GG Machine Trying to find a defense here. Has a fungal walking in. If you land a fungal on all these Marines, everything's going to roll in, and we kill the base, but at the cost of every single unit of Nikaract. And yeah, killing the base is nice. This next base is not ready yet. That's a 2-base Zerg player for the moment. But you gave up almost everything to do it. I'm just terrified of these Lings running across the map at you that they're going to be very powerful, that they're going to bring a lot of fight and a lot of power into these next few moments of this game. Damn, GG Machine. Keeping this alive, keeping this going, though. I mean, I felt like this game was him just getting... He has been bullied the entire time. I mean, he's lost 5 hatcheries. But every time he's lost a hatchery, he's killed at least 10 SCVs, and Nikaract has just not been able to replenish the workers comfortably at all. And over time, we've somehow found our way to a couple of infestors, a couple more techie units that can really make a difference as well as we continue by. I mean, here we go. Lingbane Hydra now going to run through. The Marines are going to pull back. Fungal Growth going to land onto the siege tank. The Bane's trying to roll into the siege tank as well. Marines come back the other way. A couple Hydras getting jumped on. We are going to have ourselves the Marines able to push back a little bit, then supply going back in Nikaract's favor. What I don't like for the Zerg is that this is still scrappy. And scrappy really does oftentimes suit the Terran player because their economy can deal well with scrappy behavior. Because obviously their economy is powered up by the mules. So then you can have a much better chance of making things happen. It's another nice fungal though. That's definitely one way in which things look a bit better for you as Hydra Infestor continues to try pushing on forward for a couple of moments. The Marines continue to stem in after that, continue to look for the cleanup for a moment or so here. And yeah, the Lings and the Burrow upgrade continue to come by as well, so continue to bring that through just for the moment. All that Lingbane Hydra gathers. And again, the Marine Marauder coming through, a bunch of additional Zerglings producing as we speak. Burrow is on the way. Marines, Medivacs coming through, just going to drop in towards the backside. Going to float the main base orbital to the front. I mean, it's another target for the run-bys. If we can find the chance to run-by, because if Nikaract applies a nerf pressure, surely we just stop him from run-buying, but I guess we'll see. We actually are, for once, a 4-base Zerg. And Nikaract, he was heading around the bottom side to maybe do something about it as well, but will not be able to just yet. Run-by once more. A few Marines are going to be here. This time the SCVs pull away, so we don't lose any SCVs this time around. That's obviously going to be a much improved situation. Bane still continuing through. Marine Marauder tank producing as well. The Lings head over that left-hand side, so they're going to get in position here. Infestor coming over as well. 20 additional Zerglings continue to come by, and we just have the Banes looking to try and get a catch on this. Fungal Growth connecting on a few of those Marines. The Hydra's getting after the Medivac. Marines on the bottom side are going to catch the Hydras, though. Infestor burrows up. There's a single burrowed Baneling, but we scan, so we're actually going to see all those burrowed Banelings. They are not going to connect. And Nikaract gets a big cleanup on this army and does not take a lot of damage in doing so. That is the main part of it. See the Lingbane Hydra continue to come through, looking good for a moment or so. Infestor peeling away off to the sides, and oh. Yeah, Marine Marauder still coming up. The army collecting in the center. The Bioforce joining there as well. Hydra Bane producing on through. Nikaract at 140 supplied to the 132 of GG Machine. Nikaract adding on Liberators, which I think is actually a really important addition here as well, right? Something that really helps us out just that little further. We've seen this hatchery gets taken down. 36 things. I mean, again, if you can just siege up a couple of these libs, there's so much potential for you. There's so much shutdown opportunity. Really cannot imagine anything apart from just seeing that being a major factor here at some point soon. We're getting very close to that being very much so a reality in this. Biostamina Kuros. A few Zerglings are going to get jumped on for a couple of moments, getting chased away. And Marine Marauder tank still coming through. The rest of this Lingbane gathering for a second. lot of SCVs going down. Once again, we're going to try and burrow, but actually just gives the units a chance to catch up, I think, more than anything else. So that's not exactly ideal. I understand the idea to some extent, but that was not quite it. Nikaract losing another 14 SCVs. These scraps continue. A couple of Liberators get siege. We just push away what GG Machine has. GG Machine, who is just on 47 workers himself. Nikaract on 31. Again, a game where economies have just not been allowed to develop to any sort of real extent so far. Hydra Bane still coming up. Going to be seeing the unit still on the bottom side, just gathering together once more. Just going to be seeing the Liberator sieging as well. Connection coming straight through here, and we are going to have ourselves the Liberator's going down, but we still got a tank and a couple of Bayons. Man, it just doesn't feel like a lot still from Nikaract as he pushes. But might it just be enough anyway at the end of this? A couple of Lings get turned around the other direction as well. Might just be enough at the end of it all, man. This is truly a game of craziness. As we see, Nikaract, I think, is just going to have too much at this stage. There's nothing to really support this Zerg army anymore. There's no Fungals available here. It's just Lings running through, but there's a couple of siege tanks. There's reinforcements showing up. There's medevacs with energy to heal. And game is called. Nikaract takes it 3-2 in an absolutely traumatic affair, honestly. I mean, it felt like, you know, you had the Zerg dead to rights. Apart from the fact that those Lings kept hitting your third base and your economy was terrible the whole time because of it. He's going to be waking up in cold sweats for a few days just thinking of Lings on my third base and White Rabbit. Ah! Yeah. Damn, what a game, though. Nikaract eliminates GG Machine. Definitely, if you'd ask me one thing from that, is that GG Machine continues to look like a great player to kind of watch for in the future. I'm super excited to see him keep playing. I'm super excited to see more from him in future OSC seasons and maybe in some WardiTV stuff this year as well, as he does get eliminated and Nikaract moves on through to move in against Jumi. That's one of our very few Zerg players remaining as well, by the way, that gets eliminated there, guys. GG Machine eliminated Mixu. In the same section of the bracket, Cham fell as well. And now we only have Yakov, Shin, and Solar as representing Zergs in this OSC Championship 13. So, obviously we didn't come in with the highest of Zerg representation. We're missing Rogue, and Reyno, and Lambo, and Laser, etc. So we're missing a lot of those players that we're seeing in tournaments right now. And then obviously a few of them getting knocked down already in this lower bracket. So, with that said, guys, we have PvP on the way up. I know you guys are always excited for the PvP part of the show. It's going to be Mana vs. Rebellion, which I do think is maybe our most one-sided series of the day. Would love to see Rebellion prove us wrong, but he got thrown by Q in the upper bracket, has to play Mana in this lower bracket. We'll see if he can kind of get himself on track in this matchup. And then after that, we do have Lemon versus Trigger before we jump into the winner bracket. So a couple more elimination series coming up next. We'll get this going, like I say, with Mana Rebellion in a few moments' time. He'll be back when the next Zerg's on. We do have Shin later today, at least. So we do have some more Zerg action later, but gotta be cheering on Shin to keep us, keep some Zergs alive in the upper bracket as well. Oof. Oof, oof, oof. I'm actually really looking forward to Lemon versus Trigger. It's not every day I say I look forward to a PvP, but I think Lemon's a fun player. Trigger's been playing well lately. I actually think that's going to be a pretty chaotic PvP, to be honest. I think that's going to be some good fun. Tell you what, guys, I'm just going to throw on the Ladder Legends video for a minute or two, and when we come back, it'll be more StarCraft 2 with Mana and Rebellion up in the PvP.
StarCraft is a freaking hard game. When you look at where you are and then where the very best are, improving can start to feel like an impossible task. But it doesn't have to be this hard. Enter Ladder Legends. Ladder Legends is a dedicated academy aimed at helping you understand, enjoy, and improve at StarCraft. More than that though, Ladder Legends is a community where StarCraft gamers can get together, make new friends, and dive deeper into the game with them. With incredible coaches and talent like Groovy, Mixu, Gamer Richie, and Tempo, you know something special is happening here. The folks over at Ladder Legends have big plans too, and aim to expand their services into other games. Potential titles include Apex Legends, Valorant, Heroes of the Storm, League of Legends, and more. Join their Discord to let them know what you want to see out of them. And if you only care about StarCraft, join their lively and active Discord anyway. They've also recently launched a fabulous website for their academy, which sports a VOD repository, masterclasses, a build order library, the ability to book one-on-one coaching, and more. Check it out by clicking the link in the video description or by scanning the QR code on screen. Once again, thank you to Ladder Legends for the support. Ladder Legends is a dedicated academy specializing in StarCraft for the moment, which has helped people who have been hard stuck break through that ceiling and hit ranks like Masters and even Grandmasters in as short as a month. Be sure to check out their fantastic new website, which sports a VOD repository, masterclasses, a build order library, and the ability to book one-on-one coaching. Gain access to all of that and more by subscribing to Ladder Legends for as little as £14.99 British pounds a month. Check it out by clicking the link in the video description or by scanning the QR code on screen.
Thank you so much, Ladder Legends, for supporting the OSC Championship 13. More from the Ladder Legends Championship bracket right now then, as we continue in the lower bracket with Mana and Rebellion. Rebellion falling from the upper bracket after playing in a lot of tournaments this year to qualify through. Get to play Kua there. That's one of the tougher matchups you're going to find. Just not sure it gets any easier against Mana in the PvP. But let's see if there's maybe, possibly, a way that does go a bit more in your favor. As we have in the bottom left to start us off in this next series, the red Protoss player. This is Team Liquid's Mana against the pink Protoss. Got Zerg on the mind. Pink Protoss in the upper right side of the map. It is Rebellion. Alrighty. Game number 1 then, PvP action. What kind of PvP are these two going to give us is always a good question as well, right? Are we going to see aggression? Are we going to see attempted expands? I feel like we've been seeing a lot of both players expanding in PvP recently. The proxies seem to be not like an all-time low, but they definitely seem to be one of the lesser kind of used approaches to the matchup. So, yeah, this is fun for me because I don't see Rebellion a lot. I probably say this kind of same sentiment for a few players, but Rebellion's one of these guys we see signing up to a lot of the tournaments. But he's very much so that first, second round kind of level of player. Like, he's a lower GM kind of Protoss, and yeah, he can look good, he can take some maps, but he's not making those deeper runs. You know, if he was making those deeper runs, we'd see him every now and again in a Monday Cup or so. So, yeah, I don't think this is like, you know, Rebellion's like in the business of just getting completely walked over and destroyed in every single one of these games, but I do think there'll be some games where he does look like the underdog, right, where that is fairly apparent, honestly. So, and I guess we'll see if that's true or not very soon. But yeah, what I'm trying to say is, like, Rebellion is good. It's just he's playing against some of the best here, and I do think that's going to make this a tough series. It was definitely the case in the upper bracket when he played against Kua. Let's see if it's the case today playing against Mana. So, going to do proxy a Stargate from Rebellion. So Mana's just building a Stargate in his main base. Rebellion's going to proxy a Stargate. It's kind of wild that Mana gets such a fast Stargate. I mean, he gets he's going one gateway, and he's just going to go one gate expand with the Stargate. So we're getting already an idea as to what Mana wants to do in this series. As this probe is about to scout what's up. So now Mana is going to know exactly what his opponent is trying to do here. And this is going to become a little bit less of a surprise factor at this point in time. Well, yeah, now Mana knows what's up. There are going to be the Adepts moving through. Rebellion looking for some damage there, but Mana walls off effectively to begin with already. And Forger and the Warp Gate all building up. The Stargate coming through. The Gateway on the way by. And the Score can just continue to poke at those Adepts as they are going to, in the end, drop the recall down. So they're just going to back on out of here. Void coming up on both sides. Just going to be seeing that Warp Gate coming online. Again, Gateway Battery coming through. With a couple of probes being produced here as well, as those couple Stalks continue to chase for the moment over to the left-hand side. The Stalkers just keep warping in. Gonna get gathered. I'm just gonna lose the pylon, so we're trying to build a Void Ray here, but losing the pylon is gonna depower everything you're trying to do. And what's really awkward is you actually just can't get in reach of this Void Ray because of the Stalkers not being able to reach across the gap. That's a pretty terrible situation. That is straight up, honestly, horrible for you. Not really much else to say about this already, guys. This one feels like it's a bit of a failing situation. I mean, okay, we're going to get the Stargate repowered, and we're going to get a Void Ray out, but there's 2 Void Rays here for mana. That Void Ray pops. Prismatic Alignment, 2 versus 1. We'll kill 1, but then it'll be 1 for 1 on the trade, which is not really what you need when being the aggressor. Just going to see mana brings his Void Ray now over here, get the Adept. The Stalker's already stepping back and moving away already, so again, they're just going to escape away for the moment. The rest of these Stalkers coming back around, resetting for a couple of seconds, and figuring out what we can try to do next. What a weird little state of this game is we just have, obviously the Void Ray is activating, they're going to try and come over a little bit, just going to see the Stalker on the way up, bringing a lot of that into play. I just don't really see what we do actually for a little while here, to be honest. It's definitely a little bit on the rougher side of life as the Stalker's going to fight. You see a few Stalkers going to go down. The Void Rays continue to win the fight over here. That Stargate's going to die, and as soon as that Stargate dies, that's going to tech Bonner's Rebellion. So Mana's defense looking very solid, and we are going to see GG called as Mana holds off against a little bit of a weirder build. You don't see like a proxy Stargate aiming to build a Void Ray very often nowadays, so a little bit of a weirder build, but unfortunately not quite a build we can make work on the side of Rebellion, which means that Mana gets that 1-0 lead. We'll head into game 2 here in a second, which will be on Ruby Rock. That's only a moment to do some inviting. We'll head into Ruby Rock here in just a sec. Let's do it. Now cannons, please, yeah. Honestly, it's the kind of series I could believe on it in, to be honest, so I guess we shall see. As we get ready to go. In the top left-hand side, we're going to start things off with our red Protoss player. This is going to be Team Liquid's Mana, taking that 1-0 lead nice, comfortably, and easily in this series. So Mana gets the 1-0 advantage against Rebellion, the pink Protoss player in the bottom right corner of Ruby Rock. Into coming up and underway as we have a probe moving out on both sides to start us off there. So we're going to get coming across for a little bit of time. Probe coming over, and the gates and these simulators coming online. Just going to have the setup continuing as we move by for the moment. Again, the probe's coming up, the simulators coming over. Just going to be seeing the simulator coming down as well. I'm just going to see the probe still coming through. And yeah, probe action for a couple of moments here. Just going to be chasing around for a couple of seconds. And again, like I say, seeing a little bit of what's going on for a moment or two right now. I see second gates from both players this game, so that's already going to be a little bit different to what we saw beforehand. So, like I say, a little bit of a difference there. That probe nibbles at the other probe. Solid Adept coming through, Adept Stalker coming by in return. Zealot is interesting. I mean, Zealot usually is a case of like, trying to make this look like you're building something, so your opponent can't tell that the gas is going somewhere else. So because you built the Stargate super early, man is just trying to tell the story or something else. Once he has the gas to build something different, use that up, cancels the Zealot, and then it just looks like he's been building a unit the entire time. So again, removes the scouting possibility of just like, oh, you're not building anything on the gateway, then you're probably building a tech structure early. Right, so you just remove that scout early, or that info early, and you can go from there. Nexus drops down onto the natural. You see the Adept coming through. Probe will take some damage. Again, Stargate and the Nexus and the Warp Gate continuing by. The Nexus building on the natural here currently. You can see the Adept and its Shade moving through the natural as it gets set up. Stalker going to be there to try and fight this off, push that back. We are going to be seeing the Adept getting chased away for the moment. Well, Nexus coming through, the Twilight Council will build. Okay, good read on where this one is going to, is just have the Oracle and the Warp Gate all building up, bringing that straight by. And yeah, Stalker Nexus. Oh, actually, it's going to get an expand versus expand kind of game here, which I think is nice because it gives us a chance to see a bit of a longer one, and maybe Rebellion can get a bit more settled. I didn't hate the idea of them getting a bit aggressive and kind of mixing things up a little bit to start that last game, to be honest. Just, it didn't obviously go too well, so hopefully this time can get a little bit more settled, a little bit on track, go from there. As 4 or 5 probes going down, the Oracle across the map for mana is already delivering some serious damage. Battery just out of energy, and that allows us to actually get a bunch of those kills right off the bat. Damage being done. It's already a bit of a frustrating start, honestly, as you can see. Phoenix going to get through there. The Oracle will go down. Oh, be forced to recall, I should say, sorry. So the Oracle forced to recall just for a moment or two. And yeah, the Blink and the Warp Gate coming up. Twilight Council and the probes building by as well. Continue to get that going. Just for the moment. 2 Adepts will go shading. We do have the 1 Oracle coming over as well. Just for now. And yeah, the Twilight Council is about to complete, to get that finished up as well here. Quick building on both sides. We'll just be seeing a couple of Adepts coming through. Again, a chance to see what exactly we got going on in the next couple of moments, as we just have Stalker's pulling out to the left. The 2 Adepts going to shade into this mineral line. Couple of probes already being chased away. Stalker's going to put some damage on these Adepts, which are going to shade into the exact same place pretty much. The problem is, I mean, they could have had some probes here. Like, if you're going to be here, target some probes. You could have absolutely had some damage, but that moment is now slipping by you, right? That opportunity is passing you by, and you've kind of missed your chance to really be impactful on that, as Stalker's probes coming back through. Coming over in this direction for the moment. That Blink coming up, that Warp Gate coming online just momentarily. Another stasis out the front as well, see what else is going on here for a moment or two. Yeah, we do have the Oracle going back over that side as well. Nexus Gateway Assimilator all again continue to build for now. We do have the Stalkers still warping in. Forge and the gateways all coming about as well, so man are getting a lot of production on the way right now. A lot of that coming straight through just for the moment. And yeah, that Blink coming up, the gates and the forge coming online. Phoenix is going to gather up. You see the Stalker's going to be there to push the Phoenix away a little bit. So again, Phoenix is looking to gather some info. Rebellion's about to have Blink. So he's going to be catching up with mana on that Blink. And they have Blink apiece. 11 worker lead for mana though, so on a significant army advantage. As well. Well, it will turn into a significant army advantage given a bit of time, but obviously for the moment, just significant worker advantage. And then, I mean, you can already see the army supply starting to gap his opponent a little bit here as mana shows up. Starts to fight against these Stalkers, against that Sentry. Will come through for some damage nice and quick. A little bit of trading now being done. The Stalker's forced to Blink back there. Respect this and back away for a few moments. You see the rest of these Stalkers continue to trade out. Stalkers continue to take some damage Pylon going to be in some issue here as well. That's going to be a few more shots coming through. Damage still being done as these Stalkers trade for the moment. Oops, sorry. So a lot being done here, actually, as these Stalkers continue to fight. We are going to see the Oracle showing up. A couple more Stalkers continue to go down. The Stalkers continue to trade, and for the moment, Mana Supply is just, I say for the moment, for this game, Mana Supply is just going to overtake and overwhelm. It's not a momentary thing. This is going to be game-ending pretty much. The Zealots don't even have charge yet, and they're already slowing up, and just slow Zealots are just helping to be an annoyance. Mana's running out of Stalkers. He's got more Zealots arriving, but like I say, they don't have charge yet. It's a little egregious running slow Zealots into your opponent, but I mean, if it's working, it's working. Now charge is about to finish, and these Stalkers are going to be in trouble. Because now the Zealots can close the gap and actually do some more damage here. And Immortal shows up from Rebellion. Funnily enough, that will not be great against the Zealots, obviously, so something that's probably also just going to end up in trouble as Mana just overwhelming his opponent and is going to take game number 2 of this BO5. And Mana just running away with things in this series. Well, Mana came in as a heavy favorite, and he's definitely showing us that he's a heavy favorite at the moment as we head to a game 3 with Rebellion and Mana coming in right away. So let's kick this straight off and keep the games moving, guys. And yeah, let's see if Rebellion can get a point on the board, but I don't think there's much to really say on this matchup in general, guys. I think we can all kind of witness what is going on currently and where we're kind of going to. So yeah, it's coming to, unfortunately, a bit of a negative close for Rebellion in this season of the OSC, unless he can turn it around in this series. And aka right now, this is his last chance to win a map in this year's OSC Championship. Rebellion is our pink Protoss in the top left, trying to get back on track. Bottom right, the red Protoss player from Team Liquid is going to be Mana. Okay, assimilators all coming through. Just gonna be seeing the probe moving up to the top for a couple moments. Again, get the Cyber Core coming through for a couple moments, just getting that on the way. A lot of this coming through for the moment. As we chase around for a couple of seconds. We've done a couple of depths, continue through then, so again we take a moment or so to bring all of that about right here. And we just bring things through. I'm just going to have ourselves the probe on the map from Rebellion moving across as well for a second or so. few depths from mana gonna go across the map. Sorry, guys. It's going to be bringing that by for a little bit then, so we just get that set up and get this back on track for a few moments. So a couple of the depths coming over. Just going to get those shading through, and let's see if mana can get some damage done as he shades up. And looks to put some pressure on initially, getting straight through here. He'll be blocked off, so will not get into the base. On the other side, a couple of Stalkers showing up. Mana has a 3-gate robo this game, so he is going to have the Immortal firepower coming through soon. He already has the Prism across the map. We'll start a warp in here. Actually shades up to the high ground, which probably wasn't really necessary in the grand scheme of things, so a little bit of a funky one there as the Adept Sentry and the Stalker will come through, pick off the pylon. That's going to supply block Rebellion, whose Nexus now is likely going to have to cancel. He could finish it to get unsupply blocked, although he has another pylon finishing soon, so maybe he doesn't need to do that. As the Adepts need to fight the Stalkers just for a couple seconds. Going to be seeing the Sentries still nibbling. The Phoenix going to go down. Not sure that was ever going to do anything for Rebellion, as now the Immortal shows up, and Rebellion is in some trouble, to say the very least. GG's. Mana is going to finish up this one with a 3-0, and kind of expected a one-sided series here. We are going to get a one-sided series here, unfortunately, but yeah, unfortunately for Rebellion, this was not his year in the OSC Championship. Alrighty guys, we're going to throw some ads up and we'll get ourselves ready for this next matchup, which is going to be Trigger vs. Lemon. So a bit more PvP. We're just going to continue through. I'll have a peek at the bracket here and see where things are at in the lower bracket and kind of how things are developing. Just get you guys caught up on where everyone is and so on as well, while we take a few moments to get settled. So yes. Alright. Cool. Cool. Alright guys, sorry, just sorting something out. Just got told when we can test the clean feed for the All-Stars. It's at 3 AM in the morning. Probably not going to test it. Probably just going to wake up and hope someone else tests it, and then we can just hope it works when we go live, because I ain't waking up to test that already. There's no shot. No shot at all. Alright. Trigger vs. Lemon coming up. I was going to show you guys the bracket. That's what I was actually going to do. Let's have a peek at where things are in this bracket. So just in case you were already not kind of aware of where things were at and everything, the TLDR is, so we've got basically right now in the lower bracket, obviously this is where we've been working through. And we've just had Mana advance over Rebellion. This is the Jumi and Nikaract section down on the very bottom, so that's those guys into lower bracket round 3. That's where Mana is now at as well. He's going to be waiting for Art, Baby Marine, Yakov, and then himself to play, so that's going to be a fun little string of games. On the top side, this Lemon Trigger matchup leads into the Winner versus Nightmare. Winner versus Skillets Art, more PvP, into Shameless, more PvP. I don't see a decent chance that Mana is over here for more PvP. And guess what? Then more PvP if that would be the case, because then Christiana's here. And then round 7 match 1 loser. Okay, well that might be PvP too, depending who comes through. But maybe not. Maybe there's a Terran or so down here, or maybe Shin. Or maybe Clem. But boy could we do with someone different dropping down to that lower bracket. Obviously the upper bracket is going to be starting up a bit later today as well. We've got Creator Shin and also Geralt versus Cure coming up later for you guys today. Geralt Cure will be the series that comes up after Lemon versus Trigger, and then we do have the Creator Shin series to come after that as well. So that's all going to be going on, happening, and taking place. Thank you for listening, and obviously thank you for waiting for some ads to play is what we were really doing here as we get ready to go into Lemon versus Trigger PvP. Tell me Protoss isn't Imber without telling me. I mean, yes, Protoss is so Imber that there's loads of them in the lower bracket of the tournament. You know what happens to get into the lower bracket? You have to be losing in the upper bracket. So yeah, so many Protoss lost. The lower bracket is swarmed with Protoss. Dun dun dun. Good logic, YouTube chat. Killing it. In the bottom left, we are going to have ourselves the red Protoss player to start off this series. It's Trigger. I actually think it's going to be a really fun matchup as he takes on Lemon in the upper right-hand corner. Lemon, always good, a good challenger and someone that can come in and bring some surprises, I think, to the table a lot of the time. And oftentimes an underdog. I think I'd put him as a bit of an underdog here against Trigger, but in PvP I think it's a fun match where kind of things can go any which way, so... Protoss so imbalanced, a lot of these guys started playing them 10 years ago to prepare for it. Yeah, I like that one. That's also very true. They're just so smart, they knew to prepare all that time ago. Yeah. Robes, I'm gonna get chased around. The winning bracket's also filled with Protoss. Yeah, it's almost like more Protoss players qualified for the tournament than the Terrans and the Zergs. I don't know what you want me to tell you. There are 100% a bunch of Terrans and Zergs that could have participated in this. They just chose not to. Whereas if you try to tell me a Protoss player that didn't participate in this that could have done, I feel like you'd actually be much more hard-pressed. Maybe that's because Protoss is underpowered and hence they have to play in all of the tournaments. They can't give up any opportunities. Unlike Terrans and Zergs, which can pick and choose their tournaments more. You know? Is that a load of bullshit? Yeah, it's just as much bullshit as we're cracking on with every other reason why this means that or that means this, so... we'll just add it to the pile at this point. Ay. Probably coming through. You can see the Stalker and the Warp Gate continuing up for a couple moments here, getting set up Nexus Pylon on the way through as well. So just bring that into play for the moment. Get this set up. And yeah, the Proby coming across, taking a couple moments. Sentry and that Warp Gate still coming through. The Adepts and the Warp Gate coming by as well. Stalker Sentry will also be on the way through for the moment. Hallucination checks up to see what's going on. Sentry and the Stalker still building into play for a couple moments there. Now we're going to be seeing the couple of units stepping into the middle of the map. Hallucination coming out through the middle of the map as well. So just going straight across to the other side. Away we go. Hallucination taking some damage. And again, we do see the Warp Gates coming up. The Twilight Council's coming through. Bringing a lot of that online as a couple of Adepts going to shade on forward. Hey, what's up, Juvia? Thank you so much for the 69-month resub. Hello, Wardian fans. Hello. At this point, it's not about if it's Ember or not, it's the sheer amount. Yes, but then people are looking at the sheer amount of Protoss and being like, that's it! Protoss are OP because there's 4 Protoss players in this tournament. When there's a lot of better Terrans and Zergs who just didn't try and play the tournament. Like, you know? I'm just getting bored of reading. Like, I could understand if people are like, wow, there's a lot of Protoss players. But then people are like trying to tell me Protoss, like, I just get bored of reading nonsense. That's the TLDR. You've broken me, guys. You've broken me. Hallucination coming through, looking to see what's up. Just gonna see that blink coming in. Nexus on the way up. Our robotics facility building up from Trigger. As you see, our Stalkers just gonna be there to push that Hallucination around to the left-hand side. After Nexus dropping in from both players, so we're gonna see a very different vibe of PvP from what we just saw between Mana and Rebellion, obviously. So both players just heading toward 3 bases, and I'm just happy and content to kind of get into this macro stage for the moment. Obviously, we're both going to have blinks. We're going to be able to both kind of utilize that and try and do something with this in the near future. see what that looks like very soon as the Stalkers and sentries both heading up to the top. These Stalkers and this hallucination heading around the bottom as that Nexus comes into play. Forge and the Assimilator coming around right now. Those probes getting picked away at, and just going to be seeing, I mean, this is nice, just a blink in from Lemon, going to get a few more probes still. He's got a bunch of them on low HP. Actually, only gets 4 in total. He's worried about the push across the map. He's worried about his third base, and maybe rightfully so. Problem is, he recalls into the main. He has to deal with the depths and the natural, and so this third base is going to go down. So Trigger is going to make up for the workers lost and kills the Nexus, so it's going to be Trigger to take the advantage here. He starts up an Immortal because immediately Trigger realizes from here, he's the defender now. Right, he just did a bunch of damage. He is going to be in the leading position of this game. So now he just needs to make sure he survives. And so the Immortal is exactly what allows you to help kind of make sure that that's going to be the case. The Immortal is not something you want to bring on the map aggressively. It's not something that can come across the map easily, along with the Stalkers, because obviously it's going to be a unit that can't, have the same level of mobility. So yeah, if you're now looking at playing kind of a more defensive game, that is kind of where we are at. Gateway coming through, the probes coming up. You do see the Stalkers gathering around for a few moments here. The other Stalkers coming over. It's going to see the charge and the +1 coming about. Nexus and the Robo Facility coming up too. Stalkers coming around just for a few moments. Lemon supply lacking, and obviously that third base having to be rebuilt is going to become very costly for him over the next few moments, and definitely expecting that to be an issue in the near future. Resonant Enclaves coming about, +1 on the Immortal coming through. Stalkers still joined together just for the moment as we have Templar Archives continue to come over for a moment or so. The extra few Zealots warping in right there. Enclaves, +1, the Immortal and the gates, little bits of everything all coming by. Continue to get a lot of this set up just for the moment as, again, the extra depths on the Immortal comes straight into play here. +2 in the charge coming up on the side of Lemon, so we bring that online as well. And again, those are depths heading up that right-hand side for the moment. 3 more Zealots going through, the Observer and the Nexus on the way in. And we've seen the charge is about to complete. And yeah, Resonating Glaive is about to finish up here, +1 attack coming through. Going to be seeing the Nexus still building on the front of this 4th base. And this little bit of Zealot Stalker going to start moving down this ramp and just forward onto this map a little bit for the next few moments. Just going to get cruising there, get all these units gathered together and ready to make some plays. Another High Templar warping in, Trigger going to push forward. Stalker, Immortal, Adept going to fight. I mean, the Adept's going to be great against these Zealots. And just wiping those out quickly, going to allow the Immortals to focus on the Stalkers. And that's where this army of Lemon is unlikely to really make much of a stand. GG gets called, and we go to a 1-0 lead for Trigger to start off this series. Nice convincing bit of PvP from him. Obviously just basically kind of just attacking through and just able to get that damage done, right? Denying the third base, jumping elsewhere as well. Able to make a nice little combo of attacks, and hence secure himself that Game 1 lead. That 1 game lead with that Game 1 victory, I should say. Hey, thank you Phalanx SC2 for the 45-month resub. The beauty of SC2 is that you don't have teammates to blame when you lose, so everyone blames balance instead. Yeah, the beauty of SC2. It's so beautiful! Looks at the balance wine. If a bunch of Terran or Zerg refuse to play, can't you find another bunch that's willing to? I mean, the tournament is literally a qualifier process. You know, like, it's just a qualifier process. And the reality is there are more Protoss players than Terran and Zerg that play in online tournaments. Like, you know, like there's a bunch of good Terrans and Zergs who just do not play in a lot of online tournaments, which is pretty much what this entire tournament circuit is. And then, yeah, they also didn't play in the open qualifier aspect of it either, so Like, there's no denying there are more Protoss right now at the top level, but these are Protoss that have been at the top level for years upon years. It just so happens that we're ending up with more Protoss player than we are the other races. We've not had a higher level Protoss player really kind of step back since what, like Trap? Maybe? You know, like... we're just entering an era where there are more Protoss at that level. And it's not like they just suddenly got patched and it's like, oh my god, all the Protoss are really good now and they're competing. It's the same guys that have always been there. It's just these are the guys that keep grinding in these tournaments and so, like... you know? It ain't some magic thing. It's not like... it's, you know, there's just more Protoss players. I don't know what else to say, like... I really don't feel like this is... You know what's hilarious, actually? Is back in 2013, 14, 15, when we had complete dominance of Zergs in online cups, like, all of the Go for SC2s completely Zerg dominated. Loads of ZVZ, it was always Guru versus Nurture and Hyun and Snoot and so on, right? It was always... and there was just so many Zergs playing all the time, and it was just ZVZ here, there, and everywhere. Not a single time did anyone say, man, Zerg is broken. Because they just realized that it was the better Zergs that were showing up and playing these tournaments every week. I don't know why we lost that logic somewhere along the way. Like in the last 10 years, apparently now, that logic of just realizing the situation has just disappeared and people are like, nope, it's balance. That's the only reason. We were cavemen then? Yeah, we didn't know how to properly balance wine. Why do I think several players don't play small cup? Oh, why do you think Cyril doesn't play small cups? Yeah, he's won enough. Yeah, I see what you're saying. Yeah. Alright guys, game number 2. Let's jump into our next game here as we kick this off and get underway into some lemon trigger action for our second game. It is going to be Trigger in the bottom side with the 1-0 lead in this series. Looking to capitalize and push on through, as in the top left, Lemon will look to bounce back in this best of 5 and bring this to a tied up situation. Lemon going to start coming out onto the map here with a probe. Just going to bring that through and get that going. Scout comes over. Is going to be 2 gateways each to start us off. Game 2 of the series. Just going to see the assimilator coming by, getting that set up. And yeah, the probe on the other side going to come through as well. Just going to be moving that toward the upper left-hand side for the moment. I think as a casual player who's not at the top level, at low levels where I'm at, Protoss does seem easier to play and frustrating to play against. So it's difficult to remember that high level is a bit more balanced and you unconsciously root against. I think the thing is that Protoss have a lot of aspects to them that maybe just look less fun or less fair. But that's just because every race is different. Like, there's always going to be a race that looks, quotation marks, looks easier, or looks like it's not fair to play against, or whatever, right? Like, I mean, lower on, honestly, a lot of the time it just comes down to who's good at what, you know? Like, it's like when I play Zerg, my Zerg MMR is naturally higher than it should be because the things I'm bad at with Terran do not exist in Zerg gameplay. So, when I play Zerg, I can hit like higher MMR than I should very quickly because the things I suck at with Terran just don't exist with Zerg. And the things I'm actually a bit better at, Zerg kind of benefits from a bit. I still enjoy playing Terran, so I play Terran as my main race, you know? It's like each race is different. Does that mean Zerg is easier? No, because there's a bunch of things that are probably more difficult as Zerg. I just, you know, I'm just a little bit better at those things naturally than, you know what I mean? Like every race just has those different... it's an asymmetric game. You know, and if it wasn't, the game would be way less interesting in the first place, so... Protoss is actually the hardest. I think Protoss is very difficult to defend with a lot of time. Like, you have to have a lot of very precise defense, a lot of good information. Like, if you do not know what's coming at you, you can roll over and die very quickly as a Protoss player. And then it actually asks a lot of you to control a lot of tech-heavy units that if you do not look after properly, you lose very quickly, and your game kind of ends very quickly as well later in the game. But people would rather be like, oh my god, A-move Storm is so insane, than actually, you know, accepting that different races are difficult in different ways. Anyways, I'm just yapping on. Thing coming through, I'm just going to be having the setup continuing. Yo, what's up, Captain Dreads? Thank you so much for the Prime. I should probably actually observe something a bit better. I'm just sat here reading chat, getting ready to fight. Thank you, Captain Dreads, for the Prime sub. Appreciate you. Let's see where this PvP takes us. We have obviously got the expansions up on either side. We are starting to see diversity as a third Nexus from Lemon. Oh, never mind. Trigger's going to go third base too. Trigger's just a little bit behind on the timing of things, so Lemon with a little bit of a natural lead at the moment. A couple Stalkers just going to come through. Just going to be seeing a bit of pressure coming in there. So we have one extra gateway right now from Trigger, and he will try and utilize that in these next couple of moments. So you're going to see the Stalker Sentry moving across to the left. I'm just going to be having the Stalkers in the center. He's going to pick through. Just going to be seeing a force field coming down, a couple of force fields coming down. Just going to be seeing the Stalkers trying to fight back in return. Again, the Robo Facility coming up, Forges coming through. A little bit of fighting back and forth to begin with here as Trigger had some better numbers coming in, but it's close enough that it's not going to be decided super easily. As can be seen right now, it's going to be a bit of a dive back and forth again between the players. And Immortal is very much so building through the couple of additional adepts on the way, and we have a +1 attack upgrade building on that Forge as well as the additional Stalkers coming over. Never played SCT, but always been intrigued by it. Loved StarCraft 1 as a kid. Been addicted to watching the stream the last few days. Hell yeah. It's awesome. So many people have the same kind of experience of just... I guess it's more common to have at least played SCT at some point, but if you played StarCraft 1, you can still enjoy the StarCraft 2s. Sorry, this fight is just Stalkers on Stalkers. I didn't actually expect them to engage through for so long, hence I started reading chat. I really thought they were going to disengage. But we kind of trade out a lot of Stalkers. 5 probes going down across the map as Adepts get through for some damage, so we got 6 workers killed there as Trigger. But he lost pretty much everything army-wise. He lost all of his Stalkers, so his Stalker count gets completely reset. And so he's going to end up in a little bit of trouble right now, as we have the extra gates, the Robo Facility all coming through on the side of Trigger, the +1 attack upgrade, and the battery is building as well. We get those 3 probes, the assimilator coming online at this stage, and we bring a lot of that online here. The Stalkers and the Immortal will just clean out this pylon as Trigger. Not the biggest of losses, but again, he's gonna have to rebuild his army from this point, and he's getting a lot of gateways for that. There's a Robo Facility up for him, so he can maybe utilize that as well if he wants to. We'll see where he goes. No charge on the way just yet from Trigger. He is going to go into the Immortal at least, so he is going to build that. No charge for now, so he probably just has to go into the Immortal to ensure a chance of survival here, realistically. I think that's pretty... I don't know if you really have many options kind of beyond that, to be honest, so... Yeah, Stalker, Immortal coming through, the +2 attack on the way in as well. We continue to get that building just for the moment. And another Stalker coming online. Lemon definitely taking the lead, but Trigger's been given the time to kind of build back up. I just wonder if Trigger's going to have the better army at the end of this, because it kind of feels like he's just spamming lower tier units, but now he's starting to warp in his Zealots as well. I was going to say, he doesn't have charge, so he's starting to warp in Zealots, but he actually needs to remember to start charge in that case. Playing slow Zealots is not going to be very fun for long, so he needs to recognize that. Yeah, he's going to tempo all guys down. He's trying to basically just do what Lemon does. He does have a better upgrade as well, on the +2 attack being further along. But yeah, he needs charge. You can't play this without charge, because your Zealots are going to end up in some very unsuccessful positions if you go chargeless. So yeah, we'll see if we get that rectified or not. And there's going to be a few Stalkers gathering the front. The few Zealots just keep warping in. Temple Archives finishing soon from Trigger, and he's going to throw down a 4th base in this right-hand side. I will say, Trigger actually bounced back very well from that earlier fight where he lost a lot. I mean, again, he did kill some workers. Resources lost about 500 different, but I guess if you look at the income tab, yeah, he took an income lead for a significant period. So that damage done, allowing him to bounce back a little, and like I say, it's a pretty even game right now. Trigger actually has more army supply even. It's just, like I say, I'm terrified for the fact he's got a bunch of Zealots and 0 charge upgrade. That really will have an impact here. Kind of depends when he notices it. If he notices it as they begin to fight, then that's going to be really bad. If he notices it before then, he can start it up and he can play around it. I mean, right now, you see these Zealots are slow. Maybe that's just your realization, because, yeah, as soon as he starts moving out, he's like, wait, why aren't they fast? Like, beforehand, you think they're slow because charge is on the way. Now he realizes charge was never building. Like I say, now it's interesting because, like, you can kind of play defensively and maybe nullify some of the, you know, the fact that you don't have charge, but there is 100% still the issue of, like, Lemon's attacking into you. You can't exactly stop that right now. You can't even Zealot run by to stop him because, well, it's going to be a slow Zealot run by, and that's going to be very long to set up and very slow to really do anything as well. More Zealots get warped in right here. Just going to be seeing the +2 attack upgrade is about to finish. One Stalker there, just going to poke for a moment or two, does not do too much. Here we go, moving in. Like I say, these Zealots are going to be slow to move forward. They get a very bad concave because of it, and they're all clumped up, and these Archons are right there, able to put the damage in. Trigger's army's going to start melting. Like I say, it's like, you don't have charge, so it's, you know, so what? If your opponent's attacking into you, your Zealots don't need charge today, but it means that the Zealots of Lemon wrap around the Zealots of his opponent, so Trigger's Zealots naturally get left in a cluster, while Lemons do a much better job of spreading out, and then those clustered Zealots get melted by the Archons, and it just becomes a very one-sided fight very quickly from there, and Lemon is not going to take no prisoners. He's just going to keep on moving through. Everything is dying. Archon's going down. The Mortals are going to be next. Trigger says, GG, stop beating up my units, please. And Lemon ties the series 1-1. I do wonder how different that would have looked if Trigger had charge. Because also, I wonder if Trigger would have even been there on the map. Because I think he was getting ready to move out and take advantage of +2. Only then he realized he had no charge, so he couldn't actually move out. So he had to stop still and just stand and wait around. And obviously then everything went kind of wrong from there. Alright, we're going to go into game 3, guys. It's all tied up. Let's jump in to the upper left-hand side. So, oops. I think I must have accidentally hit the plus key to speed up a little bit there, guys. We're going to have in the top left-hand side our red Protoss player. This is Trigger. Taking on, in the bottom right, our blue Protoss player, Lemon. Oh, top right, sorry. Blue Protoss player, Lemon. Tied up 1-1 in this series, now playing here on Mothership. Guys, I will just say straight up, if you're just going to continue to say stupid balance shit in chat, I'm just going to ban you guys, because, like, I want to reply so badly, but I'm going to look like a really bad person, because to tell you guys how stupid you are, I'm going to have to use some bad words. So, if we could just stop before I ban you, because I literally have no other choice. Thank you. You guys are using some dumbass arguments. Jeez. So spicy, Wardy. This is not spicy. Spicy Wardy would have lashed out. Spicy Wardy would have lashed out. I'm giving people a fair warning. You can have your opinions, but I'm sick of reading them at this point. So just leave it or don't talk here. Either way. Stargate, Adept Stalker coming up, Wargate coming by. We settle ourselves in for a couple of moments. We get everything on the go and figure out where we're going to go next. As we just have ourselves a Twilight Council coming through. Bring this about, Adept Stalker on the way, Wargate building, Stargate coming by. And we just, take a couple of moments for this PvP. 3-player map. A 3-player map that's not as 3-player as the other 3-player maps, because it's pretty big. So the kind of some of the typical issues you kind of have with 3-player maps are not as much of a factor here as they oftentimes are. So in that regard, things look kind of chill. Let's just settle and see where we're gonna go. Oracle, Warp Gate coming up, the Blink and the Warp Gate coming by as well. So a lot of that coming through. Stalker just gonna move toward the upper right side. A couple of Adepts gonna shade around, and again, Blink and the Warp Gate coming up for a couple of moments. Quadra building, Warp Gate coming up. This is going to be seeing the Nexus coming down on the natural here. Just going to be seeing, the Blink coming through, the Warp Gate coming up. We got a lot of this on the way. Nexus is building. Get that settled for a couple seconds. Guys, sorry, give me 1 sec. I just have to update something quickly. One moment. Well, Stalker's going to push that Oracle away just momentarily as well. As the Oracle swings back through the center for a couple of moments, pulling back over here. The Oracle going to drop the Stasis Ward down. Rodri moving out. We have a proxy at the front here, so Lemon is getting that extra gateway up, and this is going to bring him up to 3 gates. Put some pressure on. He's 1 base, so he wants to try and break Trigger down quickly on this, but the Void Ray defensively, Battery on the low ground, Stasis there to help out as well. I mean, Trigger's got a lot of the good, correct setup going so far. We're going to see some Stalkers going back the other way. Blink in to stop the stasis, but then like you blink into like a stasis for 3 Stalkers, and those Stalkers are just going to die the moment that stasis fades away. I'm not going to lie, so far it's looking like a defense. Now the Oracle across the map is just killing probes, and Lemon is losing the fight. He's losing the probes, and that is going to be Trigger taking the GG and the 2-1 victory. Alright, so Trigger gets up to the... Sorry, not 2-1 victory, 2-1 lead, sorry. I will correct my sentence as we go to Tyto Citadel here in a moment, guys, but we do have to run a quick little ad break for a moment or so. Is Lemon someone's alias? You've never heard of him? No, Lemon is Lemon. Lemon was a breakout player during the ESL regionals. The last year or so we had them in the Taiwan region. And yeah, he had some really good runs. In like the Asia region, sorry, because it wasn't Taiwan anymore. It was combined Asia, right, with China and Taiwan and other places. And he challenged Oliveira a couple of times in those events. Very fun player. Definitely kind of obviously reached some high highs there, but never really, still, consistency as usual is the big question mark in StarCraft 2, and that's the usual thing. So yeah, I just want to go say shout out to YouTube chat. 2 out of 2 guys I threw the warning out at just straight up came in and just said stupid shit straight after, so just wanted to say shout out for living up to your names. 0 regrets. Actually, my only regret is I don't read out the final message of one of them because it's an absolute quality stupid message, but I'm going to say my piece. I'm going to leave it there. We're just going to move on. Ay, ay, ay. Can I believe all the NFL coaches that got fired? Yeah. I mean, I feel like everything was expected, though. Pretty much. What I saw. What I followed. YouTube chat always quality. Honestly, my YouTube chat's usually pretty nice. It's been off the rails for a couple of days now, I'm not gonna lie, and I'm just done with it. I've just read enough of it, so we're done. I just got sick of reading stupid things, quite frankly. Just waiting on our ads, guys. Probably good to go, actually. Can probably kick this off. So, yeah, let's do this. I think we've got enough waiting time in. Let's listen to this rip YouTube chat. Look, I mean, YouTube can still chat. It's just like, I just got bored of reading the same guys just saying the same things and just inciting everyone to just complain about balance. Sometimes you get bored of reading the same nonsense. I can't say it any differently. Toss's favorite in this matchup. Being banned by Wardy must be bad. I'm pretty lenient, like I let people chat a lot of shit before I ban them, to be honest. Why don't I join in on the balance banning? I do when it's bad. I do when the game, last year when PvT was absolutely like unplayable and it was just horrible, I balance whined a lot. Because when the game is actually not fun and is clearly not in a good place, it's worth speaking up about. That's just not the state that we're in right now, in my opinion. Trust me, I can whine like the rest of you guys. I'm good at it. I've got some whining in me. In the OSC Championship, guys, the Legends Championship bracket, we have ourselves this Game 4 Trigger and Lemon elimination match again. Loser of this series does go out. So just a reminder to that one. As we have a probe coming across from Trigger, up 2-1. So it is Lemon on his last lifeline. And life gives you lemons. Win StarCraft 2 matches, says Trigger. Lemon trying to figure out a way to stop Trigger from having such insightful thoughts and turn that into such great results so far. So I could say Gates, Cybercores coming through. What do pros say about TVZ right now? Is it balanced? I think people are pretty happy with TVZ from what I understand. I actually haven't really heard many people talking in depth about TVZ, honestly, so that's usually a good sign. Yeah. Little probies coming at each other. Just for a couple moments. Getting set up. And the Stalker's going to move around as well. Going to get after that probe for a moment or so. So we get the kill. Robo Facility and the Stalker's still coming over for a couple of moments. And we just have ourselves the Sentry Stalker on the way. Warp Gate building. Robo Facility coming up. couple Stalkers of Lemon still moving out toward the center of the map. Watchtower going to be taken for a few moments as well. So just setting up over there. And yeah, a couple Stalkers will fire a couple of shots off. Get some damage done for a few moments' time. Robo Facility, Nexus, and the Warp Gate all coming through. These couple Stalkers going to hit at the Adept for a moment or so. That's going to go down. They're cleaned up already. And we just have that Robo going to finish in a few moments as well. So getting that Robo wrapped on up. There's going to be an expansion from both those. So most importantly, we're going to get a bit of back and forth in this game, I would say. Nothing too quick going to happen. Obviously, we've had some fast PvPs already today. That last game was the fastest of this series. We're kind of trending away from that here for this game 4. I personally think TVZ is actually in a really fun place right now. As an observer, it's really fun because you get a lot of longer games, you get a good mix of kind of builds, like you can play Ling Bane Muta, you can play Ling Bane Hydra, you can play Ling Hydra Infesta, you can play into Lurkers quickly. Like there's so many options right now in TVZ. And the Zerg has options and the Terran have options a little bit as well. Like the Terran can still 8 racks, the Terran can, you know, there's a little bit of mech play still viable in the matchup as well. I think it's I think TVZ's in a really fun state at the moment. I mean, I'm biased. I think TVZ's a really good matchup, but there's been times in TVZ where I'm like, man, I kind of miss this. You know, and there's like certain parts of the matchup I miss, but we have all those parts of the matchup in it right now, so it's very fun. Couple Stalkers are going to be there to zone out. The Prism Blink is coming up to being about halfway done. The couple of Adepts are just going to drop down. One more Stalker warping in. Another Adept coming through. We're just going to have ourselves the 2 Adepts together, shading up that high ground, moving straight through. We're going to step forward a couple sentries. We'll start to take some damage. It's going to be seeing the shots coming about. A couple of Guardian Shields are going to pop. Just going to be seeing the Prism on the way over again. Blink coming through. Gate on the way up. At the probes, the Immortal and the Nexus coming through as well. Just going to see the Nexus starting up as well. The Stalker Sentry is going to chase that Prism away over to that right-hand side. Push that back for a few moments. And yeah, this army of Lemon coming back over to the right. So Lemon has to back all the way away, get ourselves into a fun state, because now we're going to have Blink coming up from Trigger. So he's going to take some map control of the Stalkers, and Lemon's going to play the much more defensive setup for the foreseeable future for the next few moments here. So expecting that to come around is to just have Poly Council about to finish, the Immortal on the way through. Again, the few Stalkers coming up, the Forge and the Nexus building as well. We get that on the way. All that coming up, the Charge coming by, Stalker Sentry coming back over, the Observer just going to be here as well. Just hanging around for a couple of moments. Again, that Immortal about to finish, the extra Charge upgrade coming through, Stalker Sentry is already coming across down to that bottom right side. Okay, we've seen our Stalker's going to start pushing the Prism with some micro availability, one of the benefits of having that Robo up early. At the same time, Trigger is losing workers across the map. He blinks in, hits the Prisms, removes the micro, now opens the chance to get the Immortals, but it's expensive. And when you only get one of these Immortals, I think it's fair to say that that was not a success. Especially while your entire main mineral line is not mining back at home. This did not do what you wanted to as Trigger. That was a lot of units given up, and like I say, not really a lot of units gained, unfortunately. Stalker Immortal Force gathers back here. Take a couple moments. We will have the Charge +1, the Temple Archives all coming through, the extra gateways coming about as well, just for a couple seconds. Temple Archives and those gates just continue to come by, so bringing a lot of that up for the moment here. The extra gateways still building into play. So yeah, bringing a lot of this up, those gates coming by. We just have ourselves the Charge and the +1 attack upgrade coming through as well, so a lot of that's still coming online here. We do have Stalkers on the bottom side actually attacking in for a couple more Stalkers as well. Yeah, +1 attack building, Charge on the way, Prism coming out, and again those extra gates coming through from both as the production continues. Stalkers around the bottom side, just going to come moving across already, ready to blink up into the base. Into the main we go, and a bunch of probes begin to go down. The work is going down initially. A couple of these zealots start to drop. We are going to be seeing the extra gates still coming through. The Templar Archive is going to be a part of that as well. Knight Templar's going to move up. We do see the Zealot Stalker Immortal coming over as well. One more Archon morphing in. I'm just going to be seeing the Stalkers of Trigger. I'm going to come across one more time as well. A couple of Zealots is going to get jumped at. We do see the Archons, the Immortals gathering together here. The 4th base on that right-hand side setting up at the moment here from Lemons. Again, that ready to go. Templar Archive still building. The Gateway and the +1 attack upgrade. Part of this also. Battery coming up. And do you see the other couple of units continue to come through as well. More shots coming about. And we move back over here. Just going to see a few more warp-ins already coming online. So we got those up and rolling. Get this settled as we do have our forces still clashing a little bit over on this left-hand side as well. It's just bringing ourselves straight through over here. The Immortal's going to take a ping or two. Some barriers getting popped, but Lemon is obviously wanting to be aggressive. Looking to push through, charging forward with those Zealots and just jumping onto a couple of the Stalkers. Lemon, about the same army supply as Trigger. Upgrade is a bit further along, but not going to be ready for this fight anyway, so that part of this is pretty unmeaningful just for now at least. And we're just going to fight on in. He has a couple of Archons. There's no Archons here from Trigger, who comes in from the backside with the Stalkers, gets the Prism, removes that micro potential and the reinforcement potential, so that's a big factor. Is that going to be enough overall? Or how does this now go? Immortal's going to keep on firing through. A few more shots coming over. A little bit more being done. Just going to be seeing the Archon still hitting through as well. So just going to get an extra damage dealt here. The probe surrounding Immortal Archon Stalker. Getting cleaned out also. And again, the +2 attack on both sides continuing through as well at the moment. So just bringing a lot of the rest of this up into play. There's a few High Templars coming through as well. Just getting those warped in. The Prism setting up. A couple of Archons morphing. A few Zealots warping in alongside everything else here for the moment. So and we get a lot more of this just coming through in the army going back over that right-hand side for a moment or so. Again, +2 attack coming up. The Zealots on the way by, bringing a lot of this online just for the moment and seeing what happens as our next stage of this. Again, +2 attack. The Zealot, the Archon, all building straight through here. And we have ourselves the Nexus gathering as well. Waiting for Lemon to play defense as Trigger comes across the map looking to swing. He's down a base, and he's obviously lost that last fight, so he feels the need to just go right now to try and basically put a close to this, but it's not happening. It's a convincing defense from Lemon, and that means we are on track to a Game 5 if this does in fact force a GG out of Trigger, which I think it should, especially so if he loses the Prism with a couple of final units inside. Maybe he will not leave just yet. Maybe he'll make Lemon attack for the victory. Woohoo! Now he actually lost the Prism. One more Archon shot went off. As we move over to this left-hand side, we're just going to charge straight through. We're just going to jump onto a few more of these bits and bobs over there. The Prism hurting and Lemon killing. And who knew a Cirrus Fruit could be so deadly? 2-2 tied up. And a Game 5 on the way to determine who will stay alive in the Ladder Legends Championship bracket between Lemon and Trigger in round 1. Winner of this gets to go on through to play Nightmare, which I don't think is an easy matchup for anybody. This lower bracket section is absolutely brutal, to be quite frank with you guys. So, yeah, let's see what happens as we go into this next stage of the game. Let's jump into Game 5. One more map available in this series. Let's start this off. Can you show me your 3D printed ST2 Marine? Absolutely. Go wild. That sounds amazing. I can't look at it on Imager, though, because it is blocked in the UK. So I can't look at it on Imager. But if you find somewhere else to put it, I can actually look at it. Well, what? Yeah, the UK. So the UK made a bunch of websites require age verification, and so instead of having to deal with that, the websites just blocked the UK instead. So it's not that the UK blocked Imager, it's that the Imager said we can't be bothered to deal with your bullshit. And so now we get blocked from Imager. Yeah. Yeah. VPNs became real valuable here in the UK the last few months. Yeah. Ay. Game sound muted. Sorry, I was muting up just in case. Well, just in between for a moment. Thank you so much. Wikipedia might exit the UK as well. Yeah, no, it's just stupid. Like it's just dumb. Like it's almost like they did the wrong thing to get what they wanted done. It's so stupid. VPNs, if only someone was sponsored by one and could tell us about it. Oh, I'd love to, but we have no sponsorship from a VPN. That ship has come and gone. If you missed your awesome Wardy VPN promo opportunity, it's gone forever. Well, maybe not forever, it might come back. But not today. It made a great talking point while I was selling out about the VPN, though. You know, it was a very genuine experience case. Like, hey, I actually use this thing because the UK sucks. You know, like, you know, thanks UK for making my sellout speech more realistic and more relatable. I guess. Hallucination flying through. Got ourselves the Geralt Island and so coming up. Just watching what's going on here, guys. Not a lot happening super early. It is an expansion, I guess, worth mentioning, I suppose, from Lemon initially. And I don't think Trigger... I think Trigger wants to expand too. It's just he cannot due to a pylon over here. Pylon's going to go down. Hallucination chilling up in the skies. Just going to have ourselves the Sentry, the Stalker, the Warp Gate. All of that coming about for a few moments as well, so bring a lot of that up into play. And a lot of sentries early, so a lot of hallucinations, a lot of figuring out what's going on, a lot of vision. Twilight Council just building from Lemon in the main, so just going to get that underway initially. These Stalkers poking at the front. And the Stalkers are going to fight. We do see the Sentry is going to be there as well, so it's going to put a bit of firepower back the other direction. Twilight Council building up, the Nexus coming through. Our Stalker is about to finish up on the side of Lemon as well, so we got that Stalker completing as the Nexus on the natural trigger comes through. The Nexus already finished from Lemon. Here in this Game 5 deciding match. Winner advances, a loser eliminated. As both Trigger and Lemon came through the Challenger bracket and starting in round 1 of this lower bracket. Like I say, a brutal path ahead of them. PvPs are going to have to be sharp and effective to move through this sequence of matchups in the near future, so let's see if they may be. Robo Facility coming up from Lemon. Hallucination coming by, and are just going to pull on over to the sides. Hallucination there, going to take a couple shots of damage, so a few hits coming through just for a moment or so. And Hallucination moving by, taking a second or so, getting set up momentarily. I'm just going to fade away. Yeah, Blink coming through, Robo Facility and the probes coming up as well, so a lot of that already coming by for now. Let's get this all started up as the Stalkers and the Sentries coming over as well. Blink from both players, Robo Facility and the Nexus coming through. And yeah, the Nexus in the front here, just going to be setting up as well nicely for the moment. Be a nice little position for now. Again, the Stalker Sentry still gathering together. Nexus building, probes building. A lot of this just on the way through. Waiting to see where exactly we take things. Trigger is pushing forward aggressively. Gonna have Blink in a few moments. We'll see if you can maybe make something happen with that or not. That one kind of really is still kind of up in the air a little bit, at least, as you see those Stalkers still gathering. Bunch of those Stalkers work around the right-hand sides. They are indeed going to make their move. Try to head up the left and see where they can go to. Stalker Sentry all coming over. You're going to be seeing the Nexus coming down here as well. A couple of probes begin to get shot at. Sentry gonna go down. The Stalker's still fighting and trading. Trigger. Gonna be on a bit of an army supply lead here already and trading nicely so far. A couple Stalkers going down. Blinks in aggressively onto some low HP Stalkers, and as they blink away, they just get taken down. Lemon says GG, taps out and says he's out of here. Trigger will survive the first PvP of the PvP Gauntlet, and we'll take the chance. We'll take the 3-2 victory and move on through. Alrighty guys, so we're going to take a couple moments here. When we come back, we are going to have ourselves the next series up, which will be Geralt versus Cure. It's going to be heading into that in just a few moments, and getting into some more OSC Championship action. Before we go into that though, let's have a quick peek at this sponsor of the OSC Championship 13, Ladder Legends! Master StarCraft 2. With Ladder Legends, you can learn from professional coaches through a bunch of different ways. There's a bunch of free content as well as the Discord server you can check on out. And this is their website, ladderlegendsacademy.com, where you can find out more about them. You can check out the free content already. You can look at the things that they're partnering. Obviously, they're sponsoring this OSC Championship already. You can check out some of the VODs and the masterclasses and all your ways to start learning and improving and getting yourself better at StarCraft 2. It's never too late to learn, guys, if you truly believe StarCraft 2 is the game of the future. Which obviously it is. Why would it be any different? Why would it not be, basically? But real talk, why would it not be? It's a great game. So if you think it's the game of the future, keep yourself going and check on out the coaches and the replays and the masterclasses and everything else at excuse me, sorry, at the ladderlegendsacademy.com. Alrighty guys, we will take a moment or two and go into Geralt vs. Cure. I will just run some stream ads and get this started off. Cool, cool, cool. Cool, cool, cool. Do, 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 boom, boom. I guess, like I said, just waiting for some ads to play and we'll jump into Geralt. Cure is an interesting one. I think Cure is going to be the stronger player, if I'm going to be honest. But I think Geralt can throw a curveball or two in there. I think he can make some things happen, to be honest. So, yeah, we will see. We will see very soon, because we're pretty much ready to go into this, like I say, where we're at. 2 minutes on the ad, so we'll give it 30 seconds and we'll kick off this game 1 of Geralt versus Cure. Now we can have a look at the 3D printed marine as well. Let's have a look. Boom. That's actually genuinely very cool 3D printed marine. That looks bigger than I thought. I thought it was going to be like this big. That looks like... Maybe it is that big? How big is it? How tall is it? It looks like kind of big. Oh, I might just take the photo. That's cool, man. It has so much detail on it as well. Damn. Have to paint it. Good luck. Make it look beautiful. And you have a new prediction. Sure. It's 20 centimeters high. Oh, damn, that's pretty legit, no? Like that. That's yeah, like that. Damn, this is a big boy. gonna take some pain. Alright, let's jump in as we head into Geralt Cure best of 5. Got 2 best of 5s remaining today. We're into the winner bracket now, which means that we actually start to knock a couple players down to the lower bracket. Geralt versus Cure, and then Creator versus Shin. So some PvT followed by some PvZ to round out today. Let's get this on the go. As we have GLHF called by the Blue Terran player. In the top left of Mothership for map number 1 of this series, this is Cure. Taking on the red Protoss in the top right-hand corner of the map, it is Geralt. Again, still best of 5, everything best of 5 in this bracket. And, yeah, very exciting. Alright, so getting into this and seeing where things will go the next couple of moments. Since this all started off and into some action here. As Geralt sits in the upper right, Cure in the upper left. This probe coming over, getting established for a few moments. And this underways. Over in the orbital, coming through, the Cybercore and the probe already coming into place. Just going to get that started here. A couple of moments. Factory building, Reaper on the way out as well, so pretty standard stuff to begin with. Obviously no expansion yet from Cure, just going for the factory first, just trying to be pretty safe about things. This is his initial kind of motif at the start of this game. And yeah, just gonna get that Reaper up then the factory, and we'll expand it behind it. You have the Reaper on the map, it's gonna be a second Reaper as well, so we'll see a little bit more pressure coming through in that regard for a couple of moments. Get that on the way, get that set up for now. Reaper moves over. Again, the Hellion, the Reaper all coming through. The Adept, the Warp Gate coming online as well. So can we bring this into play just for a moment or so? The Reaper continues. Gets settled for a couple of seconds. Reaper will try and put some pressure on. Adept is going to shade. We are going to move back for a couple seconds. Reaper is going to get to the high ground. More Reaper Hellion in production, but we are dealing with as well at the same time across the map the little bit of Adept pressure that Reaper Hellion is actually doing a pretty good job of turning around. This Reaper is going to get the kill on this Adept, and we've killed 2 probes at the same time now, so things are adding up a little bit. Reaper dealt with in the main finally, but 1 Reaper, 1 Hellion going down. We kill 3 workers and an Adept. Pretty reasonable. I mean, a bit of back and forth trading essentially on these early units. You kind of make these units trade early as the Terran. Obviously, if you keep all of them alive, even better, because more chance to do more later on. But we got some damage done while we trade out as well, so... Probes coming through, the Hellion. It's going to fire back, a couple of those workers start to go down, the battery's still building, the probe in production, the Stalker going to put some damage out, and that Hellion is going to get caught in the corner. It is going to go down, the Adept and the Stalker's there to clean out. We've seen a couple of Reapers going through, the couple of probes still going down. We just have ourselves the Medevac and the Marines continue to come through as well. Adept's going to be there, still continue to chase. The Reapers come down the bottom as well for the moment. So the couple of Reapers is going to hang around. We are going to see the gateways coming through. Our facility coming up. Ooh, it's a Wooden Mine shot going in for a couple of moments there as the Stalker going to get through. And that Medevac going to take a little bit of damage. So a few shots coming in. Medevac just escapes for a moment or so. The couple of Reapers going to hop up into the main base and they're going to come through. It's going to see the Stalker going to return some fire for a couple of seconds. I mean, get some damage out. I mean, the Reaper's going to get turned away for the most part. Not too much else to really say on that one, as, again, the tank and the Marines continue through. Blink and the Nexus coming in as well. So, Geralt taking a third base and on his way up to that Blink as well. So, a lot of that just coming straight online here. And those couple of Reapers continue to come about and seeing where else we can go for these next couple of moments. Taking a few more shots, the Stalker's just going to gather in for a second or two. As you see the Fallon coming down, the Assimilator coming up. This is settled. Stimpack and +1 both building here, and we do have ourselves the Nexus on the charge building as well, so we continue to bring that into place just for now. Again, Stimpack +1, Marine and Marauder all continues to produce through at the moment. The Stalker count coming over that left-hand side and looking to make a push into this natural expansion here. Bunker setting up, and the commands that are dropping into place. Against him, Combat Shield and +1 all coming online. The Observer from Geralt coming around the top side as well. Looking to make a bit of a push through at the moment as the Medevacs continue to build up on the reactor there. I'm just going to be seeing our little battery coming in on the third base as well. It's just going to get that put into place as well for now. Stalkers gather. It's going to be seeing the look of a chance to jump into the main, perhaps. So looking for a bit of opportunity here and there, looking for some chances. I see the Raven going to be there to help scare the Observer away. Stimpack, Combat Shield, and +1 all building up as well. Charge Storm and an armor upgrade coming through too. You can see these Stalkers trying to threaten the Medevacs there for a couple seconds. That's going to be a nice little moment, chasing around, scaring you a little bit, just to begin with here. To continue through to the next stage of this, just going to be seeing the Stalkers still patrolling back out over that right-hand side. So, on the way through, again, Storm and the armor upgrade all building here, so we get that on the way as well. And Geralt looking to sit tight on the map for the moment. So again, getting this up and running, getting this on the way, and seeing where we will go over the next few moments. Bio units still gathering up and moving across. Find a couple of Stalkers here that wouldn't mind taking a shot as well, so a bit more damage being dealt. Bio going to stem up. Love that split. Was the first Storm that's very ineffective, to be honest. I mean, we give up a couple units for it, I guess, but in the grand scheme of things, pretty ineffective initial Storm, honestly. A couple more of those Wooden Mines are going to get burrowed up as well. The tank's all sieging. A few of those units just loaded to the high ground. Kyo pushing himself in a very good position here. We're going to fight this quickly as Geralt. We're going to pop the stim now, as we are going to be seeing all those Zealots melting. The Immortal that's left in the front going down quickly. We feed back down the Raven, sure, but that's pretty much the only thing that's going to go in your favor for these next few moments. Stalker's going to be able to push away the Medevac, but the supply from Kira clearly looking very solid right here, looking to be good as he settles in the top side of the map. An Archon and an extra High Templar being brought into play. And again, the Marine Marauder Viking coming up, the Ghost Academy coming through as well. We continue to bring this into play right now. A couple of Zealots are going to come through. The Widow Mine going to be there as well. Just don't see this being enough. Kira clearly with enough bio to just say bye-bye to Geralt on this one. High Templar falls, the Immortal dropping, the Zealots going to try and charge through. They will not get enough done in the slightest. We have the bio continue to fight. A couple of Zealots drop and the Stalkers will get jumped on. We really can't go wrong at this point. This is too much Terran. And it's all belonging to Kua as he runs on through this natural expansion of Geralt here. The storm comes down. We cancel the warping with the pylon being killed. And we'll step forward even further here. Just going to jump on these Zealots as they're building. Vikings land are actually finding themselves a chance to trade with Stalkers, which is pretty amazing. Widow Mines hit more Medevacs than they do probes, honestly. Doesn't really matter. We're just waiting for the GG to be called. And it is Geralt to jump out of Game 1 to give Kua the 1-0 lead in this best of 5. So Kua gets off to a hot start. First game going his way. And we'll get into a second game here in a couple of moments. Our second map going to be on Winter Madness. If Geralt can turn this around or not. As, yeah, Kua getting that 1-0 advantage here to begin with. 9 min, no Colossus. He had Storm, bro. You do not need Colossus when you get Storm. Problem is the Storms did not land well enough. And he just, I mean, the position that Q was in that little corner, tucked away and hitting the natural and then threatening and so on is just so nasty, so... I need to be maybe a bit more aggressive on the map. Alright, we will kick into game number 2. In the top left side, why is I about to say green? I think it's because I'm about to say Geralt, and then I was thinking of the color, so I was like, grrr. In the top left, red Protoss, who is called Geralt. It is going to be Geralt. Taking on the blue Terran. In the bottom right side, it is Team Liquid's Cure. Wardy, on a scale of 1 to 10, how awesome is this YouTube chat? Honestly, usually pretty awesome. Usually YouTube chat's pretty chill, so... I like my YouTube chat, man. I like you guys. Sometimes, I mean, every chat goes off the rails sometimes, you know? I mean, I don't have a dedicated moderator for YouTube or anything, so the fact that I get away without feeling the need to have a dedicated mod kind of says that you guys are not too much trouble, to be honest. So if that ain't a 10, I don't know what isn't. Then again, sometimes I also just don't read what's going on in YouTube chat, so maybe I just skip over half of what's going on. I haven't read it in a while. Yeah, that's literally the first thing I've read in a hot second, to be honest. I see. You guys just don't even get it though. Is this live? You thought you saw it on another channel, but not really sure? Yes, we are live. We are live, players alive, games alive. Live, live, live. Next coming up, Adept and the Warp Gate coming by, Reaper and the Factory both building to get this into place. I see the SCV pulling over. As that drops in, Next is already building through. Let me take a couple seconds as the Reaper will poke away at the battery for a couple moments. Yeah, I didn't read up far enough to see the issue in YouTube chat, guys. My bad. I don't need a dedicated moderator. Meanwhile, misses the thing. We should probably moderate. My bad, guys. I thought I thought dude was just being a bit weird. My bad. Didn't realize what's going on. Alright. Back to it. My apologies. If you guys ever see someone misbehaving in YouTube, and I don't just time them out, just at me and tell me. I would appreciate you guys just letting me know so I can just fix it if I missed it. Just gonna be seeing a little grenade go down. Just gonna be seeing the couple units coming back over. And just gonna be seeing the blink on the way up as well. And just take a few moments, medevac, the Marines coming over, and just gonna be seeing the CC morphing into the planetary for a couple of moments. Yeah, Gauge Blink coming up, Barracks and the Tech Labs coming by, the Orbital Command, the Marines just going through for now. And yeah, we're just going to be seeing the Reaper and the Hellion will just go up against that Stalker force, push back a little bit. And yeah, Tank and the Marines continue to come through, SCV's on the way over. The Widowmine does get burrowed just for the single probe already, he's just going to take that down and You see the medevac dropping through in toward the main base. Wouldn't mind a couple of Marines over here. Gonna get the unburrow. A couple of probes nibbling through. And yeah, that blink is still very much so on its way in as well. The few stalkers coming across, just gonna play a bit of cleanup. The medevac escapes out of here. Reapers and a Hellion joining up as well. Good depths of Geralt, just going to set out the front, a hallucination stepping forward, the few stalkers are going to settle. And that blink coming up, next on the way, the couple of probes building. Wouldn't mind, sorry, Reaper Marine Hellion drop. Comes into the main base for Q to try and deal some damage. At the same time, Geralt just going to try and shade some adepts through. I don't think they're really going to find the opportunity that they're looking for either, to be honest, right now. So not too much found of that, as we see these adepts taking a little bit more damage, a few more shots coming through, just for the moment. Everyone going to gather there as well, so we're very well set in case of there was any DTs or anything. But we can just send this Raven across the map because there's no threat of that. So Raven can go across to the other side, put some pressure on, and yeah, obviously kind of sit there as a harassing unit for the foreseeable future. And be able to kind of get through for some work. So just going to see that Raven moving straight over. Stalkers, though, going to intercept it! There's a cleanup, because obviously we have Blink, even though we kind of ran past it for a second. We can Blink underneath and get the KO, so the Raven goes down. It's a big cleanup, honestly. That is a big moment. Stim back combat shield and the +1 all still coming through. The rest of the Stalkers coming across as well, so they're going to move over at the same time here. Move across for now. On we continue. Charge Storm and Armor Upgrade building. Stimpack Combat Shield and +1 coming up as well. Again, bringing a lot of these little bits and pieces through as Geralt settles Stalkers into the bottom right side. On Winter Madness down a game. Stalkers gather. Just going to be seeing the hallucination moving through a little bit as well. Stimpack combat and +1 again, all building out. The few stalkers going to go back around the other side for a few moments as well. So just get that on the way, coming through for now. Let's do see a little bit of bio and unload over on this side at the same time. It's looking pretty reasonable. Again, the upgrades all coming about. Figure out what we want to try and do here for the next few moments. Bio joins up, again, Combat Shield and the +1 being built as well. Marine Marauder Medevac all coming over, the Stim on a few units just going to be brought across also for now. And we're going to see the rest of that bio coming across as well here. Chasing to the upper left-hand side, the few Stalkers going to come in, they're going to pick away at an SCV, Marine, Widow Mine. Bio going to come back through again as well, so just again settle up for that as the bio goes back and forth. A couple moments here. Get this underway. And get this into play. Gateways on the Nexus. Zealots continue to come through. +1 concussive shells as part of this. Marine Marauder Medevac all coming about. We do see Cure pushing to the upper left side. Looking to attack on into this position. 3-Eye Templar available currently. Fourth base maybe in some immediate trouble. Geralt is going to start running across. Going to try and minimize this Widow Mine play. I mean, so far we do manage that. Still splitting a couple of High Templars in some trouble. Good split from Cure. Needs one bigger storm there towards the end, and that's going to be a little bit more painful for him. And I think Geralt is going to push Cure away from this one, and he keeps the fourth base alive. So fourth base gets to continue building, and for now at least, Geralt has kind of pushed Cure kind of back out a little bit. So for now, I'm going to say that this is looking pretty reasonable here for our Protoss player. And honestly, this bio is kind of hurting as well, so as we chase through, Stalker's going to try and get after the Medevacs. The Zealots obviously tanking on the ground and doing what they can. Geralt continues to kill quite a bit off. I'm not really going to get much more done with that blink. Medevac needs to just boost away. Looks as though we're going to say that's far enough. Obviously pushing up into your opponent's base and their reinforcements is only going to give them the opportunity to find some defense, right? So I'm not going to go and try and push this too far, but I think Geralt should just be happy you keep this fourth base alive. Keep yourself in a solid position here for the moment. As Cure pulls over that right-hand side. A few Stalkers to the far right as well. Looking to see if he can catch anything moving in that sort of a direction at the moment. So far, it doesn't seem like he can do too much just yet. And as the Minivacs in the biome just gather back around, but a mine pulls back over too. Geralt actually feeling like he can get a bit aggressive here. It'd be interesting to see if he can successfully attack into a couple of these positions over these next couple of moments. Again, Prism coming up, Nexus in the Forge coming down. Plus one attack coming through, a couple of feedbacks coming in, Medivac's getting hit. Buzzard's going to chase forward and... Homies will just settle for now, but there's going to be the Prism up in the main and a few Zealots here. Start to get some damage done. We also have a drop over here. That's going to be where the big warping goes to. Nothing else, Cure forces a big warping back on this side of the map, which is nice. However, Geralt also pushes forward at the front, and as a bunch of units went into the main to deal with this Zealot run by, which is now getting cleaned up. Sure, we lose a bunch of units on the third base, so the third base ends up in a ton of trouble. 12 SCVs going down, and this fourth command center going to end up killed, not cancelled. Good EMP on the High Templar, resetting that energy to 0. One Zealot left in the main base. Coming out, their supplies are still pretty even at the moment. All Bayou still stemming through. And again, the High Templar's coming up, a +1 attack upgrade coming by. Attacking the Immortal coming through, the probes coming over. Watermine Marine Marauder coming about right here. Going to see this army going over that far left-hand side. Couple probes moving through. Again, 2-2 upgrades building. Marine Marauder Viking all on the way up. The Zealot Stalker Archon Force on the right side resetting a bit. Cure is going to be the one to start off this little... I was going to say base trade, but he's just going to attack over. And in the end, Geralt pulls back and he's going to basically make this not a base trade. If Geralt had continued downward, this would have been a kind of a base trade scenario. I mean, I like Geralt just looking to fight here because honestly, his army supply is good enough to take an engagement. I don't think he needs to end up in any sort of a weird position. This Prism wants to High Templar storm a whole bunch, but we just let the Prism die. Geralt. I mean, you knew that Prism was low. That was pure greed, honestly. Just trying to get the Prism back in for another storm when you're already winning the fight. So you just gave up your Prism and 4 High Templar for nothing. It doesn't matter because Geralt's going to win this anyway, which makes it maybe even... It's not that bad of a play, I guess, because you're going to win anyway, but at the same time, it's maybe even worse, because you didn't even need it, right? You didn't even need to do this, and you still make the, you still get a little bit too greedy. Maybe you just get ahead of yourself, and you're just excited about the game win, because this is going to be the game win, and GG's called. We're going to have a game number 2 going the way of Geralt, and so we get tied up in the best of 5, guys, and we are going to have a little bit of a series on our hands for the moment. Okay. Throw some ads up and we'll head into a game 3 here as we're all tied and we look to try and break this tie in the coming moments. Nightshade our maps. This is going to be one of the maps that is from the OSC extended map pool. We get some maps every season that get brought back, and Nightshade is going to be one of them this time. So we take the normal map pool, we add some maps to it, and that makes the OSC extended map pool. That is how that works. Alright, we'll take a moment or so. What's up, Vara? Thank you so much for the 35 stream watch streak. Loving it. So fun to see those. Alright guys, just a couple moments where we are on the ads, minute 40. I think we're probably good to start. Let's do this. Let's jump into Cure and Geralt game number 3. Tied up 1-1. Like I say, kind of actually impressed so far by what we are seeing out of Geralt, pretty solid performance, Kira. I tell you what, Kira's been a bit shaky in the matchup lately. He's been a bit shaky in general lately, I think is maybe fair to say. Now let's see what happens here as we jump into this one. Thank you so much. Just before we start, to Truna coming in for the 74-month resub. Always crazy when the big resubs come through. That's a resub so long, it might have started out when Nightshade was in the ladder map pool, to be honest. This is an old map. It's a big map. It's just macro-y. It's not really... I don't know if there's much to say about Nightshade. It's very standard macro, choky areas. Just the sort of map you can play a nice long game on if that's the way things start going. So we'll see if that's the way things do start going. Or maybe they have some trickery up their sleeves for a map that maybe the other is unfamiliar with. And when I say that, more so just kind of on movement patterns and so on, maybe something you can take advantage of or so. We'll see. The good old days? Yeah, the good old days. Is that a Battlecruiser figure on my shelf? Yes. A Battlecruiser, a Broodlord, it's a carrier as well. There are both big and small versions. It's very exciting. As our gateway comes through, the barracks comes up, and the SCV comes over, taking a few moments here. Gets settled down. Orbital Marine coming through, Cybercore and that probe continue to come about, so we just get that going. The SCV will continue to chase the probe for a little bit. Probe continues to patrol over. Just for now, get that up and running. Cinder and the Nexus both building through, excuse me, and the SCV and the Wolf Gate coming up as well, so we continue to get that going. Probe coming about, just going to be seeing the refinery and the factory coming up, reactor coming by as well. All of that just coming through for the moment. Marines will be on the way up. And as the Gate comes through, and the probe and the Twilight Council coming by, the battery is going to build. Well, a few stalkers are moving about. Just going to be seeing the Marines are going to step over, going to see some success. With a grab or so right there, the Marines able to get in after the Adept for a little bit of damage, so finding some damage. A few more bits and pieces coming through as the Stalker continues to go in after these Marines. Just units on the map already, and Geralt's able to kill 3-4 Marines early with these couple of units stepping onto the map, so pretty big deal there. Quite a lot being done right off the bat. Interesting little starting point as our Stalker continues to apply pressure, and this is just Geralt able to get a lot done. And this is another Marine going down. SCV is evacuating from the natural. Not a great start at all from Cure. Definitely a rough place to be in the early few moments of your game. As the blink comes up, the gateways come by. Got a lot of this on the way through. Just going to be seeing the Stalkers on the other side of the map. Just going to try and poke forward a little bit as well. Going to find an SCV coming across there. Just going to take that out as well. And yeah, Kira in a bit of trouble. Like I say, Kira's been a little bit shaky lately. I do feel like he's had some, quite a few moments, honestly, where he's ended up in kind of some rough positions and not in like the greatest of places. So it's, I mean, we've seen some results of his recently that have just been kind of like shocking. And like every now and then you lose a match or whatever, it's you know, fine. But it's like, it feels like it's been quite a few in a row. So yeah, something to think on from Kira is that he's, like I say, maybe not being as sharp as he usually is in some of his games as of late. Stalker Warpin's back at home, Blink about to be done. Pretty typical, just Raven on the way from Kira, again, an extra barracks up behind the Marine tank production. He is moving forward with a few Marines tanking a Cyclone at the moment. It's a big map to walk across, but he is going to make a go of it, so starting to come across to the other side. Again, that charge building through, the Nexus still coming up on that low ground. That part continues to build into play, the Marine tank gathering the medevac overhead. Doesn't see this army coming at all, which is going to give Kira the advantage of kind of the surprise, but then Geralt's pretty quick to respond, blinks straight in, kills the tank off quickly, gets the medevac to follow. The Cyclone now still going in after the Stalker. We're not going to see the Stalker taking some shots. Cyclone coming back through. A little bit more being done here as we will now play cleanup on these last few Marines. The last few Marines going down. It's going to be a defense. Resources lost going to favor Geralt massively. He only lost 4 Stalks, an Adept, and a Probe in this game, and you can see everything he's been cleaning up in return. So yeah, Geralt going to take a great fight to play cleanup and to push his opponent back in a big way in this map. And yeah, things will reset heavily now into Geralt's favor. So Geralt, I mean, he already had a great start, and this is just going to be expanding on that great start, honestly. So yeah, very, very solid here. Very solid indeed. So just going to blink over. Reactor going to take some damage on the starports already, seeing some damage onto that. Command's only going to get cancelled, so we are going to be seeing the Marines coming over. The extra Stalkers going down, and we do have the Hallucination just chilling. And Factory about to get that reactor up. A few Marines taking damage as well. Marine Marauder medevac all going through. 4 gateways building in the natural as we get that established also here currently. Next is to the bottom left corner, the few Stalkers coming around. Just going to be seeing and Storm and the armor upgrade continue to build through, so a lot of that coming in. Yeah, +1, stem combat all coming through. Double auto turret from the Raven on the right hand side is going to find a few probes as well, so that's going to be a pretty solid starting point there. We do see the probes get back to mining, but yeah, some lost mining time definitely adds up a little bit. Raven coming down the bottom right. Just going to still set up over here with the Nexus. So that's coming in at 6 o'clock currently. Robot facility a part of this. This armor upgrade coming through, +1 concussive shells. Going to be the next things on the way up from Kua. So much map control from Geralt. He sees so much of the map right now. Just structures everywhere, vision all over. Stalker High Templar, just moving up toward the top. First Academy's already halfway through. A couple Widow Mines will begin to burrow. And we continue to bring those in and obviously just try and hope that they're going to help enough to maybe make a difference here in an upcoming fight. Need to clear out a bunch of these Zealots so the rest of the bio has a shot and maybe doing anything else across the board with this one, but I'm not going to lie, I'm not immediately confident or anything as Stalker High Templar just going to pull back a few moments. We are going to see the Forge, the gates coming through. A couple workers going down across here and there. So a couple SCVs lost so far. Again, Geralt just has so much map control, 5 bases. Q's just camping back and basically saying, cool, if I can get the Vikings and Ghosts, maybe my army is just good enough to kind of play with at that point, and just kind of feel as though that's kind of just our goal right now, just sort of play from that position. A couple Storms are decent. The Zealots do not take too much damage off the mines. A couple more Storms coming straight back through. The Storms continue. A bunch of the Zealots continue to take a bunch of damage. So again, a lot being done just for the moment here. Damage being found as we are going to be seeing another Force Field coming into play. The bio going to go back and forth a little bit. The +1 attack, +2 armor coming through. 16 SCVs going down. The Prison Plane, the main base, successful. While we're poking at the front here is Geralt. Another Storm to try and zone. Supply-wise, it's kind of close. But again, Geralt has so much money and economy behind this. And now he's, with the workers killed, up 30, 40 workers almost. So the economy is there for Geralt for the future and for the long term. And that's going to be the problem, that even if we trade a little bit recklessly right now, it's completely fine. Because trading is just good for you because you're mining that much more. These SCVs have to keep evacuating off this base. We're killing a few more of them. We got rid of one of the tanks playing defense there. And it just allows you to stick around a bit longer with a few units that keep diving through. And Geralt just keeps poking at Cure for the moment as... And Geralt knocking Cure to the lower bracket would genuinely be a bit of a shocker. Like I say, Cure in general lately kind of feels like he has some good days and he has some bad days. And, you know, we saw him win out and make it to the playoffs of the WardiTV Winter Cup. But then he didn't make it through the qualifiers of the Rongi Cup, which is kind of an expectation for Cure. So, yeah, he's definitely been up and down lately. A loss to Geralt will definitely be on that. He's meant to be a favorite against Geralt. I mean, all time in terms of their history. There's no doubt of that. But obviously, this is not the last game of the series. This is just game 3 of a best of 5, and it's 1-1. So, you know, it's not like Cure loses if he just loses this game, but this game's been just rough from the very start. Geralt's been able to put himself in a good position and really maintain it. And at this point, I think another fight or two, and Cure might break. Obviously, it depends a little bit what these fights look like as the rocks go down. Results whooping in, just going to be seeing the units gathering up. A couple of units are going to drop down. SCVs is getting stormed. I mean, going to lose the prism though. Okay, we don't quite lose the prism, but we get close to losing the prism, which is not exactly pretty. It's going to charge through onto the bio, onto the ghosts. A bunch more damage being done just for the moment. Just going to be seeing the Zals keep charging forward. The main army is just going to be a little bit too much overall. Storm onto a couple of these units over here as well, just to help things out and help things along. But this one really is looking to be a little bit dunzoed. The orbital goes down. The bio going to try and fight back. The Zald's still taking damage. Just going to see the rest of this bio coming through as well for now. It's going to be GG. GG's. Alrighty, guys. It's going to be Geralt to take the advantage in the series then. So he's going to be up 2-1. And Cure on the verge of a lower bracket trip. Not what he would like to have happen. As we'll get into this next map in just a moment or two. Get this started up. Cool. Straight in. Let's do this, my friends. If you're enjoying the stream today, obviously, again, as usual, like, subscribe, and follow. Keep the games rolling, I think. Let's keep it moving. And let's get into Tourmaline. GLHF being called as we have Cure, the blue Terran in the top right corner, is down a map in this best of 5. Up against Geralt, a red Protoss in the bottom left. Gateway building, barracks building, and gets set up and underway right now. And the couple of refineries coming through, that barracks coming up. Gateway on the way by, the probe continues to come over for a couple of moments. You just move over there for now, so a little bit of movement. Again, racks and the gas all coming online, bring that into play. Take a few moments here and get this all set up. Wall off. We're going to play double gas early here as Cure, so wondering if he's got some aggressive intentions. Tourmaline can be kind of a more aggressive, kind of quick to move across map. Low ground all the way across, does not have to go up a ramp to go from natural to natural, so there's some possibility there in terms of maybe things go. It's going to be factory early, so we definitely have the chance to build early units with that factory coming up already. That's one thing we're already going to be looking at here for the next few moments. Creeper will be going out initially, so we'll join this on its journey and see where it heads to, see what happens. Adept and Warp Gate all continuing up. The Nexus on the way through. Maybe we're going to put some damage out, and we already see the Pylon taking shots. The Adept looking to shade. And yeah, the Adept just going to keep on pushing that Reaper back away on the other side for the moment. Well, Cyclone is in production, and the starport to follow. There's the command center delayed on the low ground, so would like to get that back on track. Would be step number one of this for sure, as the Reaper comes over. Twilight Council just coming through. A couple of probes are setting up. The Adept and the Warp Gate continue to come by for a couple of seconds. And the Adept just going to hit the Reaper for a moment or so as well. So just, again, put some pressure onto that. Coming up on the factory in the starport will land onto the Tech Lab 2. What we're going to build is going to be Banshees. So Kua going for a little bit of a aggressive approach in this game, looking for the kind of the feisty kind of startup. I like that. I like that a lot, actually. Should be fun. The SCV coming back over, other SCV coming through. Take a couple moments. Yeah, Cloaking coming up with the Banshee in the tank as well, so a lot of that continuing by for now, as we do have the hallucination from Geralt. Going to look to continue finding some information out. Again, Marine Tank Banshee, but 4 gates from Geralt. So he's going to go 4-gate blink. Very aggressive comp from him. We'll see how it works, because if Kua plays defense with the tanks and Marines, obviously he can hold on nicely. And the Banshees backstab while the Stalkers are all across the map. There is a possibility to do a lot there from Kua. But that's only one of the ways that this could play. And the Banshee being seen means that you will have some Stalkers defensively, so that part will not come as a surprise. Cyclone locks on for the hallucination, but it's seen everything it needs to so far. Geralt gets a good read through into this main base right off the bat, so that info is already being gathered. As you see the Adept on the bottom right side, just going to start shading out and through. The other Adept continue to move over here for a couple of moments, just bringing that over. Again, Robo Facility, Battery, Nexus, Blink, all of that coming in at the moment. Blink building, Robo Facility in the Nexus coming through as well. We continue to get that on the go just for now. Stalkers coming around, Banshee tank and the Marines coming over. A lot of this still coming through just for a couple of seconds here. Trying to get this ready to go. Stalker's going to try and zone the Banshees back for a couple of seconds. There's the army actually coming down to the bottom here as well, also looking for a chance to just push straight through and try and deal some damage. So tank's going to siege, and the Geralt has been pretty quick to kind of jump on these moments before. In these previous games, we are going to see the Adepts getting cleaned up with 5 SCVs going down, so some damage taken. Now the Stalkers going through, both those siege tanks will go down, so tanks fall. Marines and the Reaper coming across, chasing for those Stalkers for a couple of moments as well. I see that Reaper taking a few more hits too, so a bit more being dealt for the moment. The Marines trying to push this back. All the tech units are gone. We're still losing SCVs. Obviously, these are just the SCVs that were pulled into this, so that would be kind of part of that factor. As you see these Stalkers continue to try and play cleanup for the next couple of moments. Banshee going to be there. Stalker's still taking damage. It's continuing through. There's the Engineering Bay and the racks all coming up. The tank and the Marines coming through. The Stimpack building. More shots coming over. Stalker is going to get killed. And the Ob's coming by. The Probe's building. Zealot's on the way through. Scan down to that bottom side for a second or so. Again, Stimpack combat shield building up. Marine tank coming over as well. The army going to step by for a moment or two. And again, just head up toward the top. A couple of these tanks going to get set up. The Zealots are going to charge forward. The Banshee taking some shots as well. Tanks will fire in return. Going back the other way. Stalkers will head towards the upper right. The Zealots and the Sentry coming through as well. Again, bring that across. Stimpack, combat shield, +1 attack upgrade. All of that continuing through. We do see a couple of Zealots looking to charge in initially. Gonzalo going down, the few Marines being gathered. Templar Archives and those gateways continue to build up. The Nexus continue to come through. The Stalker's just going to be going after the Banshee on the left-hand side. Just going to be able to pick that part off. A few High Templars coming through. The Zealots coming in. We do have our Storm building. And all those upgrades coming about for the moment as well. Just going to be seeing the Forge and the Nexus coming up as well. Medevac, Tank, and Marines building by for now. Big push from Kua. He's 2 bases, so he's got to make this work. These barracks, a bunch of additional racks. He's up to 6, and they're just not add-on the extra 3. And he's going to pull the boys too, so he's just going to send this down on supply. Kua with his winner bracket life on the line is going to SCV pull to try and make it happen here on Tourmaline. Stalkers pull back. The High Templars do not have Storm for a few more moments. It's time to buy time here as Geralt, as he does throw the force fields down, but that's going to allow the tanks to siege. The Marines just going to put some damage on this natural already. The Prism is going to try and bring the High Templar forward so they don't have to walk into tank range. That's going to be an important part of this. Storm in trouble because it's right at the front. It gets depowered, so the Templar Archives will not finish the Storm. Prism could maybe set up or so, but we're just never going to see splash damage, so that's not going to be good. Now we're just going to dive in with everything else, and it's not going to be okay. What a disaster. An absolute disaster. On the side of Geralt, the Templar Archives in the front gets denied. You can't really make that up as being much worse, to be honest. That really is absolutely diabolical of a result. GG. And Kua, the SCV boy pull, gets it done to tie us up to 2-2. I actually thought Geralt was just going to get to Storm. I thought he was going to be okay. I'm not going to... I really thought... And then Templar Archives was... I thought the Templar Archives taking damage was bad enough, but then it just got depowered. It's even more painful. Oh. Unlucky. Sometimes it be like that, guys. Sometimes it be a bit like that. Alright, we are going to take a moment or so before Game 5. A couple of ads. You guys might have guessed it. You guys know the drill by now, surely. And we'll see where we go next. So yeah, it's going to be Tyro Citadel, game number 5. Get this set up, and we'll be into this. And then after this, so this is our final game of this series, then we have Creator versus Shin. To round out the day, we've been moving along quickly today. 4 hours in, we're on the verge of our final best 5. We had a couple of faster ones. Obviously, we missed a game in one of the PvPs, so makes sense. Alright, let's do this. Let's go into game number 5 of Geralt and Kua. So it does go the distance, this winner bracket. I tell you what, all the matches actually so far in this round of the winner bracket round 2, have gone to game 5. Classic Percival, Shameless Christiana, and now Geralt Kua. Creator Shin, I'm just saying, you guys can't let us down after this. As we get into the bottom right-hand side with the red Protoss, this is Geralt here in this Game 5. An opportunity to knock down the Korean Titan that is Kua. Can he make it happen? Can he pull this upset in this upper bracket? Game 5 here on Tyro Citadel, getting this up and running. Just gonna see the racks, the refineries coming through, the gate and the assimilator coming up. CV and the probe building as well for a couple moments. Getting a lot of this underway for now. Probably heads to the upper left-hand side. Why only a 10-minute timeout? Because it was the fastest one I could click. To be honest. As do you have our pro going around? Man, I've not timed people out in so long, and I've had to time so many people out today. What's wrong with everyone? Everyone's like 2 weeks into January, and they're just like, ugh, I'm gonna become a bad person. It's like, what? Here we go, shoot. Probe will take some damage. It's going to go down already. It's going to knock that down to begin with here, as we do have the Reaper Hellion coming through. The Hopegate and the Stalker coming about as well. Slowly isn't here to make threats. Slowly's not been here a lot of the time for a long time. Are you guys only just noticing this? Slowly's taking a much-deserved backseat role in the chat nowadays. Yay. His shadow looms large. Starport coming up. Let's get set for a couple seconds here. Just going to be seeing the tech lab coming in on the factory as well. Just going to get that all going. Starport online in a moment or so. The Adept is just going to come around here. And you see the Reaper continue to fight for a couple moments as well. So get this set up for a moment or two. And yeah, Cyclone, Medevac, couple Marines all coming out. Taking a few moments to get that in production here as this game at number 5, deciding game, gets underway. Who will advance? Who will fall? That blink coming up, a couple of gates coming through. Just gonna have ourselves the Banshee and the Cloak all coming about as well, so we take a few moments. And again, just gonna be seeing the gateway and getting produced right now. Medevac will show with the few units. It's gonna be Cyclone, the few Marines to come running across here and to try and put some damage out. Blink in the gate coming through, the rest of this continuing online as well, so we get a lot of that on the way up just for the moment now. And get this in position. Marines, Cyclone, the Reaper pushing through. The Stalker already taking some damage. Double Stalker's taking some hits, and we are going to be seeing the probes actually going to pull into this as a defense. So, going to pull a few probes, and I'm kind of honestly a bit surprised by this, but hey, away we go. So we're off and away. And again, we get the Marines, the tanks, the Banshee, and the Cloaking. All of that continuing through for the moment, and well, again, 3 workers going down. We just get the couple of getaways as well. The thing is, Cure gets away with the Cyclone and the Medevac, so the key units here get kind of, saved and kept alive, which is just amazing, because then you just have those still on the map, be able to be utilized again in the future. So there is really just a big benefit in that regard. Medevac flying through, just getting settled for a moment or so. Again, a couple of probes coming about. The charge is on the way up as well. I'm just going to be seeing the Stalkers on the map, though, at least. So Geralt will try and apply some pressure here over these next few moments, as you have a couple of units gathering. Just for now. Stalkers will try to poke, but Bunker and Siege Tank both combining to be a very solid defense in the first few moments of this, so not much going to happen there. Banshee on the other side of the map, and there just ain't no detection. There's also no batteries, so we just have this Banshee looming freely above these workers and going to get quite a few kills. As the battery finishes up, we're going to go to the natural. There's a battery here as well, but you could maybe get like these probes because they're not close enough right away. So yeah, there's some that you could definitely target, and then the Stalker's blinking after. Second Banshee showing up, and this third base is going to be an issue as well. Okay, Stalker's coming from both sides. The Banshees will go down. This first Banshee killed 9 workers, the second killed 1. Banshees will go down in history, but I mean, okay, to be fair, the guy that didn't do as much did die already, so he's not really going to share in too much glory, I guess. Stim combat and +1 coming through as the upgrades get going from here. The bio build in full swing. There's going to be a triple command center this time, so actually going to build that third CC rather than looking at 5. Oh, well, I guess it was actually a 6 racks on Tourmaline to get the W, so a little bit more of a different approach or friendlier approach there as well. These Stalkers pull out over the left-hand side. Staff charge building, Observer on the way, Temple Archives, Gateways, Probes, all of that coming through for the moment against Impact Combat and +1 upgrades building by Marine Marauder coming through. The Marines are going to shoot at some of those Stalkers right away here. Damage being dealt. The Medivac escapes up the left-hand side as well for now. Getting out of there for a moment. Stalkers gather on the left side. Fourth Nexus goes down on the gold base. Stalkers in the center, again bottom left, that gold being established right now. Stim in the +1, building through as well. And yeah, that storm coming up on the Temple Archives with the bio. We're going to step in. Just going to be seeing the Medivac already taking some damage. And we will have a little bit more damage going through. Stalker stepping forward, Medivac going down. Just seeing that storm building up here for a moment or two. Concussive Shell's on the way out, and we do see the bio going to go for a stim in to chase those Stalkers down. Chasing the heck out of here. And you have the Ghost Academy building from Curious, so he's already teching through to the next stage of this game as well. Isn't coming. Again, the 3 additional ghosts coming through at the moment. Gold base just taking chance to get mining. The gold base is a little bit out the way. It's taking as your 4th. Can absolutely be a little bit risky here. Gonna be fun to see whether or not Geralt is actually able to keep that gold alive. If he does, then yeah, great benefit from it. But if you don't, then obviously, yeah, it's something I feel like you could spend a lot trying to defend, and not really succeeding. This Banshee, man, came in, has now got 16 kills. It's been an absolutely incredible Banshee, plain and simple. It's been awesome. You can see the couple of workers over here taking some shots. It's going to force Nudes to come and respond to this, and I fear for the hero Banshee that she's going to see her last shot fired. Goes down, but really was a champion of this game, did so much damage for Cure. As Cure is now just moving down to that bottom left base, and what do we have to defend this as Geralt? The couple of High Templars. It's going to come through, a couple of Zelds going down already. Just going to be seeing the EMP goes down, and we do, okay, we get storms from the Prism. The storms from the Prism were necessary because the rest of this did not exactly go well initially from Geralt, but even still, the entire gold base is being shut down. The Zelds are not going to get much of a surround here. The Stalkers are going after some Medivacs, so they are finding some value toward the tail end of all this. The Immortal that just shows up is going to die instantly too, and Geralt, unfortunately, is falling off in the wrong direction here in this Game 5. Viking going after the Prism for a moment or two. We see the bio still just escaping out of there. Medivac's loading up. He peel away for a couple of moments. And again, Marine Marauder Ghost, a couple of upgrades, 2-2 on the way through for now. Yeah, Nexus on the way, Probes and the Immortal coming about, the bio, the Ghosts, the Vikings gathering for the moment. Couple of Warpins in the bottom left-hand side. Gonna step over, again, structure as we go. Just gonna see the rest of this coming over, the probes and everything else will come straight by here. It's just gonna be seeing the Prism Gonna get zoned out for a couple of moments. Little scan comes up. Gonna go after the observer for a few moments too. It's just gonna get that underway. And a few more workers finishing off this Nexus, making sure that that's not going to be online. Geralt has rebuilt a base here. He's got a base over here, so he's actually a 5-base Protoss coming out of this, but he lost so much of the army in that previous fight. That was really the more of the loss of this game than the gold. Like, the gold's kind of whatever if you get the other bases coming up, but losing so much army put you into such a bad position otherwise. That's why I worry for Geralt, and maybe I should say loss of the game. It's not really lost yet. Supplies are still even enough. I just feel like a lot of what Geralt has is kind of the quick rebuild units, so... Yeah, like I say, I'm not loving it overall right now. Let's just see how Bio going to take a chance to go through these rocks. Going to knock those down, open that up. Rest of this force just coming through. Bio, Ghost continue to come across as well. So again, we just move over there for a few moments. And a lot of this set up. Bio going to stem in. A couple of Vikings going to take some damage. A bunch of these Elds going to come moving through there as well, so they're just going to run straight forward, and counterattack's looking good, but we need to be able to defend on this side of the map as Pure looks to try and push into position here, and well, we really do have to try and figure that part of this out right now, and so far we're not really doing so. Fire coming about, just going to be seeing the shots coming through, a lot of this coming in. Zelt's going to try and chase an EMP onto the High Templar. It's going to be pretty reasonable as well. We continue to run for the moment. It's going to be seeing the Zealots are still charging into this, a lot of the Bio doing its job. And just putting out some serious work right now. 12 SCVs going down currently on the other side of the map. But this main army, 110 to 45 army supply, 2-2 to +1 up armor. Although I guess +1 attack just finished, and +2 armor is not too far away. But some of these fights have been having upgrades in the favor of Kira, and that's obviously only helping him. And hence, the army supply lead is even more damning as we try and clean this up here as Geralt to stay in the winner bracket. But there's just no legitimate way. And that is going to be him forced out of this into the GG. And Cure will go to the 3-2 victory, bringing it back from the 1-2 down, keeping his cool, keeping his nerve, and able to take us through to, like I say, the Game 5 and the victory in that Game 5 to advance on forward to make it Korea versus Korea in the next round. Cure versus Creator or Shin is going to be coming up in the next round of the bracket. Obviously, we will cast Creator versus Shin as our next series, but that's also our last series today. The actual matchup of Cure and the winner of this will be another time. As we'll throw some invites out. In the lower bracket, then, so Geralt drops down to the lower bracket to play either Mana, Yakov, Art, or Baby Marine. So all of that happening through as well. Alright guys, let's take a quick moment or two. Let's be right back and throw some Ladder Legends stuff on. I'll see you guys in a moment.
StarCraft is a freaking hard game. When you look at where you are and then where the very best are, improving can start to feel like an impossible task. But it doesn't have to be this hard. Enter Ladder Legends. Ladder Legends is a dedicated academy aimed at helping you understand, enjoy, and improve at StarCraft. More than that though, Ladder Legends is a community where StarCraft gamers can get together, make new friends, and dive deeper into the game with them. With incredible coaches and talent like Groovy, Mixu, Gamer Richie, and Tempo, you know something special is happening here. The folks over at Ladder Legends have big plans too, and aim to expand their services into other games. Potential titles include Apex Legends, Valorant, Heroes of the Storm, League of Legends, and more. Join their Discord to let them know what you want to see out of them. And if you only care about StarCraft, join their lively and active Discord anyway. They've also recently launched a fabulous website for their academy, which sports a VOD repository, masterclasses, a build order library, the ability to book one-on-one coaching, and more. Check it out by clicking the link in the video description or by scanning the QR code on screen. Once again, thank you to Ladder Legends for the support. Ladder Legends is a dedicated academy specializing in StarCraft for the moment, which has helped people who have been hard stuck break through that ceiling and hit ranks like Masters and even Grandmasters in as short as a month. Be sure to check out their fantastic new website, which sports a VOD repository, masterclasses, a build order library, and the ability to book one-on-one coaching. Gain access to all of that and more by subscribing to Ladder Legends for as little as £14.99 British pounds a month. Check it out by clicking the link in the video description or by scanning the QR code on screen.
Welcome back, guys, as that was Ladder Legends. As you can see on the side here, you can find out more about Ladder Legends. If you're looking to improve at SC2, you can do so with Ladder Legends. Climbing the ladder, making up your builds, becoming World Championship contender. Check out Ladder Legends at ladderlegendsacademy.com. You can see all of the wonderful things on the poster here, which I'm going to leave up for a couple moments just before we get into Shin Creator as our last series of the day. We'll bring that through in a couple of moments. Let's get that ready to all roll out and get going. Also available on X and also YouTube at Ladder Legends as well, guys. So check them out. Want to get going? Hell yeah! Hell yeah! Hell yeah! Hell yeah! Oh, you guys want channel points? I will give you guys. Wow, Geralt was a 17% guy. He nearly had it, man. He nearly had it. I'll give you guys the next one as well. Shin versus Creator. Beautiful. Some stretches. Stay active. Ugh. Alright, we are going to get into this, guys. Thank you for joining us here. It's one-side final series today. It's Creator versus Shin. We're going to go into White Rabbit to start this series off. Getting this going right here and now. You need more E-points? We all need more E-points, man. E-points are life. Get your bets in. Alright, in the top right-hand side, our last series of the day will be another from the upper bracket. Every match in this round of the competition so far has been 5 games. Will this be the same, or will one of these guys ruin that streak? It is going to be our blue Zerg Shin in the upper right, while in the bottom left, our red Protoss is going to be Creator. His probe on the map is what we will follow just early to get underway. Let's set this off into play. Drone is going to already automatically kind of move toward the next base along, so realizing that that's going to get blocked there, and just goes toward the third base as the probe will stay here. Obviously, you want to make sure it actually does block, because obviously the drone could fake out that movement over the side, and then you just pull back over, so just trying to make sure that's not the case. Just for a few moments. Hatch, gas. And our spawning pool building up, and that probe moves away as the hatcher on the third base location then. I don't really know who to predict for this series. I think these are two players who have been playing pretty well lately. You actually both have some good potential to kind of show some fun stuff, so we'll see what happens as we dive on into this game at number 1 of the best of 5. Next is on the way up, the hatchery coming through, and drones in production. And again, the drone just going to nibble at that probe for a few more moments. So yeah, drone gonna nibble, probe's gonna take some damage, and Cybercore and Nexus both continue by just for the next couple moments here, so we get a lot of that on the way. Just gonna set ourselves up as we have, yeah, the drone coming over, probe taking damage still, early on. Overlord, out over that left-hand side. The Overlord over here is gonna move through for a little bit as well. It's just gonna come over for a few moments. Just going to see that Adept Corona boosting out on the gateway. Have that up and ready to go. The Proby going to come across as well for a little bit and just relocate. A couple of those Lings are going to go in after that probe as well. Just going to try and turn that back the other way for a few moments. So far, so good. Yeah, just trying to ensure nothing else really goes wrong or anything here just early on, and again, see where we go to. Let's just have ourselves, yeah, the Adept negotiating over for a little bit, make some moves across for now. Keeps moving. The Lings and the Ling Speed coming up. The couple Overlords and the Queen both on the way. Oracle Warpgate and the Adept coming by as well. We just have ourselves the Hatchery coming down on the natural expansions to bring that straight through as well. Just for the moment. The Adepts are going to join together and they're going to shade together toward the left side. So that third base, that's where the Lings are at least. They're about to have Ling Speed too, so they'll have a bit more chase potential on those Adepts. So it's kind of a good time to not commit the Adepts in. Because realistically, they were probably not looking to be too successful in these last few moments at all. He's going to run straight over here. As they gather up, we do see the Oracle. It's going to be right there as well. Still going to be seeing the few drones building through. The Queen is on the way. Again, the Spore Crawler and the Hatchery all coming through. The Lings are going to get back to the center. Going to throw a Nexus down on this bottom side. The couple of Adepts are going to shade across to be sitting on that third base. Zerglings pull back to the upper right. And again, Oracle and Warpgate both building through for a few moments. As these Lings gather themselves on up. Oh, going to see a Phoenix on the way from Creator. Wondering how much he might continue to kind of commit into those, because that's not something you see all of the time. So yeah, kind of intrigued as to what his plan kind of sets out to be there. We have the double Oracle together, going to find a couple of drones, so again, still going to get across, still going to find some damage, still going to find opportunity. As we nearly lose an Oracle, but the most important thing is that we do not, so we managed to keep it alive. I'd say that obviously is the most important part of this overall, and so for now, we are looking good. Going back to the center, again, the land, the Overlords continue through, just going to see the Robo Facility and the Gateway coming about as well. Nexus about to finish. The Oracle still producing a couple extra probes on the way by. The Oracle's looking to dive by into this main base. One drone going down. A little bit of damage being dealt there right off the bat. And the Oracle's going to peel back around as well. Phoenix going to go in after this Overlord too. So again, just going to set that up for a couple moments. That started. As the Overlord goes down, the Oracle's still back around the bottom side as well. It's going to come about, it's going to move through for a little bit. Just going to be seeing it sitting tight for a couple of moments. Let's see the units coming over. Spike coming up, Ling's Roach is going through, the Roach speed and the missile upgrade coming about as we continue to get settled. And we are going to have the units heading down at the bottom, the couple of Oracles flying over. That's going to be coming through for a couple of moments. Just going to be seeing that Queen spreading about. Just going to be seeing the Lings, the Roaches continue to come through. Open up that set of rocks a little bit here for a moment or so as well. Roach Ravager just going to come back around then. It's just going to be getting that going. Plus one Storm, the charge all continuing through. I'm just going to have ourselves the Warp Gate continuing about. That Storm still coming up then. To bring that over for a moment. And yeah, the Phoenix still building through as well, so bringing that up and into play. Just going to be seeing the Storm and the charge and everything coming about. The Mutas, the Roaches, continuing around then. Continue to get that going. And yeah, good to see what exactly comes up next. A nest coming through. We're just going to be seeing a couple oracles heading down the bottom side. Oracle's just going to throw some of these Stasis Swords down. We've got a lot of units from Shin moving around the right side. About to get to that Bane nest as well, so looking to see what else is going on over here. Heading down towards the bottom. Looking to see what's up. Just going to be seeing the Nexus getting cancelled, so no fourth base of Creator just yet. Not going to be allowed there at all for the moment. It's going to be a pretty easy way to kind of keep things away from kind of happening for now, so we shut that down. The Ling Roach going to get back up toward the top side for a few moments as well, so bring that straight over just for the moment. So Ling Roach gathering in the middle of the map. The meters that have been built are just going to get shut down by these Phoenix, so they're really not going to see too much love here. As you see, the meters just going to get completely shot at, so that part of this definitely goes very wrong, to be honest. Yeah, that part's definitely not fun for anybody, I don't think, because the Bane speed and the melee and the Lings and the rest all continue through still, so we bring a lot of that still up and running. It's going to be seeing the Lings going to gather back around and just going to reposition for a little bit for the moment right now. Two Roaches just move it down to that bottom side as well, so they're just going to come over with a couple Oracles setting up as well. A lot of that coming straight by. Continue to get into position here. +2 melee going to be accompanied by the Hive. The Fleet Beacon is on the way as well. We have our +2 attack upgrade also building through over these next few moments. The Evo Chamber and the extra Spine Crawlers will build into place. And Creator, who's setting up into that Fleet Beacon, like I say, is going to be just on a nice bit of tech over these next few moments here. Definitely getting into an improving situation over the next little while. The Phoenix still gather. Just going to be able to get the Roach for a moment. The Ling Bane still gathering up as well. Army just going to join up for a few moments here. +2 melee, +1 carapace. Building through. The Hive and a couple of drones continue to build. The Spine Crawlers continue to produce up as well. Queen's going to get underneath. It's going to go after the Phoenix for a little bit. The Phoenix is going to lift up those Queens. You do see the rest of this army continue to come across. With a couple of Archons going to come over. The Queens take some damage. Just going to be able to see a couple of those Queens continue to drop for the moment. So damage being done. Just this Ling Bane starting to run through. Just running into a lot of this right now. It's a lot of good storms. A lot of those Banes getting absolutely blasted. Wow, great storms from Creator. And Shin is still at the same time going to clean up pretty much all of this. It was a great surround from Shin. Great storms to somewhat make this playable for Creator. He's actually going to win the fight. Wow, what an incredible battle. As yeah, great storms, units left over at the end. I mean, honestly, I don't love that we're still running forward with these units. Just run away, keep them alive for reinforcements. Because this is a very unrealistic scenario of being able to actually do anything at this stage, no? So yeah, I don't love that part from Creator, but I mean, Shin's going to just send Ling Roach across the map. I mean, that's not going to do much of anything. Carriers are on their way, already got one out, the extra ones producing through. The building Corruptors, though, Shin is recognizing the need for some anti-air. He's also going to go Great Aspire, so he'll have at least a Broodlord option, should he deal with the air army and then have Corruptors left over after. It does feel like Creator is heading into like the dream scenario here. Having carriers, having this later game setup, just wiped a lot of the Zerg mid-game army out. And now supply lead belongs to Creator at this point, as we do see a few more Banes will start to morph in. A couple of units moving around there a little bit, Adrenal Glands coming up. Shin is on his way to a lot of different things that will obviously help here overall. So Adrenal Glands coming through, the Roaches, the Lings, and the Great Aspire building up as well. Continue to go into a lot of this for the moment right now. I mean, Shin is going to max out. His army is not as good as his opponents at this point. Actually, funnily enough, resources-wise, it's actually kind of similar. There's like 1,000 more gas in the army of Creator. Well, let's see. We're going to have storms, obviously going to be a big factor. The Banes keep rolling directly into the storms. These Banes are dying without doing anything. Yeah, that was not great. We do lose pretty much all the energy on the High Templar, but now you can just re-engage in, and you're going to be able to do so very comfortably, because you know you just knocked down all the Banelings, and the Roach Ravager isn't exactly going to do much. We recall accidentally there on the Mothership, it seems. That looks like a misclick more than anything else. Phoenix recall from a forward position to one about half a screen away. And yeah, the carriers and the +3 attack upgrade continue through. I mean, I still just like where Creator's at. Shin is rebuilding, but he's rebuilding more of the same army that I do not think is creating the value he needs it to. Resources lost are against him. His work count's fine. 5 bases is okay, but it's also the same base count as the opponent, right? So it's not like Shin is doing anything to mine more and to make up for these inefficient trades. And that's the issue. I just don't think there's anything coming into play that really helps you with that. There's a few more Banelings morph in right now, a couple carriers, and the +3 attack upgrade coming through as well. So you bring that over. The Roach going to run through. The Phoenix going to lift up a couple of the Ravagers. Corruptors going to try and dive in. Just going to see these carriers being dealt with. Just going to be seeing those get knocked down. The Mothership continue to come through as well currently. So again, knocking a lot of this away at the moment. The Bane's still rolling through. The Archon is going to get there. These Banes still getting knocked away at 12, 15 probes going down. The damage still being done. GG gets called as Shin just realizing, I can kill probes, but I'm never going to beat this army. So like I say, damage being done. I didn't really get to finish my point. It's like damage being done is very superficial. Because yeah, your army's never going to do enough. GG's. And Creator is going to take the opening game of this upper bracket best of 5. Alright, we'll head into game 2 here in a couple moments onto Old Republic, guys, for our next series. Seems premature? No, there's no way. Shin is losing constantly his army. He has a very low tier army, and Creator has a late game army. Like, there's just never a fight here which goes well for Shin, unfortunately. Like, there's just never a point where it turns out to be okay or something, you know? I still think Shin had a chance. Okay. Shin didn't win a fight for the last 5 minutes. And his army has only gotten progressively staler or less interesting. While Creator's army is very much so getting better with every single reinforcement. Like, you come out of this last fight on equal supply, and that's before you lose all the extra roaches that are being stopped from retreating by Phoenix and so, and you just chase them down. I actually think Shin just dies by Creator chasing him across the map, to be honest. Yeah. Maybe he could have given it one more shot or one more wave, but I don't see the game, the outcome really changing from kind of where it was already going to, I guess. Alright, let's jump into game number 2 in the top right side. Down a map, our blue Zerg player. This is going to be Shin. Bottom left, our red Protoss is going to be Creator. Here in game 2 of this best of 5. Again, winner bracket match. Winner of this advances through to play Cure in the next round of the winner bracket. This winner bracket gets tough real quick. But obviously it's better to be in the winner bracket than it is to be in the lower bracket, because that lower bracket is absolutely stacked, as we've already talked about a few times. Absolutely stacked. This probe comes into the main, obviously does not block the hatchery this time, so the hatchery does get up onto the natural location for Shin without issue initially. Gas pool coming through. You can see the next in the cyber core coming up. The drone will chase the probe around. going to come back around for a couple moments. Next is Cybercore coming in, the assimilator coming through. And drone still chasing out that probie, the hatchery coming down onto the natural. Getting that underway. Getting a lot of this built by for the moment. Council building through. The next is on the way. Probe, Adept, the Warp Gate. On the way up, we are going to be seeing the Overlord. Moving away for a couple of moments. The Color Probe's going to come by. Just going to get back to mining that Twilight Council on the way through and take a couple seconds. And yeah, important to note, the Twilight Council coming through for the moment here, so we are going to have ourselves the lack of a Stargate. So Creator going to go for something a little bit off the beaten path, something we don't see as much in this matchup. Creator is one to get pretty creative in this series, actually, or this matchup, actually, because he does play some of the different builds that a lot of people kind of frown upon and just don't think you can really get away with doing, and this and that and whatever else. So in that regard, Creator actually does kind of, you know, show up as like a little bit of a fun play to watch in these kind of games, I would say. Again, Dark Shrine, Robo Facility, all of that coming through. The gateways coming up as well. A couple of the probies on the way out. Warp Gate building is part of this also. Just going to see the few lings. They're going to gather up and just going to go nibble up at that Cybernetics core. So put some damage out, get some damage in. Get all of this on the way through. Dark Shrine halfway, Roach Roaring about to finish. And the Dark Shrine about to be done, the extra gates coming up, Adept and the probes building through as well. Get those assimilators coming in on the natural expansions. Just going to get those straight into place for the moment. Stalker just going to go poking at the Overlord for a couple of moments here. So some damage being done. Get that on the way, and that Overlord is going to fall momentarily. And the Prism just going across the map from Creator because he's got himself the Dark Shrine. So you can warp in the DTs, make an attempt with those, or just morph them straight into the Archons, whatever you feel is going to be more potential there. In this case, we're going to see 4 DTs. I mean, there's a Spore already. You know, if there's no units nearby, the DTs can still kill a few things before the, before they get killed, so there's a possibility as well. But this does look as though probably just going to be best to morph them into Archons. Especially as it's a lot of Lings defending, the Archons are going to trade very well with the Circlings as well, right? So, definitely feels like in that scenario, get those Archons morphed in. We're going to see the 2 DTs still here. Going to try and protect the Archon, because obviously it can take damage while morphing in. This is a great opportunity for Shin to get damage done, and he kills the Archon, so that's absolutely huge. That is absolutely huge. 2 extra DTs warping in as well. Continue to bring that by. Well, yeah, they're just annoying because that's essentially 2 DTs you didn't want to build here. Your build is meant to be very succinct and very kind of, efficient, and now you're already 1 Archon down. So any efficiency you're going to find here is going to be minimized a good amount. Prism loads up, the Observer's still right there. I'm just going to see the Spire, the drones, the roaches coming through as well for a couple moments. The Archon's still firing it up. Getting some damage done. Alright, Prism coming over then. Prism loads, just going to be seeing the move back. The Queen getting under there as well. Spire still on the way over. Gonna see our Zerglings gathering, and the Hatchery in the front settling down as well on that 4th base. The Adepts and the Archon will make a move forward. Steps gathering, just see the Prism setting for a couple of moments as well. Just going to continue to bring this around for a couple seconds. You see the Roaches and Lings taking a chance to open up some rocks as Shin is once again into those Mutalisks, so we'll see if the Mutas can be a bit more successful this time. Could be bad for Creator very quickly if he doesn't recognize the Mutas are coming, and then you still have the Prism on the map, and that gets caught, and the Archons go down, for example, so it's one thing to think on. And you've got 6 Mutas total. They're going to go around the top side, so they're away from the Prism. They're also just away from this entire army, and the defense in the bases is not exactly existent at all right now, so not great. Mutas show up, and they're going to start by getting a few probes right away. So some damage being done from the very get-go here. Damage being dealt. Archon's coming over. They're going to get some work done. Put some extra in as the Mutas dive into the main to see if there's anything else they can find. Just going to see a couple of those units getting pushed back the other direction initially, and they see those Mutas still being chased. Archons continue to come along. 12 probes going down is a pretty serious amount as well, so that's definitely going to be adding up there overall. So yeah, the melee upgrade and the Bane speed still coming through. 12 probes is definitely good. Good start from Shin, much better than we saw previously. And the big thing is this is not a big Muta investment, right? So again, good damage done with a low Mutalisk count. That's really hopeful for Shin in terms of continuing through, because now he's going into all of this kind of Ling Bane kind of roach spam, and he's going to have a lot of units against the Protoss, who's obviously been slowed down heavily in the early stages, and is hence going to be kind of struggling along a little bit in comparison. So see how this pans out as the Archons start to morph. Again, just going to see the melee upgrade, the Bane speed finishing. So once that's done, I think Shin is going to start going for some aggression right here and putting some plays in. And that's the Ling Roach, Ravager, Bane all joining up together for the moment and getting ready to make its moves. Maxed out. Creator is actually stepping forward on the map, so I mean, I find that, I mean, don't get me wrong, Creator's army is very tech-heavy as well, but I feel like giving the Zerg kind of what they want, unless maybe we kind of threaten to move out, and then Shin defends, but then actually you don't go anywhere. And what that could create for you is this kind of weird scenario where, like, you're basically kind of, as the Zerg, kind of, giving up some of the army supply advantage that you meant to run into this with. First, the Vars have to come down and pop some of these force fields through. Shin looking to break into this. The Banes are going to connect this time. There's no kind of Storm, right? And without Storm, these Banelings are just not going to be stopped by anything. Like, the Archons will kill a few, but as soon as the force fields went down there, the Banes just crashed into the center of that army. And that is going to be a GG for Shin in his favor this time, as he goes up and ties the series 1-1 in the BO5. Alright, so some back and forth action in our last series of the day. We'll run Addies and go into game number 3, which is going to be on Ruby Rock when we get these ads out the way in a moment or two. Alrighty guys, for about 30 seconds and we'll get this underway. Kick this into action. If you're enjoying the stream, don't forget like, subscribe, follow, see this games in the next few days as well. Tomorrow we have OSC Championship action. Saturday we have All Stars from China featuring Innovation, Serral, Stu, Maru, Scarlet, SOS, Rogue, Clem, Hero, Classic, Raynor, MMA, DRG, Oliveira. It's a good list of players, guys. So make sure you check that out coming up on Saturday and Sunday. It's a very early stream time. Or it's late in the evening into night for America. It's middle of the night for Europe. And we will be here casting that. So yeah, join me in the middle of the night for some great games, some great players. Hey, what's up, Dammy1766? Thank you so much for the 3-month resub on the Prime. Appreciate you. Thank you very much. Let's dive into Ruby Rock here for this next game. In the top left side, our blue Zerg, who got the Mutas into the Ling Bane cleanup. It is going to be Shin in that last one to tie us at 1-1. Innovation doesn't play Classic, he plays 2. And in the bottom right, our red Protoss is Creator. V, Wintermeal, how you doing? 64-month resub, thank you so much. Appreciate you, thank you. Just gonna link this in the Twitch chat so people can see it. In case you guys want to see forecasting early over the weekend. Want to know simply playing a show match? Yeah, he plays a best of 3 or best of 2 against 2. We don't even know if it's best of 3. Very fun. As you just see a couple lings, the Queen's coming by, Cybercore on the Nexus building, walk in Adept. Coming through, that Adept gonna chrono boost on the gateway initially. Overlord moving down the bottom. Link speed coming up. Hatchery on the way. The few drones in production. Twilight build again from Creator. Obviously already ran a bit wrong last time because he lost the Archon initially. He's just going to do the same build. He's just going to do the same build and say, I can do this better than I did before, which may not be wrong. May not be wrong, but we shall see. As the Adept shades into the Warlock for a couple of moments, just going to see the Stalker poking at the Overlord for a couple of moments too. Yeah, Dark Shrine, couple gates. Still a lot of that coming through for a couple of moments here. The Roach Roan building, the Hatchery and the drones and the Queen coming through as well. So again, getting a lot of these little bits and pieces online. I'll throw a little inject down there as well to track things. Roach Roan, the Lings all coming through. The Overlord's on the way as well. Again, Dark Shrine, the Gateway continue to come up for the moment. And the Prism just going to back away. The Overlord will take some damage as the Stalker going to ping through said Overlord for a few moments. And the Spores coming through, the DT and the couple of Adepts are going to build into play as well, so just bringing a lot of that up. As we make our way forward, the Prism is going to step in, the Adepts are going to shade, just going to load this DT back through already though, so it's kind of been a bit of a weird one. Shin's very prepared and does not really let anything come of this just yet, and going to run forward and just keep an eye on that Prism, because you don't want to let the Archon morph for free. Adepts put themselves between the pylons here. Just going to play defense on the third base. Got more units warping in. It's going to be another DT. And obviously we are going to morph these Archons through as well. So we are going to get Archon action in play shortly. The Archon's going to start loading up. It's going to start getting into that Prism. Start getting ready to go, go, go. Prism loads, a couple of the Archons will come straight through, but will not do too much just yet, so they're not going to find anything. The Archon's going to hit onto the Overlord now for a moment or so. A few roaches pull back around the other way, so again, he's playing defense so far very well from Shin. Lair's about to finish from him. Let's see what he does once the Lair kicks in. He has a lot of minerals and gas. He's going to keep building roaches here. 48 drones. Maybe we just start roach speed and we just look to hit a massive roach timing. Blink and Immortals on the way on the side of Creator. Hoping some Ravagers. Nice. He's just spamming units. I don't even know what the Lair's for, honestly. Is the Lair just a fake out to make Creator think he's going into... I guess just Overseer... Oh, yeah. So he needs an Overseer to be able to go across the map. Oh my goodness, that Prism is so low! Oh my god, the 1 HP Prism making the getaway. Oof. The 1 HP Prism. Yeah. Protoss, man, it's such a good race. Oh no, well that's not so hot, I can tell you that right now. That is not pretty, that is not good. A bunch of these units getting surrounded early. Now the Link's coming over, the Roach Ravager is going to be there. As we are going to fight through this. This is a disaster on the side of... a complete and utter disaster on the side of... Creator right here, as Shin is just going to swarm this position, and he is going to make do with this. Roach Ravage continuing through. The couple pylons going to get jumped on. We are going to see the Archons and the Immortal back over on this side, coming over as well. Ravage is going to jump on towards the gateways. Just going to come straight through on that right now. First gateway goes down. The Link Ravager coming over. The Archons got jumped on. The Adept going to take more damage. I mean, Creator's just dying. As rough as it is to say it so bluntly. He is just dying as the base gets opened up here. We have access through. Roach Ravager is going to keep pinging through. A couple of those ults going down. The Immortal's taking a bunch of shots. Damage really just continues to be done, and this is not a defense at all from Creator. He can try and micro with that Prism, and he's doing a good job of it. Thank goodness he didn't lose that, because this would have been even worse for him, but Shin not messing around. No time wasted. GG. And he is going to take game number 2 for himself in this series, which is going to be a 2-1 lead and a match point opportunity for Shin coming up next as we head into Tourmaline. Alright, some match point possibility here. We'll see if it will go well or not. And we can go straight into it, I believe, as well. So no waiting around, just straight to the action. Get this started. Alright, game number 4. Maybe last map of the day. Let's hope for a game 5. Let's hope for a game 5 as we get into Tourmaline right here. Get this one started on up. In the bottom left-hand corner, the blue Zerg is going to be Shin. And he is up a game against Creator. In the top right corner, our red Protoss, who has Twilight Council builded twice in a row now and has not won either time. So it may just be time to go back to the good old tried and tested Stargate play. We know it's good. We know Stargate's good. We know Stargate's fine. So maybe that's not a bad thing to be headed to once again. Probe coming over. Overlord is going to be there. And we just have ourselves the island coming through. While that's settling down. The probe going to get over into the natural here for a couple of seconds. And gateway, assimilator, all coming up. The hatch and the drone coming by. Just going to be seeing the hatchery in the front. Going to settle in from Shin. The probe going to patrol on the natural for a few moments. Forward base obviously gives you that option to be a bit more aggressive, maybe. See if that is something that Shin looks to dial into here for game 4 or not. Probe onto the natural, Nexus starts, hatch in the pool, on the way up, bringing that into play just for the moment. And that started out. Yeah, next in the Cybercore, still building through. A couple of queens and the lings coming up. The drone is on the way by. Overlord at the front, still pressing forward. Feels like Archon Drop is just not a very successful build. There's a reason a lot of people don't do it. I think it's okay mixed in there, honestly. Like, I think mixing it in to switch things up is honestly not bad. But there's a reason why it's not like the good or reliable that it used to be. I mean, this used to be the go-to for a long time. Like, this used to be the Stargate of the matchup, right? But yeah, I think in this current day, problem is, same with a lot of versus Zerg builds. When the Zergs figure it out, it's so difficult to do enough with it that it's good, right? And so once the Zergs figure out how to defend it while keeping a lot of workers alive and doing that with minimal investment, it just doesn't get enough value anymore, and then you're very open to a lot of problems. You're going to be limited on scouting because you don't have the, you don't have your oracles and so on. I mean, the main thing as well is just oracles are such a key part to the early game too, so you're just naturally kind of, cutting yourself off at the knees because you're taking away a unit that's just super useful anyway. It's also very vulnerable in terms of being all-in. Like, you don't have a lot of early defense if you get all-in, unless it's an all-in that hits kind of as the Dark Shrine's finishing, then DTs can oftentimes defend that. But against a lot of the earlier all-ins, you don't have an Oracle or anything that's coming through to save you either, right? So it's something that not only it doesn't necessarily kind of work out great when you do it a lot, it's also something that you just can't really get away with doing a lot. So it's just a build that in just across the board is kind of a little bit flawed in the current meta of StarCraft 2, but I don't mind seeing it here and there. I mean, Christiana does it a fair amount and has decent success with it. I think it's fine. I just don't think it's like, should be your go-to. And I definitely would have been screaming at someone if Creator had gone into this for Game 3 right now. So, very happy to see him changing that part of it up as we get going here. Oracle peeling off over to the side. Just going to get over there. Next in the gateway, continue to come through for a couple of moments. The Adepts underneath the Oracle just for now. Continue to settle momentarily. Those oracles just going up together. Steps coming through, and the oracles heading down to that bottom left-hand side of the map here. Currently, again, Roach Roar and drones all building through Nexus Gateway, and the Twilight Council coming about. The oracles will begin to head right down to the bottoms here. It's going to be heading toward this main base in a moment or so to see what else we can do. Queen's in position. Oracles take some damage. We do see the Zerglings back over to the sides for a few moments as well. Heading to the upper right and just going to run in for a little bit. And Depp going to hold the wall off, and the Zerglings will get pushed away a little further. And Twilight Council, Gateway, Probes and the Stalkers building through for the moment. All of that coming online for now. Stalker going to go poking, the Overlord taking a bunch of damage. The Oracles and the Adepts gathered together here. All these drones continue to build through. The Zerglings still coming about. The Queen's in production lab, building in the main base, and we do have the Oracle escaping away to that far right-hand side. So for now, at least we're getting out of there and escaping for the moment. Going to see that battery coming online as well. He is just going to get that battery up, get that running, add that into play. A lot of roaches on the way from Shin right now. Looking to utilize this forward hatchery, I think, and just move with this. Considering creators are going into pretty standard stalkers, Shin is making a lot of Ling Roach Ravager here. 7 drones is an alright amount. It's going to hit him pretty much on full saturation on these bases. A few drones missing, but we're no close there. If we take the 2 oversaturated ones and add them here, we're only a couple off from what he needs to mine with. Obviously not full base saturation because we're not taking all the gases, but for what he wants, he's pretty much there. And the Lings will get a Stalker or so. The Oracle will activate back in return. Link is going to be done really soon. If Shin wants to go, I mean, I would presume sooner is better than later. But what we're just going to, so we're going to walk the Queens, essentially. That's why we want this forward base. That's why we want the creep spread. So the Queens can make their big walk across the map, and that's exactly what they begin to do. Be careful with the Queens, because they really are your anti-air against the Oracles, so they need to be protected and fought over, as we do see the Lings coming through. The Stalker's going to pull back. Roach Ravager Going to keep on firing its way forward here. A couple of barrels coming down onto the pylon and onto the battery, and the Oracle's taking a lot of damage very quickly as the Queens put in the work. The Oracles do take a lot of shots. Going down quickly right now. Second Oracle dead. Third Oracle dying. Just don't know if we have enough on the ground left over from Shin. These Stalkers are doing well. They're trading nicely. They have Blink. I mean, there's 2 Queens and 3 Ravagers left here, so I'm saying this as though it might still be a mystery. It obviously is not going to be. Everything dies. And even these Overlords that came across the map, they're now going to get clicked off as well. So even more freebies from Creator at the end of this fight. And this game definitely just took a big Creator-sized swing into his favor. As the Temple Archives and the Forge come up behind this, I like that Creator's going to be pretty responsible about his follow-up, right? He's not going to rush into just attacking. He's going to have a follow-up beyond these Stalkers poking across the other side. And we're going to see a bunch of more Overlords over here. Just going to get a couple of those for free. So we can blink back as needed, but we're just all about finding efficiency right now. I'm going to try and do that once again. Stalkers pulling back around. The Roach and the Queen gathering up. Well, the Roach is taking damage. Roach is taking a lot of shots. Stalkers keep blinking back. Oracle activating. Ling's taking hits as well. You will be seeing those Roaches still trying to push on through. Stalkers continue to trade out. There's all of those Roaches. We blink on forward. The Roach is still taking damage here. Coming down to the bottom. A few more Roaches taking shots as well. Stalkers keep on fighting. Keep on cleaning out for the moment. And we are going to see Creator just having too much, which really was just expected. We kind of saw this one coming after the failed attack. And it did just so happen that it happened pretty soon after, with the Stalkers continuing through. And we go to a Game 5. Like I say, all the matches in this section of the bracket in this round have gone to Game 5. And maybe that was a bit of foreshadowing, but it's going to happen again on this one. As Creator and Shin go to a 5th and final game. The winner goes through to that next round against Cure. The loser drops into the lower bracket, and early in that lower bracket as well. So it's going to be a rough ordeal kind of moving on from that point. So, yeah, definitely not great as we get ready to go. Yeah, the loser of this drops down into the section which has Nikaract and Jumi. If you win that, you play Percival. That's already scary. And then if you win that, you actually do potentially play against Cure or the winner of this. It's kind of funny the way that drops down. And then Solar in the next round. Yeah, I mean, the lower bracket's already looking freaking stacked, to be honest. So let's see what happens. Game 5 coming up as one final map of the day. This is going to be the last map of the day, guys. So if you've enjoyed, like, subscribe, and follow. We appreciate it. It helps me to keep on doing the StarCrafts. And, yeah, I think we are ready to go into our final map. Unless it's a draw, then we'll have the same map played twice. So pray for the draw. I guess at this stage, if you want even more, then pray for the draw. 10,000 feet coming on up to round out this series and round out this day of OSC Championship. The Ladder Legends Championship bracket. Thank you again to Ladder Legends. Thank you to OSC for having us. Let's have a blast in the final map of the day. As in the top left corner, it is going to be our blue Zerg player. This is Shin. Taking on the red Protoss player in the bottom right, we are going to have Creator. Game 5, no scout from Creator. Gas first. Sorry, not gas first, just no scout. Kind of weird to go no scout, not gas first, but okay. Just looked at things at the wrong timing. Making me look a bit silly for a couple seconds. All good. Let's just see our gate assembly coming up, probe coming through. Getting a lot of that established right here. Hatch gas and pool coming online, so again, get a lot of that coming online for now. As the Overlord comes over and the Proby goes moving. Down to the low ground to throw down the Nexus. We're going to Nexus Scout. We're going to throw down a Cyber Core. We're going to Core Scout. Or is this really just still no Scout? I'm just going to Core Scout. So this is a Scout which is very late to see a lot of things. But it's almost like the token, like, hey, I did scout. You know, at this point, I'm always wondering kind of what do you really gain from seeing at this stage, right? Like, oh yeah, it was a hatch first. If it wasn't, you're probably in trouble, you know? Like, probe coming through. A couple queens in the Ling's building. Thanks for another great day of SCT Wardy. No worries. Thank you so much for watching. Like I say, thank you to OSC for the games. We'll be back with more OSC Championship tomorrow. Also going to be fun. Definitely going to be fun. Couple Lings getting after that probe. Hope gate coming through. Twilight Council is building. And Link Speed coming up, couple queens on the way, drones in production. Our Nexus coming by, the Adept. And shit towards the upper left. Queen is just going to throw down a creep tumor. And this drone moves across to build a third hatchery here. The Adept tries to shade through toward the natural. See what's going on. Adept moving around, just going to have again Ling Speed, the Lings, and so all coming up. We do have the Robo Facility and the Warp Gate building by as well. The hatchery's still coming online. Yeah, there's Adept just moving over to the side for a couple of moments here. President Glaives is on its way, so once more, no Stargate here from Creator, just going to go directly into the Twilight Council for the opening, and obviously mixing it up from the Archon drop into the Glaives this time, but, I mean, man's crazy, honestly. Man's a little bit crazy. You drop the Double Gate down, a Robo Facility coming up, Glaives on the way, Queen's drones, the Overlord, all the good stuff powering through at the moment. Overlord Pop's going to pull over to the side as well. Rotron starts from Shin. That's going to be necessary here to try and shut down these Adepts and this Glaive attack ahead of time. So just make sure we've got ourselves access to something that can work on this. And the Rotron is definitely going to be that. So Rotron on the way through. As a couple of drones get to mining. And Roach still building on up. Building on up. Trunk going by, just going to be seeing the fuel circling is going to move about. Again, that Glaive is coming in, Observer and the Adepts are building. All of those Roaches coming through too, so a lot of that just straight up into play here. Queens are gathering in as well. You're not going to be seeing the Adepts going to go for a shade forward right now. Queens immediately going to start in some trouble, and the Adepts are going to continue to try and fight that off for a couple moments as the Lings come over, going to get a good surround. That is not what you want to be doing with this first round of Adepts. That is not the damage you're looking for. Warp Prism is out on the other side, trying to warp into the main to cause multi-pronged pressure and chaos, but it's not really doing anything just yet, and the defense of Shin so far is spot on. 7 Adepts go down for a drone, 10 Lings, and a Queen. And 1 Overlord died in the process here as well. That is not what you want from Creator. He's going to go Dark Shrine behind this, and Immortal coming up too in case of an aggressive counterattack, where Shin just says, cool, that was a great defense, let's just spam units and kill you. Dark Shrine's very good against that too, because the DTs would be, you know, great against someone who doesn't have a lair and Overseers yet. So Shin is right to not actually do that, based on what Creator is doing. But this is obviously pretty darn good. Hard to really say otherwise for Shin. He really did just shut down this builder Creator hard early on. Damn. Well, these few Adepts is going to try and find a little extra. They do find a few more drones, and we need to try and scrape anything we can together right now for Creator, because like I say, the opening definitely not quite delivering. As the Adepts unload once again with this Prism. The Dark Shrine, the Forge, the Nexus, and the Probes, and the Immortal. Again, a bit of everything coming through for the moment. The Roaches stepping over from that right-hand side. The couple Queens are going to be here. You get Blink and +1 coming up. Missile upgrade coming through. Roaches and Lings in production. The Overlord's still producing. And the Queen is going to hit this Prism for a couple of moments as it takes some damage. It's going to get pushed away. I'm just going back through. A couple of the Adepts unload back down. Again, +1 missiles and Roach speed building. The Adepts do get rid of a Zergling at the very least. He's going to go Robo Bay behind this, which is fascinating as that Immortal just recalls out of trouble out of the Miss Rally. Yeah, Robo Bay. So what are we going to build? Colossus? Or are we going to try to go Disruptors? Shin's not really going into a comp that's really bad against Colossus. Disruptors maybe more so, but Disruptors kind of suck right now. I mean, Shin's actually just, to be fair, Shin's just cutting at 60-ish drones at the moment, making a lot of units. Saw that Observer. Make sure that Creator is paying attention and just try to battle it down. Good attempt to make a catch there. Good response from Creator to realize his Observer is being attacked and he can move it out of the way. Roach Ravager still gathering around. The Adepts moving over up to the top. Again, the rest of the Ling Roach Ravager down the right side. I'm going to see these Adepts going to try and attack in. I'm terrified for Creator. He's trying to build Colossus, Blink, and +1, and none of it's ready as Shin is about to attack the front door. And Creator is kind of in a, not an open space, but like he's out on the map. He's out of the wall, right, is what I'm trying to say. Like, it's not the most open area, but it's not exactly a protected area either. There's a couple of batteries in the cannon. There's just so much from Shin, and he just runs straight into this. The Archon goes down. Blink and +1 going to finish soon. Overseer's overhead, so the DT warping is not exactly going to change things, unfortunately. That DT goes down. The Stalker Immortal getting picked up. All those lanes continuing through, and Shin is going to get it done in a 5-game series against Creator to keep himself alive in the upper bracket, and Shin will be advancing through into the next round of the OSC Championship 13. Kind of an interesting series from Creator. He threw a few different things out there and into this, and some of them obviously stuck, some of them kind of, you know, did not stick and did not really work. It's fun watching a series because obviously each game really is quite different, but it's a very aggressive series of ZVP, to be honest, after that opening first game. Crazy business. Alrighty, guys, that's going to round us out here for today's OSC Championship action. Let's take a quick peek at the bracket and where things stand after today. So, we have got ourselves in the upper bracket. Shin advancing over Creator will move on through to play against Cure. And the winner of that will play Clem, then Bjorn, then Hero, and then at the end of that list, it is going to be Classic, who came on across the bottom side of the upper bracket already. And then in the lower bracket, this is what things look like at the moment. So the first few rounds, obviously today we had Mana, Nikaract, and Fujumi advancing through. We still have Art, and Trigger as well, and then we still have Art, Baby Marine, winner versus Yakov, winner versus Mana to come up. Now all this PvP on that top side going to be coming up as well. I'm sure you guys are looking forward to that. And you can see the players in the lower bracket start to drop into place as well. Creator, I believe, drops in... Oh, there he is. He's over here. So Creator drops in to play the winner of Nikaract and Fujumi. So Creator down to that lower bracket to join everybody else. And there you go. Alrighty, guys. I actually have the schedule for you guys tomorrow, so I can actually tell you guys a little bit about this, what we're going to see tomorrow. So tomorrow we're actually going to be seeing Skillus versus Art, the other Art versus Baby Marine, the winner, Nightmare versus Trigger, Yakov versus the winner of Art and Baby Marine, and then we also have the winner of Art and Skillus versus the winner of Nightmare and Trigger. So it's going to be another triple PvP day. That's okay. We're going to have some good PvPs in this event, to be honest, so... Yeah, that's going to be coming up tomorrow, guys, so tune in, same time, same place. And then again, we've got the as well as that, we also have the Thunder Fire SE2 All-Star event. So this is kind of tomorrow, depends what part of the world you're in. So for me, this is at 3 AM on Saturday. So this is obviously really cool because we have a mix of players, so you can see up here, 1 day and 10 hours from now is when it begins with Innovation versus Sue, and then Cyril versus Hero, Cure versus Solar, SOS versus Scarlet, Classic versus Clem, Reynolds versus Mara. I actually don't know if it plays in this order. It might do, though. Anyways, either way, and then obviously day 2 is semifinals, the other show matches, and the finals. So this is over the weekend as well. So this is, like I say, it's kind of tomorrow, because I guess tomorrow I will wake up and, well, I don't know, I'll be going to bed again before I cast this. So I have 2 sleeps before this starts, although the second one will not be a very long sleep. So yeah. Yeah. So, yeah, that's what's kind of coming up as well. So, leave you guys with that. I appreciate you guys. I hope you guys have had a fun day. Thank you to OSC again for having us. I'm going to wrap this up and call it a day and say I will see you guys tomorrow for more OSC Championship with all those matches I just talked about. So I'll see you guys tomorrow. You guys have a great day, and I'll see you guys there. I'll run a set of ads on the outro on Twitch and YouTube, and on Twitch we will host someone up when we are done. On YouTube, you guys will just go offline. There will be a YouTube upload in 40 minutes, though. It's Classic versus Shin from the WardiTV 2025 Championship today, so it was the fun version of Classic Shin as well. So check that out. That'll be up soon on YouTube in about 40 minutes, and I will see you guys all later. Bye!